Things went further, and she finally became his empress and came to his palace. But, his long-longed happiness lasted only for 2 short years. The people had remained the same, but the conditions had changed. The only thing which had remained was their status as husband and wife. However, they didn't have any personal connection between them. He had dreamt many dreams late at night. He had always felt extreme hatred in love. However, he had never hated her inconsistent love for him. Nor had he ever hated the fact that he wasn't able to get her heart. Instead, he hated the person who resided in her heart. Things would have been different if it weren't for him. Then, there was an assassination attempt on Princess Ling Meng, and Yi Gu Han had suffered grave injuries. This had only increased the fissure between the two of them. Therefore, he had started to harbor even more hatred. He had then heard of the deformity that man had been rendered with. His right hand had been chopped off. Even his Xian strength had been annihilated. So, he would never be able to fight again. In fact, this condition was even worse than that of Jun Wuyi's. Ha ha ha. The emperor had felt a sense of tyrannical elation when he had heard that news. However, his expression had become somewhat twisted and convulsed at this moment. I don't know much. I don't need to know much. But, I know one thing. And, I already know enough. Isn't it enough? She looked at him coldly. You wouldn't have gotten emotional if something bad happened to the Morong family even though they are the first family. But, why have you forgotten yourself when there's a sudden rise in the Jun family's power? Why? Can you give me one reason? Reason? What reason? What reason would be there? How can a woman make absurd comments about major events that concern the nation? You have your own life. And, you live a good and comfortable one. How many things have you been involved in? The emperor grumbled as he impatiently took large strides back and forth. Huh, what have I seen? Jun Wuyi's brothers were killed, and his body was destroyed. The Jun family continued to decline for 10 years, and they had no qualified successors. But, you were very cheerful then, weren't you? After all, you didn't feel threatened anymore, am I right? Your Majesty must have felt amazing when such great men were destroyed along with their might armies. After all, that must have been a handy deal, so, you must have felt great. The Empress sneered as saw the Emperor looking irascible in the face of her sarcastic remarks. She even felt a small sense of elation at this sight. In fact, it was the kind of elation one feels after they've given vent to their long-standing hatred. Consequently, her words had started to sound even sharper. What can you understand? What do you understand? What can you comprehend? The Emperor's face went dark, and his voice was astonishingly loud. His Majesty no longer had any misgivings about his daughter who watched from the side as he glared in a malevolent manner. Do you realize how weak and unstable our position as royalty was at that time? Our position was jeopardized. The Tianxiang Empire was outwardly strong, but it was weak on the inside. Do you know how serious those conditions were? No. You don't know anything. He looked down his body, and waved his hand energetically in resentment. He then thundered, you don't know. You've never known. You've only known how to criticize to no end, only to complain endlessly. You only have baseless suspicions. You don't know. You don't know anything. Do you know what cost I had to pay so that we could walk this day? I don't know much about these events. But, I know one thing very clearly. The whole thing changed the moment Jun Wuhui took command and went into battle. The Yutang and the Shenxia Empire still don't dare to invade our boundaries. Isn't that because of the Jun family's contribution? Will you deny that as well? They were brimming with talented men, they wouldn't lose any battles, they had such divine capabilities. Yet, you had them killed. You used every possible means and methods, you used everything which you shouldn't have used, and employed every method you shouldn't have, to get them killed. But, there's something that I've never understood. That is, how can you have such lack of foresight? Princess Ling Meng was shocked to hear this, and her entire body had been left to tremble. Her small hands had tightly covered her mouth. In fact, she was about let out a cry of alarm at one point, but she had somehow held it back. However, her eyes were filled with terror and despair. "Father, don't tell me, You're right." Jun Moxie was indeed a divinely talented general of his generation. He made clever tactics and excellent strategies. And, no man could contend with him. I've always admitted it. I've never denied it. Veins had pooped up on the emperor's face by now. He had a fanatic and fiery expression. The other two empires wouldn't dare to violate our borders because of Jun Moxie, his brothers, and Jun Xie. That's something I already know. Do you understand? I know all of that. I know it full well. I know it much better than you do. The emperor's voice was like a low thunder, while his expression was one of hysteria. Then, why did you do that if you knew everything? The empress stared intently. Don't tell me that you wish to rule a vanquished nation. Do you know the inside story? Did you know that only the army in the western part was under the Dugu family's control? Moreover, that was the weakest one. However, Jun Moxie had 800,000 men under him. 800,000. Do you understand what 800,000 means? Do you understand? No, you don't. Jun Wumeng had another 500,000. And Jun Wuyi had 250,000. Moreover, Jun Zhantian supervised the entire military because he was the supreme commander. Do you know what that number entailed? And, do you understand what that meant? The 4 Jun generals had over 1.5 million men under them put together. The entire empire's strength was at 2.6 million at that time. The Dugu family had only 250,000 men, while the Murong family had 200,000. Then, there was the defense army, a motley crew, the forest rangers, and the guards. However, even these factions had people from the Jun family inside their ranks. Do you know what this meant? Do you understand? No, you still don't understand. I will tell you. His Majesty's eyes were bloodshot. He lowered his head and continued resolutely. This meant that we would have been helpless if the Jun family had decided to rebel. And, that would have meant my head. My head. The emperor pointed to his head with his finger and roared, I've been under a sword since the beginning. And, anyone could have taken my head with that sword if they wanted to. Do you understand? Could you have allowed such a family to exist if you were me? Disgraceful. But, the Jun family never had any intention to rebel. I know this, and I'm sure that you know this as well. In fact, you always knew. The empress looked at him coldly. In fact, her biting cold glare had been following him as he was walking about. Tian Xiang would have been named for the Jun family if they had ever thought of rising in rebellion. And, it remains the same today. Do you deny this? Can you deny this? But, they are loyal. So, why don't you let them rest easy? Why do you insist on getting rid of them so quickly? Why do I wish to get rid of them so quickly? You've already spoken the most important reason. And, I've acted for that alone. The emperor smiled in a cruel manner. Do you know what it is that you've said? Tian Xiang would have already been named for the Jun family if they had wanted to rebel. Is this not a good reason? Isn't it good enough? You think that I didn't know how loyal the 4 Jun generals were. I know it better than anyone else. These kinds of generals are any ruler's dream, but they're also a nightmare. And, I'm no exception either. We had acquired huge advantages when we were fighting the Shenxi and the Yutang empires. We could have stormed their capitals at any time as long as I or Jun Wuhui wanted it. The war had already reached its final moments. But, I let the dream of a unified land under me go in exchange of defeat, and paid with thousands of casualties. I gave up the lives of Jun Wuhui and Jun Wumeng in those battles to maintain the equilibrium of the tripartite. Do you think that my heart doesn't feel pain inside? I'm even more confused in that case. Why did you let go of the opportunity of a unified the land? Not only did you let that slip, but you were also content to be defeated. Did you lose your mind or something? The Empress was truly puzzled. It was my dream to unify the land under my rule. It was my greatest and most cherished dream besides making you my wife. But, what would have happened after I had unified the entire land? What could I have rewarded the Jun family with after they had used their power to unify the land? The only reward you can give to someone with such martial service, is to make them king. However, the Jun family already had a frightening amount of fiefdom. And, they also had considerable military strength on top of that. This was in addition to their insanely powerful influence throughout the empire. This was equal to creating the most powerful enemy one could have. This was equal to me getting stuck on a road with no exit. And, the Jun family would have revolted if I wouldn't have rewarded them. You didn't let them win because you couldn't reward them. These are extremely ridiculous arguments. The Empress was stunned at first. However, she eventually smiled in mockery. Extremely ridiculous, right? Let me tell you that this wasn't ridiculous. There's nothing ridiculous about it. It isn't ridiculous at all. Do you know that generals need official authorization for sending troops? And, the generals have only half of the authorization on their hands. The other half stays with me. And, one can only mobilize troops after the two halves are joined together. But, did you know what happened at that time? The 4 Jun generals didn't need any authorization to mobilize the troops. They didn't need it to mobilize the troops. The army would plainly follow their orders. Do you know what that meant? I had gone to see off Jun Moxie when he had led an army of 800,000 men 12 years ago. They were as calm and quiet as evil spirits while I was addressing them at the grounds. But, they started to cheer at his signal after I finished. In fact, they did so in coordinated unison. Do you understand? The Emperor's face had become twisted, and he looked ashamed. I don't understand. The Empress shook her head. Their coordinated cheering was rehearsed in advance. And then, everything became quiet after they had stopped cheering. 800,000 men stood there, and yet there was pin-drop silence. Do you know what this means? The Emperor gnashed his teeth as he spoke. Doesn't that mean that the discipline of the troops was very strict under Jun Moxie? You should be happy. Are you saying that you were mad because hundreds of thousands of troops stayed in strict discipline? The Queen was even more confused. Do you still not understand what I mean? Do you know what happened when I gave Jun Moxie my half of the authorization? The muscles on His Majesty's face pulsated. His expression was one of humiliation. The army suddenly started to cheer for him, flags were waved in the air, and the warhorses neighed. It seemed that the world would turn on its head, and the mountains would be devoured by tsunamis, and heaven and earth would become pale. And, that continued for a long time. The golden tripod I stood in front of, vibrated and fell because of the vibrations from their cheering. I was standing on the podium, and I saw the eyes of those 800,000 men as they turned towards Jun Moxie with a fanatical zeal. Each one of their cold weapons had been raised to fill the sky. And, Jun Moxie only made one action during their spell of enthusiasm. And the entire army quietened down in an instant. In fact, there was pin-drop silence. Then, he took the pendant of authorization and held it above. He then turned to the army, and looked at them. His eyes swept over the troops, and not one soldier moved from their place. Do you know that this wasn't even intentional on their part? Then, he turned around to face me, raised the pendant, drew his sword, and started to take an oath. But, the cheers of those 800,000 men were seemingly been cut off by a sword the moment he turned towards them after the oath. In fact, there was complete silence. It was quiet. One could have clearly heard the sound of a water droplet falling to the ground. The dust was still covering the air, yet everything was still on the ground. He didn't need to draw his sword, he didn't need to make a gesture, he had only turned around. One careless look from him, and those 800,000 men had become silent at once. The great and awe-inspiring Jun Moxie. The great awe and inspiring white general. The hearts of the Empress and Princess Ling Meng shook as they listened to this. They could imagine that spectacular scene. The two could imagine the unrivaled greatness of Jun Moxie. And they couldn't help their spirits from becoming excited and fascinated. "I knew you'd think like that. You're a pair of idiots," the Emperor furiously continued. "I was also there at that scene. Where did that place my position? Where does it place our prestige if the soldiers cheered 100 times more for Jun Moxie than they cheered for me? I felt that I would see 800,000 dead bodies lying in an ordered formation if Jun Moxie were to order them to commit suicide. The imperial palace would have probably been reduced to rubble if Jun Moxie had given them an order to lay siege to our palace. He needn't even have given the order, a tiny movement, a careless look, and it would have become our reality." The Empress drew a long breath. She had finally understood where the Emperor's misgivings were coming from. The extent of Jun Moxie's influence was astonishing. His strength was indeed awe-inspiring. However, it was a threat to the Emperor's life. And, things would have remained as such until he had died. Do you understand now? The Emperor smiled bitterly. The Jun family had over 1.5 million men under them. And, the Dugu family's Dugu Wu Di worshipped Jun Moxie. In fact, that Dugu would have followed him blindly. So, they would have combined to have around 1.8 million troops once Dugu Wudi's forces were added to the Jun families. Moreover, the Jun family had people in high places within the city's defense, and, in even higher rankings in the guards. In fact, they were around 200,000 in total. And, the defensive forces also had around 30,000 Jun troops in their ranks. However, the remaining of the nation only had a combined strength of 600,000. That means that the Jun family's strength had surpassed 2 million in total. Moreover, most of them were elite troops who had experienced all kinds of battles. Those who remained behind were inferior. This means that we could only muster 600,000 amateur troops if we were to dispatch an army. And, that is also an optimistic estimate. How do you expect me to be at ease in such a situation? How could I have been at ease? Would you have been at ease if it were you? How could I not know that the Jun family is a good and loyal family? How could I not know that they were so loyal that they could never even think about rebelling? That they would never revolt? But I still had to do it, even if I knew that the Jun family would never rebel. In fact, I had no choice but to do it. The Emperor frowned in pain, because I am the Emperor. And because I can't stand this kind of a threat. No. I don't think that any emperor can ever stand such a thing. Would any emperor have stood and watched such a thing? He had lost the power to mobilize his own troops. However, the 4 Jun generals didn't need any approvals to mobilize the troops. This means that there could have been a transition of power at any time, or any place. The Jun family may not have wanted to rebel, and they may not have thought of a transition of power. But, it doesn't mean that others wouldn't have thought like that either. Do you know that my great ancestor's family was also thought to be loyal during his rise? They had supported the Tianyu dynasty, and had formed its strongest base. But, it was too easy for someone to make him rebel. He only needed one mutiny to make the new emperor. He was pushed on a road from which he couldn't turn back, and became the ruler. I've learnt that from my predecessors. So, do you still think that I'm under naive delusions? Do you wish for me to sit and wait for death? His Majesty's voice was full of grief. Don't you know about this matter as a Morong family descendant? Don't you know about Morong Qianqiu? The Tianyu dynasty was the incomparably splendid predecessor of the Tian Xiang dynasty. The ancestor of the Yang family had a brilliant military career in those days. In fact, it was similar to the frightening career of Jun Moxie's. The Yang family's ancestor had been triumphant in every battle. And he was equally loyal to his king as well. But, Morong Qianqiu was one of the generals under him. And the Murong family's ancestor had persuaded him to commit the unbelievable rebellion. Consequently, they had led the troops in a night attack, and had executed the Tianyu dynasty's king, and the crown prince as well. There was no way to retreat from that unstable massacre. And the Tianxiang Empire of present day had gradually emerged from a mountain of corpses and an ocean of blood. In other words, a big mutiny had led to the rise of the current-day Tianxiang Empire. The assist was provided by the Murong family of that time. And this had led to the Murong family's current position in the latter empire. There was only one Murong Qian Qiu in the days of the great ancestor. But, can you guess how many Murong Qian Qiu were present under the 4 Jun generals? Do you know how many men might have tried to facilitate something like that against us? More importantly, do you know how much more fanatical they were? I'll tell you. There were at least 20 of these men who could have made the Jun family act recklessly. And the Tianxiang Empire would have been done for even if one of them would have stood up. Do you understand it now? Your questions were those of naive clemency. The emperor snarled in a low voice. However, his voice was filled with pain and helplessness. Jun Wuhui was such a talented general. Any ruler would have wanted him to command his troops and fight wars to expand their boundaries. However, I had to exert the entirety of my strength in attempts to get him killed by any means. Do you know how much pain I felt? I am an emperor. How can I not wish to conquer the lands? I'd be king of all the skies, all the land, and all the shores. One order and the whole world would have shuddered. One word, and the whole world would have shuddered. But, have you ever thought that such power and influence was given to the Jun family by your hands alone? How could it have reached such a level if you hadn't given them that authority back then? Moroing Xiao stopped even though she had only spoken half of it. Not give them authority. Right? Right? The Tianxiang Empire was under assault from all sides in those days. Jun Zhantian had been stabbed and wounded. So, he couldn't take charge of the military matters anymore. Dugu Zongheng is a brave man, but he wasn't suitable for that situation. The Yutang Empire had attacked the east with 600,000 men. The Jun Xie Empire had attacked with 500,000 men from the west like lightning. Furthermore, the Ling Shao Empire had attacked with 400,000 men from the southeast, and the Grassland King had attacked with 400,000 cavalrymen from the north. Our empire had been besieged from all sides. I gave Jun Wuhui an order to take 200,000 men. He was supposed to take on Yutang's 600,000 in the east, and the Ling Zhao's 400,000 in the southeast. It was 200,000 against 1,000,000. Jun Wumeng and Jun Wuyi were to face those grassland wolves in the north, and Dugu Wudi and Murong Fengyun were sent with 200,000 to face the 500,000 of the Jun Xie Empire in the west. Such a division of troops had required us to even send most of the soldiers from the defensive formations. And, this had left us with less 10,000 men to guard the capital. Everyone had believed that the Tianxiang Empire was done for. And, I was no exception. There was a wide difference in strength. In fact, it was like a mantis trying to stop chariots that were incoming from all sides. Moreover, the mantis was sitting on its deathbed. But, who would have thought that Jun Wuhui would have such superhuman military talent? He took the lead on the field before the enemy could act, and made a move before them. He then burned the Yutang's forces in 3 months in midwinter. 7,000 miles of mountainous forests were burned down. In fact, the biggest tree in those 7,000 miles of stretch is still no larger than a man's thighs. He then beat Ling Zhao's 400,000 men in 3 months as well. He went forward bravely, and took 19 cities in that campaign. Moreover, he even made use of the prisoners he had captured, and somehow increased his army's size to 800,000. Consequently, he annihilated Ling Zhao's forces, and destroyed their danger in the south. Then, he pounced on the Yutang forces at the border. The successive battles were won by systematic attacks. And, the reputation of the Great White General never fell one notch. And Jun Meng and Jun Yi didn't wish to be left behind by their elder brother either. They fought the wolves of the grassland in the north. They turned a disadvantageous situation around, and made it an equal one with their systematic strategies. They eventually expelled him, and entered right into the prairie grasslands. And, don't forget that Jun Yi was only 19 at the time. But, his clothes were already covered with many layers of blood. Blood flowed wherever he went, and heads rolled. They started calling him the Blood General, due to his achievements. His murderous aura was the densest in the land. Jun Meng was cold-hearted, and maintained strict discipline. He ran a very tightly functioning army. He rarely spoke, and his word was law. He moved swiftly and decisively, and slaughtered each captive in every fight. He didn't leave a single living soul behind. He was called the Bloody God of Battle. The population of the prairie grassland was reduced considerably, and it hasn't reinstated till this day. In fact, they don't dare to attack recklessly in the face of my imperial forces anymore. The fame of those 4 Jun generals spread everywhere after that. They had fought on all sides, and still hadn't lost. The Jun family's fighting prowess became increasingly well known. The fame of the White General, the Bloody God of Battle, and the Blood General started to resound everywhere. And, I wasn't able to curtail their military power even after a few years had passed. The entire world knew of the 4 Jun family generals, but not many could remember the ruler of the Tianxiang Empire. The Jun family could raise the entire country, or even areas thousands of miles beyond Tianxiang. In fact, they could rally the entire world. His Majesty said this, and let out a long sigh. Tough situations bring out the heroes. These are truly wise words. The families in Tianxiang were providing long memorial tablets to Jun Wuhui in just 3.5 years. Jun Wuhui and his brothers became living gods of war throughout the Xian continent. They were shrouded in eternal glory as they became legends. However, legends like these 3 men are 3 extremely sharp swords as far as I'm concerned. Moreover, they were swords which were hanging over my head. The entire country celebrated after the crisis ended. But, our treasuries were exhausted, and the economy was growing with difficulty. However, the imperial troops were witnessing an unprecedented heyday. The empire's territory had also expanded to a brilliant degree. We looked boldly at the rest of the world, and no hero could dare to look us in the eye. The oceans became quiet for some time, and the foreign aggressions died down. But, there was a crisis in my ear now. And, it was arriving very quickly. I was sure that the one to sit on the throne during Tianxiang's peaceful period was either Jun Tian or Jun Wuhui. It certainly wasn't me. That's because Tianxiang wouldn't necessarily be Tianxiang when that time would arrive. Princess Ling Meng was burning with anger as she listened in from the side. Countless people had mentioned Jun Wuhui's military successes to her. But, her heart had been stirred upon listening to her high and mighty father speaking of the splendid glory of those days. He was such a heroic man. Jun Wuhui. And, Jun Moxie is the sole remaining descendant of this glorious and splendid hero. I understand, and even acknowledge your misgivings now. But, your plans went beyond Jun Wuhui, Jun Meng, and Jun Yi. Why did they have to include Jun Mou and Jun Mocho? The Empress's voice belied some understanding. But, she still wasn't completely clear. So, her voice was still sharp. They were only children at that time. Moreover, they were the sons of someone who had done excellent service for Tianxiang. How could your heart and conscience endure that? Jun Mou and Jun Mocho were young, but they were already fledgling talented commanders. They had become popular within the ranks in a few battles alone, and their prestige had reached extremely great heights. What would have happened if such talented generals were to find out that I was the one who had planned to get their father and uncles killed? What would they have done to me? I had already turned my back on the Jun family once. So, why wouldn't I have done it again? I would renounce the entire world if we were in danger. In fact, there's no one that I wouldn't turn on. The emperor flashed a smile of gloom. Moreover, there were next to no hostilities around at this point of time. The Yutang and the Shenxi empires had been pushed back, and they were suing for peace. So, I was worried that there wouldn't be a fog of war anymore. Therefore, I took advantage of the fact that they still hadn't spread their wings properly. And, I removed them. However, there was another reason. I had only given a slight nudge in getting those Jun family's members killed. But, the ones to kill them were from the Silver Blizzard City. They were the Shao family's people. Not me. What an excellent justification. You're truly shameless. The Empress sneered, but, you still didn't let the Jun family go. You suppressed them further, even after you had done so many things. The only people who remained in a family that could have once shaken the heavens, were an old man, a cripple, and a debauchee. But, you still didn't let them off. Why's that? What great justification do you have for doing such a thing? Why? You're asking me why? The emperor's eyes had opened big and wide. He looked at her like she was some strange creature. You're still asking me this question. You still don't know. I really don't know. They were the family of a great general. Moreover, they were a family of heroes who had saved the Tianxiang Empire, and posed no challenge to you anymore. But, you've suppressed them, and made them suffer for so many years without ever stopping. I don't understand why you've been doing this. Is this the so-called heart of an emperor? The man doesn't bear you, but you bear the man. The Empress's expression had become even colder. Because I'm also a man. Do you understand? The Emperor snarled in a low voice. My conscience becomes uneasy every time I face Jun Zhantian. Then, I'm filled with guilt. Do you understand guilt? I feel that I've let him down. I've let the entire Jun family down. So, I feel pain and guilt every time I face him. But, things would be better if all of them were dead. My guilt will vanish if they died. Do you understand this? I understand everything you've said. But, couldn't I turn against the Jun family again if I had already done it once before? I was in danger with myself, my own heart. I had to live in this world. And, who could have lived my actions? I killed my own benefactors. I killed the heroes of the empire. But, I had to find some means to pacify my conscience. The Empress remained silent. Then, she started to mutter one thing in a loop: conscience, 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 conscience explains everything. This is the first time I've heard this. Even you are a human. Even you have a conscience. This is nice to hear. She then chuckled and sneered before she spoke up. Then, why don't you continue to oppress the Jun family now? Why are you defending them this time? Hasn't your conscience been stirring your heart anymore? You've been oppressing them for such a long time. And, you can finally exterminate them by using this depravity of Jun Moxie's. Isn't this your cherished dream? So, what has made you change so much? It's because the Jun family. I don't understand it properly. I can't dare to rush in. Who is this powerful person that backs the Jun family? The emperor frowned in a dignified manner. There was an expression of slight confusion on his face. Will that person interfere if I try to exterminate the Jun family? The Dongfang family had once thrown 300 heads inside the imperial palace to avenge Jun Wuhui's death. But, they only had a suspicion on me back then. However, I don't even have the Silver City to use as pretense at this time. So, how can I annihilate the Jun family? So, you're afraid. And, it's not because you care for them, the Empress sneered. You had entrapped and slaughtered a loyal general because you were afraid. And, you can't do anything now either. In fact, you can only compromise because you're afraid, right? Compromise. How is this, compromise? The emperor became enraged. Why are my actions always so unbearable to your eyes? Why can't you stand where I do? and look at things from my point of view. Why can't you act as a ruler and weigh the matters of the world? The gaze of the emperor of the world is always shameless. The empress's face was cold. I admire your opinion on conscience. How thick a skin do you need to have such big conscience? I'm shocked at your amazing planning. And, I truly admire how shameless your frame of mind is, and how you can keep calm. I particularly worship your emperor's aura. But, I've seen the congealed ugliness of society now. Anyway, I'm quite tired now. So, can you see yourself out? I've always thought that you knew me well. But, I've always been wrong. In fact, you don't know me at all, the emperor said sadly. Hundreds of people will die if the Jun family is exterminated. But, how many millions will die if it's the Tianxiang Empire in their place? The rise of a dynasty isn't about the emergence of a great general alone. But, how can the sacrifice and helplessness of an emperor be measured with common sense? I can tolerate a ruler's ambition and ruthlessness. I can even bear his willingness to use both fair means and foul. I can also tolerate a ruler if he mercilessly slaughters everyone in the land to unify it under their command. But, I don't care about a ruler who acts in a selfish, shameless, and vulgar manner. I don't care what he achieves. Such a ruler will be nothing more than trash in my eyes. In fact, he wouldn't be any different in my eyes even if he was an emperor for eternity. The empress stared expressionless. Her expression was ice-cold as she spoke downheartedly. You've already said that I'm the person you love the most. You targeted the Yi family because of me. So, I was the goal when you talked of this. But, this matter with the Jun family is because of your dark heart, especially the fact that you didn't let them off afterwards. I'm only a woman, and I can't do a thing. I've asked myself, and I genuinely can't do a thing. And, I know that I won't have a chance to leave the palace since you've said these things to me today. Isn't that right? The empress calmly raised her head. And, she was still as calm when she looked at him. However, the emperor didn't face her. You wouldn't have told me so much today otherwise. And then, I've gone to the Jun household so many times, haha. It's like you had suspected, it had never stopped. But, let me warn you. The empress raised her head, and a sharp light radiated around her eyes. The air also became a little colder as she said, Yi Gu Han. The emperor's body trembled. He had finally realized why the empress was responding to him that day. It was because Yi Gu Han was sheltered in the Jun household at this time. I hope that you don't harm him. He's crippled. He doesn't have anything. He already had nothing before, but he's only surviving on Xian's strength now. The empress' tone was hollow as she looked at that gorgeous palace with an empty expression. She seemed lifeless. But, he still has you. He has your heart. The emperor let out a mind-tearing and lung-splitting roar. My heart had died 18 years ago, the empress replied dully. I don't care if my body dies as well. And, takes your heart too. The emperor stumbled backwards. A messenger eunuch reported at this moment, Your Majesty, a message has arrived from the southern heaven. Come in. The emperor was quiet for a long time. He had a hand on his forehead, and his face belied his defeat and frustration. It remained as such for a while. Then, he spoke up like a toddler who was learning to speak, send it in. He extended his hand and unwinded the thread which rolled the paper in place. Then, he slowly opened it and gave it a look. However, his pupils shrunk as he looked at the letter, and his eyes suddenly resembled the sharp ones of a hawk. In fact, it seemed that the opened letter was like his greatest enemy. His hands trembled, and the piece of paper floated to the ground. However, the emperor's hands were still positioned like they held the letter in place. His eyes had also become somewhat dull and motionless. In fact, it seemed that he had been struck by lightning. He then suddenly felt dizzy, and swayed a bit. In fact, he almost fell down. Then, he slowly looked down, and picked up the letter. He then gave it another read in a serious manner, and sighed. However, the emperor still wasn't convinced of a single word he had read on the letter. He swayed as his face became deathly pale, and the letter again dropped down like a dead leaf in an autumn wind. Only he didn't pick it up this time. The content on that piece of paper was the same as the letters every other family had received. However, this letter was a lot more detailed. There were a few lines which had attracted the emperor's sight more than the others. Jun Moxie fought Xiao Buyu alone. Xiao Buyu killed himself in shame. It's suspected that Jun Moxie's strength has reached the level of a great master. Jun Moxie questioned about the matter of the past. And Xiao Buyu mentioned the Blood Sword Hall as a matter of coincidence. Jun Wuyi's legs have recovered. He fought Xiao Han and won. And Jun Moxie has completely crippled Xiao Han. The eighth great master from the grasslands, the solitary falcon, is currently with the Jun family. Level of a great master. Blood Sword Hall. Solitary falcon. Jun Moxie. The emperor muttered these few words in a strange voice. The Jun family, the Jun family, the emperor gave a long sigh. There was a profound expression in his eyes as he closed them, and said tiredly, "I regret it. I shouldn't have shown such clemency at that time. And now I've to suffer for it." His voice was hoarse. In fact, it had trembled somewhat. He hurriedly walked out after that. However, he suddenly tripped at the door. He staggered violently as a result, and fell flat on his face. His guards rushed to help him in that pitiful situation, but he had already stood up before they arrived. He looked deep into the sky. It was then that something flashed in his mind. So, he turned around and focused on Princess Ling Meng's face. After that, his figure disappeared. Only mother and daughter remained in the Empress's quarters. And, they were only left to look at each other in dismay. Princess Ling Meng shuddered as she took 2 steps and picked up the open letter from the ground. However, it seemed as if that piece of paper somehow weighed more than 1,000 kgs for her. She hated herself in this moment. Why did she have to hear so many secrets? This had been a huge blow to the princess. In fact, it was something she couldn't bear. She had finally started to see a glimmer of happiness during these past days. However, her father had spoken so many things, and had smashed this state of happiness in its entirety. She suddenly felt empty as a result, and couldn't lighten up anymore. So, she looked at her mother, but was only left to discover that the Empress's expression was the same as her own. The mother and daughter looked at each other, and became aware of the other's despair. The two snuggled together, and read the letter. However, the Empress's expression belied her conundrum after they had read it. She didn't know whether she ought to laugh or cry. She then sighed in helplessness, and spoke a sentence with profound sadness and loneliness. Princess Ling Meng resembled a frightened deer and was left to tremble after she heard what her mother had said. She powerlessly stumbled to the ground, and her eyes were brimming with fear and desperation. That's because the Empress had said, "Heavenly sin, it's like, we've sinned, and can't live anymore. We can't survive anymore. This happened too quickly. It's heaven's will. It's retribution. Jun Moxie. Jun Wuyi. Tian Xiang, is finished." The young master Jun was traveling throughout the journey after being flushed with success as far as the others were concerned. But, he was quite disturbed in reality. It could even be said that he staggered with each step. He was constantly shocked, his eyes had thistles and thorns under them, and they were filled with desolation. It seemed as if they had been bruised by the many vicissitudes he had suffered. Too many strange events had accompanied the young master on this journey. In fact, it could even be said that a unique expert had been playing pranks on the young master throughout the journey. And, this had left the young master to feel extremely vexed. Moreover, he couldn't guard against it, and, he couldn't hide against it. In fact, there wasn't any place to hide. One excessive example of these inconceivable events was, he was riding with his men one day. However, the skies suddenly filled with a murder of crows. Then, all of them decided to relieve themselves at once. This was already very unreasonable in itself. But, the matter still wasn't finished. And, that's because the men weren't affected by this onslaught. Moreover, the crows had been extremely accurate. So, the only ones to get soaked were Jun Moxie and his horse. No normal person could have ever imagined that a murder of crows would relieve themselves together when they were flying overhead. The young Master Jun could also be considered a normal person in this regard. So, he had never imagined that such a thing either. And, was hence at a loss. The awful stench soared to the skies, and left everyone with a desire to vomit. Wasn't the young master a shit person now? And then, he was happily eating rice during mealtime. He was surrounded by his soldiers. He had finished most of his bowl when a living cockroach crawled out of it. These things could somehow be explained away as coincidences if they had happened once, even if they were extremely strange and uncanny. But, could it still be called a coincidence, after it had happened for the second, the third, or even the fourth time? However, things still didn't end there. After all, the shit person obviously wanted to get clean. So, he went to the river and cleaned himself with great difficulty. But, his clean clothes were gone when he got ashore. He tried to look for them for a long time. He was obviously naked that entire time. He didn't even notice where that sludge of mud was thrown at him from. He obviously had to go back to the river to clean himself again as a result. The timing of these strange occurrences was extremely ingenious as well. In fact, they gave the target next to no time to react. And, even someone with superhuman reflexes like Jun Moxie could only hide for a bit. But, he was still being fiddled with most of the time. Jun Moxie considered the facts. The earth stayed still and flat when the entire army marched over it. But, it caved in with me and the horse when I rode over it. This incident obviously had too big a sign written all over it. But, what kind of strength and talent could create such a pitfall so quickly? He hadn't even been sleeping in the tent at nights. That's because, he would find brightly colored snakes within his undergarments when he'd wake up and put on his clothes in the morning. It had to be said that the young master would have been helpless if it weren't for the protection of the Hongjun Pagoda and Yin Yang escape. However, Jun Moxie's countermeasures and reactions made the party arranging these mischief look at him with admiration. After all, anyone else would have had a nervous breakdown in the face of these events. But, Jun Moxie had somehow managed to seem lively. In fact, even his complexion hadn't become downcast. He went to wash himself in the river when he got dirty. However, he didn't try to look for his clothes this time. Instead, he disappeared from there, bare butt. It was obvious that no one knew where he had disappeared to. So, they merely scratched their heads and stared wide-eyed. He stopped eating the rice during the morning meals. In fact, he didn't even eat from the big wok. The young master roasted the snake meat instead. Moreover, he ate it with relish. Even his personal soldiers ate it till their fill. It would be such a pity to waste such a fat snake, and, this left the onlooking snake king to gnash her teeth with explosive sounds. The crows also flew over his head again. However, he struck them down when they were still afar. They weren't good as food. But, they were still a hunter's game. And, game is a game. The pitfalls also appeared on the road again. And, the target still went down. But, it was only the horse that went down this time around, not the man who rode it. It seemed that Jun Moxie had continued to suffer losses throughout the journey in this one-of-a-kind battle. But, he still seemed to have a bellyful of appetite for these fights. And thus, the journey progressed in this manner. However, the people causing these mischiefs were left enraged. How can a lone person be so strong mentally? How are his mental defenses so powerful? Will he endure this to death? However, Jun Moxie had lived in a very nasty environment in his previous life. He had been through many experiences which had been far more dangerous than these one. Anyway, this was merely mischief. it obviously wasn't a question of life or death. So, this situation was far from the near-death experiences he had been through in the past. In fact, the young master felt a long-lost warm, amiable, and happy feeling even after these pranks. However, this left Mei Shuiyan and Mei Qian to look at each other helplessly. Can such a freak exist among the ranks of men? After all, any other person would have been looking for a tree to hang from in the face of these pranks. Jun Moxie had resolved most of the matter that surrounded the Xiao family. Therefore, most of this evil charms had subsided as far as that matter was concerned. However, the aura of his charms had still been growing around his body over the course of this journey. In fact, they had been becoming increasingly dense. But, this increase in his aura was accompanied by a proportionately dulling look in his eyes. This change was surely very contradictory in nature. However, it only added an indescribable evil charm to his personality. This was the charisma of Jun Moxie from his previous life. This was the charisma of someone who'd look askance at the world, and would look down on all creation. It was the same then. It was the same now. Dugu Xiaoyi looked at Jun Moxie, and couldn't make it out properly. Jun Moxie had seldom gone to the girls' area after he had beaten the Xiao family. He had mostly stuck with the men instead. Guan Qinghan could still remain calm, but Dugu Xiaoyi couldn't contain herself. So, she'd regularly run to see Jun Moxie. But, her efforts didn't produce any results. It was because Jun Moxie had been truly disappearing during these days. He didn't spend much time outside. Instead, the young master spent most of it inside the Hongjun Pagoda, and would focus of his efforts to promote his cultivation. The clenched fist is the greatest argument in this world. Jun Moxie wanted to replace the sword which Jun Wuyi had used with one of the 9 divine swords he had forged. But, Jun Wuyi didn't agree to it. He said that the sword he was currently using was fine, and he was satisfied with it. But, he was mainly attached to that sword because this was the weapon he had used to defeat Xiao Han. That sword had cleansed the greatest shame of Jun Wuyi's life. So, he would treasure it even if it was merely a scrap of iron. Moreover, hadn't this sword also been forged with Jun Moxie's turning iron into wonderful gold technique? Its quality may not have been as good as the 9 swords Jun Moxie had forged later, but it was still an extremely rare and divine weapon in the eyes of the mortal world. Jun Moxie understood this feeling very well. So, he didn't insist further. Moreover, the quality of the weapon wasn't always the final parameter. After all, it was also important to find the perfect man for the sword. A man and a sword which suit each other well had the potential to take their abilities to great heights. Jun Wuyi wasn't the only one who was like that. The young master also nourished his divine weapon, the blood of yellow flame. Men have souls, and swords have spirits. And, things could only work in perfect sync if the two had a deep connection. Jun Moxie wasn't aware of any sword spirits or their legends. But, he also believed that divine weapons which could cleave iron like it was clay must have some spirits within them. Perhaps it depended on the swordsman's psychology. For instance, a swordsman mustn't deserve to hold a sword if he didn't feel any connection to it, even if it were made of the best metals. Therefore, Jun Moxie would use that golden method to tune his mind's reaction to the sword's movements. He would also try to experience and understand the sword. After all, that sword was the only companion which would never betray him. People could change, and people could betray. But, the sword would never do it, never. It could only accompany its master forever, until the sword broke, or the man died. Jun Moxie had even felt his sword tremble once they had reached close to the Tianxiang city. It was because it had sensed ruthless and bloody events lying ahead. In fact, it seemed as if it thirsted for slaughter. That kind of faint murderous intention had also triggered Jun Moxie's murderous aura. And, his aura had also started to become denser as his sword's intention became stronger. His face had become increasingly still. His expression had become increasingly demonic, while his heart had started to beat more violently. The men and horses circled a mountain. Jun Moxie and Jun Wei gazed at the small mountain in unison. It was that same mountain by chance. This was where Jun Moxie had slaughtered the Blood Sword Hall to loot the crossbows. But, he now knew that his actions hadn't been unjust. After all, the Blood Sword Hall had been the Jun family's enemy this entire time. Even their deaths can't absolve their crimes. The road ahead seemed empty. However, Tianzhang City's walls could be faintly seen in the moonlight if one were to raise their head and look. Jun Moxie's narrowed eyes lit up with sharp flashes of light. It was like a sleeping god of death had suddenly opened his eyes and his large malevolent mouth. His murderous aura rose with an explosion, and surged forth in a tyrannical manner. The god of death had opened his eyes. The king of hell looked, and the king of evil focused. This journey has been long, but I will finally see who has been creating this chaos and gossip in Tianxiang City. Jun Moxie's sword half drew itself out of the scabbard with a loud screech after it sensed his murderous aura. It glistened brightly and clearly in the light, it looked very threatening. It appeared as if those bright clouds that were tinged with sunset had suddenly descending onto the world. Or, as if the ruler of heaven and earth had suddenly opened his cold and murderous eyes. The ruler looked down on the common people as he overlooked the whole world. It seemed that he would confront the upcoming tides of chaos, and he would show no quarter as he prepared to slaughter in a maddened frenzy. This murderous aura pierced straight into Tianxiang. The men around Jun Moxie felt the arrival of a terrible, awe-inspiring, and frightening power beside them. It took them a moment to realize what had come to happen. However, they discovered that Jun Moxie had already left their side by then. In fact, he had walked 30 meters ahead. Moreover, these iron-blooded soldiers, these veterans of hundreds of wars were finding it hard to endure Jun Moxie's aura at this moment. Even the profoundly strong Mei Shuiyan opened her eyes flabbergasted. She then looked at that man's sword, and frowned. The others wouldn't have thought much of it. But, she could sense that the sword was every bit as powerful and awe-inspiring as the man who wielded it. This man and his sword can make for two very formidable opponents. And, the two of them could easily pose a huge threat to me when combined. How can this be? That is only a sword, and nothing more. It may be unique in its quality, and it may be unrivaled in its sharpness. But, it's still an inanimate object. So, why is it giving me such a strange feeling? In fact, that sword seems more dangerous than Jun Moxie. The army set up camp 15 kilometers away from Tianxiang City. This was a custom. The army mustn't enter the imperial city at once after it had returned triumphant. They would receive their orders, and the high-ranking generals would enter the city first. The rest of the army would only be allowed to return to their barracks later. Jun Moxie moved to the front of the army at once. They heard a loud screech. This strange sound had sourced from the flagpole of the carriage beside them. The flag was hoisted to flutter in the wind as a result. However, there was a whooshing sound after that, and the flagpole suddenly sprouted half as many more. In fact, it seemed as if a sharp sword had pierced the heavens. This was a very strange thing. So, it was obvious that the men who saw it were left dumbstruck. But, no one dared to ask why when they sensed that restrained but tyrannical aura that was emanating from Jun Moxie. It seemed like Jun Moxie was a volcano which had remained dormant for thousands of years. However, this volcano was about to erupt soon. Suddenly, a loud bugle sounded inside Tianxiang City. The drawbridge fell down, and a group of riders suddenly rode out with a thunderous sound. Two huge banners were also dropped down from the walls on either side of the gate. On the left marked, the divine power of the Blood General. On the right marked, victorious from the southern heaven city. Then, an ordered troop of men came out following the first group of riders. This was the official ceremonial honors to receive a triumphant general. The first group of riders drew closer with a thunderous sound. However, they didn't decrease their speed. In fact, they rode with increasing swiftness. But, Jun Woo couldn't help but smile at the sight of the man in front. It has been a long time since we've met, Dugu Wu Di. Jun Woo knew that this was a suicide mission when he had gone to war. But, he had returned hale and healthy, and was finally meeting his friend after a long time. So, he smiled and moved forward to meet him. But then, he noticed that something was wrong. He couldn't help but be stunned by this realization, and was forced to rein his horse. He saw that the Dugu family's General Dugu Wu Di was riding forth with his two large sons and nephews. In fact, one could see that General Dugu's hedgehog quills-like beard was quivering like a young dragon's as they got closer. His eyes were opened wide like round bells, and it seemed as if he could shoot fire out of them. It seemed like the horses won't stop until the man had arrived. However, this man suddenly gave a loud roar at this time. Dugu Chong, Dugu Shang, Dugu Qian, come the fu k out you three bastards. His voice shook everything like thunder, and, Dugu Shao you come out quickly too. Arg. You've angered me as well. Listening to this roar was enough to tell that General Dugu was extremely mad. In fact, it was evident that he was unable to restrain his rage. Dugu Chong, Dugu Shang, Dugu Qian, the three members of the Dugu families, heroes and legends bravely rushing forward, felt like their souls had flown away in fear after they listened to Dugu Wu Di's loud roar. The three brothers had calculated their actions beforehand, and were happy with it. They had thought that they would enter the city, receive their orders, and would then flee to the western front to seek shelter under their fathers and uncles. They obviously knew that they couldn't return home. After all, their skin would be flayed in case they did. But, they hadn't expected that Dugu Wu Di would come forth to catch them outside. And, that too with such speed. The three looked at each other in dismay for a moment, and started to tremble when they saw the terror in the other's eyes. So, they dejectedly came out after dilly-dallying for a while. They had obviously realized that hiding wouldn't be good for their cause. However, they resembled defeated troops, and were emanating an aura of defeat on their personas. I'll deal with you three wretched disgraces. Dugu Wu Di's eyes were opened wide as he panted hoarsely and called out. He raised his horsewhip. I had sent you three to watch over your little sister, right? Huh. Are the three of you just good for looking like giant bears on a battlefield? Damn it. Why don't you eat hot shit? You don't like living. Why don't you go to hell then? My Dugu family would be well if it rids itself of you good-for-nothing losers. There was no nonsense, only a crack of the horsewhip. However, the three burly youngsters stood there motionless. In fact, they even winked and pulled faces at each other. We foresaw that we would be whipped. So, we wore armor under our clothes. Anyway, everything will be fine as long as he doesn't tell us by looking at our faces. Hee hee. Dugu Xiaoyi. Why haven't you come out, you filthy little girl? You can hide for a while, but can you hide forever? Come out quickly, and face me. Dugu Wu Di cracked his whip twice in front of the crowd. He then threw it aside, and screamed like a black bear. The ceremonial guards had also arrived by that time. In fact, their front was almost upon Dugu Wu Di. Daddy, this daughter has missed you a lot. Dugu Xiaoyi slowly walked out from the army. In fact, each step she took, was unusually slow. You. General Dugu shot one glance at her. Then, everything went dark before his eyes, and he fell to the ground. Dugu Wu Di's eyes opened wide as he became stupefied. He then raised his trembling finger, you. He couldn't even say half a word more for a long while. Suddenly, there was the sound of something falling as he tumbled down with a thump, and lay sprawled on his back. He was in a pitiful position, but he still strained his neck and turned his eyes to look at his daughter. However, he couldn't believe it even after getting an eyeful of her. Jun Moxie was also left shocked at the sight of it. In fact, his eyes had ferociously popped outwards. What's this? What's happening here? As for Dugu Chong, Dugu Shang and Dugu Qian, the eyes of the three brothers had also nearly popped out of their sockets. They saw Dugu Xiaoyi holding her belly as she walked in a careful manner. Her body looked very bloated. This was the figure of a pregnant woman who had suffered a lot of hardships, and was nearing her time of labor. In fact, it seemed like she wouldn't even be able to see her toes if she looked down. This girl's body was slender until yesterday. In fact, she would have been blown away with a gust of wind. So, how come she has such a big belly now? This is too great a speed. Anyway, her belly wouldn't have become so big even if she had become pregnant in October and was on the eve of childbirth. Not to mention that we didn't even do it. Anyway, her belly wouldn't have become so big this fast even if we had done it, right? This little girl is too bold. Jun Moxie didn't know whether to laugh or cry for a moment. It turns out that this girl has resorted to this final trick now. Jun Moxie laughed, but he also suddenly felt a bit touched. This girl's move was undoubtedly willful and troublesome. But, it also showed that she truly and wholeheartedly loved Jun Moxie. In fact, it seemed that her affection had reached a point where the situation didn't matter to her. I don't care what the cost is. I love Jun Moxie. And, I want to marry Jun Moxie. Her ways of handling matters was very similar to that of the young masters. The young master would also do what he wished. He would never care about what the others would think or say. The little girl had also ignored everything else out of her love for him. The two of them weren't mirror images, but they had a lot of similarities. Therefore, one could imagine what that little girl must have had to bear when she decided to come out like this in front of the huge army at the gates of Tianxiang City. After all, she was the only girl in the third generation of a family as influential as the Dugu family. What would happen to her reputation? The little girl wasn't foolish, nor was it that she didn't know the consequences. But, she had still done it without any hesitation. She was acting willfully, but this also showed her determination to follow the young master even though he'd have to face the criticisms of Tianxiang. This act was ridiculous, but it said to Jun Moxie, I will accompany you, no matter how much I have to suffer for it. You won't be alone. You will never be alone. Because you will always have me. The corners of Jun Moxie's callous mouth suddenly became soft. His heart had been moved by the acts of that silly and naive Dugu Xiaoyi. The affections of that little girl were this strong, how else could one regard her? Xiaoyi, you. I. It's a sin. It's a sin. I will hammer it. Where's the... Dugu Wudi hit his head with a slam. The magnificent general's eyes and nose had started to run. He shouted out, yet no one answered. He shouted again, but it didn't work. Daddy. Don't be like this. Dugu Xiaoyi became anxious, and forgot that she was supposed to be pregnant. She quickly rushed towards her father without thinking. She obviously hadn't had much practice with her props. So, it was quite likely that the stuffing would fall out if she was to try and cover distances at a running speed. Stop. You, don't move, you foolish girl, you'll cause a disaster. Dugu Wudi turned pale with fright and jumped up. He wasn't even able to grieve properly, and was left to extend his arms to stop her instead. He then spoke nervously, Don't move, the fetus will be in trouble. Dugu Xiaoyi quickly came to herself, and realized the condition she was supposedly in. She obviously couldn't run or jump in this condition. So, she stopped her dash. And, her hands cautiously reached for her belly in fear that the stuffing had come out. Then, she faced upwards and walked awkwardly like a penguin as she lovingly said, Don't get angry, Daddy. Your daughter is unworthy. But, I'll be a mama. And, you'll be a grandpa, you should be happy, not mad. I'm not angry. I'm not angry. I should be happy. I should be happy, ah. Dugu Wudi hoarsely gasped for air. However, his beady eyes were blue with anger. And, his heart was hammering in his chest as he resisted bursting with fury. Then, he used his finger to poke at his daughter's belly, some of it was with malice, while some of it was in excitement. Who? General Dugu had fathered many children. So, he had seen women carrying children. Therefore, it was unusual that he was fooled so easily. After all, the little girl had left home only a few months ago. Therefore, his daughter's body shouldn't have gotten so big this early even if she was pregnant. However, the first impression of his daughter's act was so strong that he simply ignored this elementary fact. Hick. What, who? Dugu Xiaoyi was stunned. Her eyes turned as round as saucers as she asked. Dugu Wudi nearly vomited blood. He trembled as he looked at Dugu Xiaoyi. The man nearly sobbed blood and burst his liver as he roared, I'm asking, whose child is it? Whose? Oh, this. Dugu Xiaoyi bashfully hung her head, and replied in a low voice, who else could it be? Brother Moxie. Ah. Dugu Wudi panted with anger. He had been prepared, but seeing his treasured daughter appear in front of him with that big belly had suddenly made the general lose himself. He clenched his teeth and stamped his feet. He then faced upwards and roared, Jun Moxie. I will castrate you. Jun Moxie stood amidst the troops. However, his soul was left to tremble when he heard this. Huh? Castrate me? On what basis? Your daughter drugged me, and left me to hover between life and death. Yet, you want to castrate me. Isn't this injustice? What are you saying, Daddy? Dugu Xiaoyi stamped her feet, and her face reddened. Her small hands covered her ears as she summoned her courage to open her mouth. She hadn't experienced the intimacy of a relation between a man and woman, but she understood what castration meant. So, she obviously wasn't happy about it. Don't stamp your foot, don't stamp your foot. Dugu Wudi jumped up with urgency. He madly scratched his head, My dearest, your body supports 2 lives. So, it won't be able to handle big movements. Please be careful. The ceremonial guards finally rushed up panting at this time. They turned to Jun Wuyi and waved a marquee, Imperial Edict. Jun Wuyi will receive Imperial Edict. I'll take your grandma's mouth. Dugu Wudi stamped his feet. He had a belly full of anger, but nowhere to vent it. And, that's when he heard the court eunuch speak. Dugu Wudi's anger had covered his ears like heavy clouds shroud a mountain top with mist. So, he wasn't able to hear what the eunuch had proclaimed. He suddenly erupted like a volcano, kicked out, and cursed, curse your family to the 18th generation. Screw your grandma's thighs. Can't you see I'm busy? I'll tear your grandma's mouth right up to her ass till she calls me uncle. The court eunuch heard these curses as he flipped 10 times in the sky like a roasting fish. Then, his body made a squishy sound as he fell to the ground. He gave out a squeak, and became unconscious immediately after. The imperial edict he had held wasn't very fortunate either, and fell into a puddle with a splash. The water obviously didn't care whether it was an imperial edict or not. It drenched it with a murmur, and left the writing on it to become hazy. Everyone's eyeballs hopped in disorder. No one had ever seen anyone beat an imperial envoy, not since antiquity. Moreover, Dugu Wudi had cursed so bizarrely and fluently that they turned their heads several times in order to understand the curses he had hurled. This imperial envoy had been very unlucky. After all, the reward being bestowed upon Jun Wue wasn't small. So, it could be considered that Jun Wue would have rewarded him as well. In fact, he had been dreaming of getting rich. But, how could he have expected to be kicked on the face out of the blue? Therefore, he was still confused with regard to the turn of events when he lost consciousness. In fact, he didn't even know what offense he had committed. Jun Wue had looked on when the imperial envoy was coming over. He was dressed in his proper general's attire. After all, it was necessary for him to be prepared to receive this decree in style. However, Jun Moxie then saw that the imperial envoy was suddenly kicked away. He had only heard the envoy speak, Jun Moxie will receive an imperial edict, Ak. The third master Jun stared blankly at Dugu Wudi for a long while at first. Then, he sighed and spoke up, elder brother Dugu, you've charged into disaster with this. I charged into disaster. Brother Wu-Yi, This guy isn't good. Dugu Wudi didn't get what Jun Wu-Yi had said. So, he glared and shouted, your nephew attacked and raped. I can never stand him. Where's that bastard Jun Moxie? Come to me. Show yourself and die by my hands. There was a clatter of hooves, and young Master Jun moved out of the crowd atop his horse. His lips were red, his teeth were white, and his facial features looked handsome and elegant. His graceful bearing made him look extremely cultured. Jun Moxie. You little bastard. Arg, arg. Dugu Wudi's eyes reddened as he pounced. But, Jun Moxie evaded with a whooshing sound, and stood on top of a flagpole twice or thrice his size. Then, he jumped down the flagpole with a brushing sound, and moved to the top of a dozens of feet tall flagpole with another brushing sound. He then spoke, You, what are you doing? I have nothing to do with this matter. You check again and speak. You're going crazy. But, at least find a proper target to get mad at. The flagpole was too high. General Dugu's skill sets were surely good, but he couldn't jump that high. And, the flexible flagpole wouldn't have been able to support his big and burly body if he had jumped on top of it. So, he could only stand under the flagpole and become angry upon hearing Jun Moxie's remarks, What? You have nothing to do with it. Who else would? Fu *k, I should understand this matter better. You've ruined my daughter's innocence, and you're not even ready to admit it. And, I should understand better. Dugu Wudi trebled with rage. So, grabbed Jun Moxie's flagpole with his hands, and shook it violently. Consequently, Jun Moxie was left to whirl around like a trapeze artist atop that pole. General Dugu was furious, but he was still somewhat in his sense. Otherwise, breaking the staff with his amazing strength wouldn't have been out of the ordinary. Dugu Wudi's words were very fierce. But, even his own heart hadn't reconciled with them for the sake of his daughter's lifetime of happiness. Daddy! Dugu Xiaoyi wiped her tears and jumped, Why are you making such a scene? Your daughter. I'm ashamed to see this. I don't want to live, boo-hoo. Dugu Wudi jumped scared, and hastily let go off the flagpole. His face suddenly became sullen and nervous, Dear Xiaoyi. Don't fidget. You'll injure my grandchild, you shouldn't get angry you know. Dugu Xiaoyi's face had reddened since her father was still twisting at the pole, and wasn't ready to let go. She then said angrily, You still haven't let him down. What will you do if he falls from such height and gets hurt? Dugu Wudi rolled his eyes. He thought. This brat is at the first level of the Sky Xian realm. And, he's far more powerful in comparison. So, how can he fall and get injured? However, he could only speak up in a hateful manner, let him drop and break. You come home with me instead. However, General Dugu knew the ways of the world. He knew about this Jun bastard strength as well. So, he was aware that couldn't win against him on his own. In fact, even the entire Dugu family couldn't win against his lone strength. After all, this youngster had managed to stand his own against a level 4 spirit Xian expert. However, the Jun brat had climbed onto that pole instead of fronting off against him. This obviously meant that he was giving face to General Dugu. However, General Dugu still couldn't help his anger since the thought of her daughter being pregnant with his child wouldn't leave his mind. So, he decided that it was better to leave this matter until they had returned home. But, General Dugu suddenly had a severe headache when he imagined the dangerous situation he'd have to face once he'd returned home. His mind was sent into a whirl at this thought. He then pointed with his horsewhip and said, "I'm still not happy. Pick up that palanquin and bring it to me. Do it quickly." This was the sedan chair that Imperial Envoy had arrived riding on to make the announcement. Dugu Wudi had obviously decided to commandeer it as if it was his natural right to. Jun Moxie quickly took the opportunity to slip down the flagpole. He then wiped his cold sweat. The Dugu family is full of annoying people. All of them are too bold. What can I say which wouldn't leave Dugu Wudi embarrassed after Dugu Xiaoyi's antics? That Dugu Xiaoyi has stretched the matters to such extremes. So, how can I dilly-dally and show false bravado as a man? I'll have to marry whether I like it or not. That's the way these matters stand right now. Otherwise, the relations between the Jun and the Dugu family will break forever. And, the Dugu family would either have to be eliminated entirely, or this animosity would continue throughout the ages. It had to be said that the little girl had put on this show with good intentions in her heart. But, it had still delivered extremely grave results. The two families had been left without a way out. In fact, there was no way to mediate this situation now. It may be found that the pregnancy was fake once she had returned home. However, so many people had seen this act. So, even fake had become the truth by now. Dugu Xiaoyi had nerves of steel. But, Jun Moxie was no lesser in that regard. Fu *k it. Can't I take more than one wife? Don't I still have that advantage? This little girl is younger than me, but she's still a refreshing beauty. Moreover, she's deeply devoted to me. Didn't she say that she can't lose me? I will make her my mistress. Jun Moxie snorted in a sinister manner. He looked at whatever mysterious object Dugu Xiaoyi had propped her belly with malicious intentions. He then fiercely thought. I'll make that belly big for real one of these days. Huh? What are you guys doing over there? Dugu Wudi turned his head, and discovered that the people who had come carrying the palanquin were dressed up in the clothes of royal servants. He quickly came to himself, and said, Oh, you've come to issue a decree, right? But, you won't mind if I use this palanquin, would you? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. A dark line had formed on their foreheads. Our leader was struck unconscious by you while he was proclaiming the decree. And, you want his palanquin too now. Dugu Wudi had finally realized what he had done. So, he rushed to the Imperial Envoy, and crouched over his unconscious body. He couldn't help but frown as he said, "This isn't good." This general had only swept him aside. How could this happen to him? However, everyone still remained silent. You're the one who caused this. And, you're asking others about this now. You swept him aside. Who in Tianxiang can bear being swept aside by you? Well, let it be. It doesn't matter. Third Master Jun, you can ask the Emperor about your reward on your way back anyway. Don't forget to take that reward on your way back home. I reckon that your reward would be quite something. Oh, and remember to call me out for a drink later. He will drink my family's special golden wine. I think I should go and talk this matter out with my old man. And, you should also explain things to your old man. Then, we'll let those two sort this matter out. Well, that's great. This is how we'll go about it. Dugu Wudi spoke this part in a very casual manner, and gently ushered his daughter into the palanquin after. He then waved his whip above his head, and fiercely turned to look at Jun Moxie. I'll look for you to settle our debts, you brat. And, don't forget to send over some wine jars when you get home. Don't you dare go making eyes. Move. He gave a kick to the sides of his huge horse. It neighed in response, and went away like the wind. He's taking himself to be my father-in-law now. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. They knew the trouble they could get into with these people if they didn't act tactfully. So, they were accustomed to keeping a straight face even at such strange events. They smiled and waved their hands, and made their way back to the city with the imperial servants. However, they hadn't even reached the city's gates when they suddenly heard chaotic and ceaseless sounds of cursing from inside. Then, a group of properly dressed-up scholars came rushing out. The face of each one was full of hatred, and their eyes were reeking of disdain. They were being led by a few people. These were the ones whom Jun Moxie had previously insulted in public. Jun Moxie's pupils dilated at this sight, and his expression became serious. Then, a monstrous murderous aura rose from his body. Jun Moxie looked around, and noticed that there weren't even a few hundred people beside him. Jun Wuyi was there, so were the young masters of other big families and their guards. Guan Qinghan's carriage was also there. Mei Shuiyan and Mei Qian were in the carriage as well. However, the warriors of the Dugu family had already entered the city with Dugu Wudi. The other young masters looked at the young master Jun at this point, and started to take joy in his calamity. "You're so awe-inspiring. But, even you may not be able to resist the curses of everyone in the world. We'd like to see how this kills you, Jun Moxie, he. Jun Moxie, you ill-behaved low-life. You've even dared to return to Tianxiang." The speaker had a tall stature. He was moving slowly and gently like a scholar. However, his face was full of disdain. It was the same scholar Jun Moxie had seen in the festival, Han Jidong. Jun Moxie had disrupted the scholarly festival at that time when his antics. Moreover, he had humiliated the head scholars, and numerous other upcoming and talented scholars. Jun Moxie had also beaten each one of these scholars. So, none of them had gotten the opportunity to become imperial officials. This meant that Jun Moxie had obstructed their clear path to the top. And, it had seemed that they would never get such a good chance ever again. These talented scholarly disciples had been dreaming of an official status their entire lives. So, how could they endure the result? What came of those 10 years of bitter hardships? What came of those extremely exhausting studies over so many years? We studied so much to sit with princes and emperors. But, we haven't been able to accomplish anything because of this rotten Jun Moxie. He's guilty of many crimes. He's guilty beyond redemption. However, Jun Moxie had gotten himself involved in a world-shocking and rare sex *UAL scandal. So, how could these scholars not take this chance to hit him when he was down? Jun Moxie has to pay the ultimate price. You may be brazen, Jun Moxie. But, that mistress of yours can't have such thick skin. You won't die from getting cursed. But, you will surely drown in spit of the common people. Therefore, those scholars gave their all to instigate the rumors and facts alike. Everyone had swarmed to the city's gates at this time. You wish to enter the city? Get lost. You'll have to enter through our spit. We've heard that unchaste sister-in-law of his is also amongst them, humph. She also shouldn't be shy enough to die so soon. It could be said that this plan of those scholars was very malicious. There's an old saying, the ones who slaughter dogs to uphold the law will never be able to uphold the scholarly wisdom. However, these scholarly students were too upset. So, they had become even more rogue than hoodlums. One isn't afraid of playing rogue after they've done it once. And, that's because they aren't afraid of the rogue's culture anymore. That's the truth. Dugu Wudi had noticed this parade when he was going in. But, he had decided to let Jun Moxie suffer, and wouldn't help out. After all, his maiden daughter was pregnant. So, he wouldn't have been able to bear the repercussion if he provoked any more trouble. Also, there were the old men who were anxiously waiting to hold their great-grandchild. Therefore, General Dugu pretended not to see, and slipped away. Do I even have the honor to return? Why should I feel ashamed to return? I obviously have enough honor to return. I've been victorious in battle. I have the greatest honor in the world to return. So, why? Do you think otherwise? However, Jun Moxie remained calm and collected, and prevented Jun Wue from getting involved by speaking up first. After all, those people had dared to gather there. So, that obviously meant that they didn't fear the Blood General. This also indicated that they might have someone powerful behind them. Therefore, it may not be useful even if Jun Wue got involved. In fact, he might end up provoking more curses from them. And, it could even have turned into an ocean and drowned everyone. Only an extreme method would work at this time. Only an extremely bloody method could suppress this. In fact, the resolution method of this matter would have to set such a bloody precedent that people would have to fear even coughing on this matter aloud. This was the only way this matter could be suppressed in a through manner now. Rumors? Jun Moxie gave a callous laugh inside. He simply couldn't understand their actions. Can rumors ever be more terrifying than a blade? So what if the whole world condemns me? Do you think you can kill me with this? I think that dying under the pressure of rumors is the ways of a coward. You will confront me with these rumors. And, I will kill until no one has the guts to speak up about this anymore. I'll kill anyone who talks. Anyway, how many people are brave in the face of death? I'll even slaughter everyone if I need to. You're extremely shameless, Jun Moxie. You even dare to talk like this. You and your dirty sister-in-law, you're a shameless and adulterous couple. Everyone has a right to punish you severely. These words were very sharp and cold. Moreover, these unpleasant words could be heard very clearly by Guan Qinghan inside the carriage. She couldn't help but pale even though she had been preparing her heart for this. She couldn't prevent her eyes from being filled with despair and grief after she listened to the clamorous and heaven-shaking accusations from outside. She had been expecting such a scene. But, Guan Qinghan came to face this in real life now. And, she realized that she couldn't bear it. Mei Shuiyan was sitting beside Guan Qinghan, the corners of her mouth twitched for no reason. She didn't know why, but she felt anger rising within her. The young woman felt a sudden desire to rush out of the carriage and help. In fact, she felt like stamping on those ants until they had been turned into ground meat. What is thing? These people would get blown away by a breath. But, they still dare to do this in front of the strongest man of his generation? Has this world become so unrecognizable to me? The person who had spoken that last sentence was another scholarly disciple. He had also been there at the Scholars' Festival. His name was Qin Qiushi. His face was cold and full of vitality, his whole frame reeked of strength derived from this self-styled moral character. Ah, I remember you. You're called Qin Qiushi, right? Ah, doesn't your name mean that you diligently seek to be shit? It's probably a good name. But, it leaves me confused whether you want to be shit or serve as an official. Your name doesn't make its meaning very obvious. Jun Moxie smiled as he looked at him and spoke this. His eyes were cold as ice. I only wish to ask you this, you've leveled these allegations against me. But, where have they come from? What's the basis for these? Where have these come from? What's the basis for these? Jun Moxie, you still think that it's still not clear at such an important point. The debauchery you and your sister-in-law have committed is a despicable matter, it is devoid of any shame. You two make for an adulterous couple. But, you still think that you can conceal this from the world? What are you playing innocent for? You may be the grandson of this country's great general. You may even be the heir to a noble family. But, you can't hide your innate shamelessness. Qin Qiushi's face paled with anger as he pointed his finger and rained curses. Ah, good. You're filled with righteous indignation. That's very good. Do you have anything else to add? Jun Moxie picked his ears. Jun Moxie. Are you telling us that elder brother's words aren't enough to make you feel ashamed? Another scholar came forth. He looked at Jun Moxie with resentment. You're an offspring of generals. You will become a noble later. You live a life of luxury and splendor, and you will receive the vast kindness of the emperor. It could be said that you're already standing at the peak of Tianxiang. But, you still did such a deed while not knowing any sense of honor. You've ruined my Tianxiang's reputation. Do you know that our Tianxiang has become a laughing stock for the neighboring nations? You would have killed yourself in shame long ago if you had any conscience. But, you've instead appeared at Tianxiang City's gate in a just and honorable manner. You're acting innocent after all this. You're extremely shameless. Aren't you capable of sensing any shame, Jun Moxie? This was another talented scholar named Yan Feng. He was also a known face. Jun Moxie finally came to understand the matter. It seems that the Wenqing Heavenly Literature Institute wants to fight me to the death. Let me give you guys another lesson in grief if that's the case. These words instigated the huge crowds that stood behind, and they started to chant loudly, "Adulterous couple. Even death can't wipe your crimes. Go to hell." So, I was guilty of such crimes. Jun Moxie laughed gleefully and asked Yan Feng, "I may or may not have any sense of shame. But, what does it have to do with you? Why do you stand forth? Scoundrels and adulterous couples should be punished severely. So, why can't I stand forth? I can't compare with you in terms of power or martial strength. But, our institute stands to embody a righteous environment. Shameless scoundrels like you must be shamed. We must make the world pure and peaceful again." Yan Feng shouted loudly. His face was full of self-righteousness. "That's very well said. We may have nothing, but we'll still have a righteous environment. It's important that we keep the world pure and peaceful." That group of scholars cheered loudly. They were so emotionally stirred that their faces had reddened. Jun Moxie took pity on them as he watched the atmosphere become increasingly ardent. This was because he could feel an extremely tyrannical aura rising within his heart. A very righteous environment, ha ha ha. Jun Moxie suddenly started to laugh. A good environment of righteousness, or what you call a good and righteous, is the one where you place your morality at the top and criticize others' ethics, right? So, your so-called righteous environment is supposed to control other people's emotions? Your righteous environment dictates that the only match made by your parents' choice is a proper one. Perhaps it dictates that it's alright to force an innocent woman to death. The eyes of Han Jidong, Qin Xiushi, Yan Feng, and the others they led flashed with a frenetic guilt when they heard the term innocent woman. Jun Moxie looked into their eyes, and understood that these men knew of Guanqing Han's innocent. She was only a fish in a pond that had been caught in a storm. But, they still wanted to create trouble for her. Jun Moxie's murderous aura powerfully surged once again. "I know your real aim. You're here because I ruined your scholarly festival and blocked your road to becoming officials. And, you want to take revenge for it now, hee hee. I spoke correctly, didn't I?" Jun Moxie's glare was ice cold. "So what? Jun Moxie, you become even guiltier after you've mentioned this matter." These gifted scholars didn't feel ashamed when these words were said. Instead, the righteous Yan Feng continued angrily, "The movement of your lips have blocked the careers of 5,000 gifted scholars. You don't have any conscience. We studied extremely hard from sunrise to sunset, with the only desire of helping the nation's people. However, a man who commits such debauchery destroyed the decades' worth of hard work of 5,000 people. And, there will only be a mediocre and simple life for us from now on. You've buried our future prospects. Are you telling me that you still don't deserve any punishment? Doesn't your conscience make you feel ashamed? And, you've committed more evil now. You and your sister-in-law are an adulterous couple. You two fool around, and are replete with vices. In fact, the very stench of it fills the sky. Someone who commits such sins can't live under this heaven. You will face condemnation from the whole world now. And, you must die before you apologize if you have any sense of shame. A strenuous life of studies, for the good of the people. We could have expected that from you guys. From a group of ill-intentioned bookworms. Could we have expected all that? You blindly make reprisals, and involve an innocent and weak woman because of your personal grudges. Then, you quickly seek to hound others to death. Is this the quality of your efforts for the sake of this nation's people? Jun Moxie snorted. Let me tell you, get your own conscience straight if you seek to help the nation's people. Your hearts are stained. You people would only make corrupt officials, nothing more. It doesn't matter for how many decades such people undertake strenuous studies. You people are pieces of shit even if you study your entire lives. Jun Moxie spewed burning venom as he spoke. And you needn't worry about that mediocre life you would have to lead. I can point out another avenue of livelihood for you. In fact, this one will cover you in profit, and make your families extremely wealthy. He suddenly smiled and said, I have a friend. His name is Wu Shan. But, everyone calls him, the Mountain of Zul references. He had once said something about people like you. I never understood what he had said. In fact, I thought that it was only random nonsense. But, his words suddenly make sense of me now. He had said, people who stick their alls without any good reason will never find peace in hearts or future. And, there will come one day when their buttocks will be pulled open 100 times over for it. Jun Moxie burst out in laughter, therefore, it can be said that your future road is very wide. You only need to shed your skin of morality, and tuck in your butt cheeks. And you'll then be covered in money. It's not a very big market, but each country's nobility is used to keeping a male slave. They particularly like people who've achieved something in their lives. So, you seasoned and gifted scholars will be a huge deal in the market. Jun Moxie. You're insulting us, many gifted scholars roared, only you can have such a dirty mind to think of such things. To disgrace such a refined culture is to be guilty of terrible crimes. You are very vulgar. Vulgar. Vulgar your grandma. Do you think you're refined? Your methods are dirty with filthy motivations, and you're still calling me vulgar? Anger suddenly rose in Jun Moxie's heart. I'm in no mood to discuss the whole truth of the matter at this time. Anyway, I'm sure that you people already know the gist of it. So, you needn't deny it. Moreover, I have no obligation to give you an explanation even if you don't know. You're a bunch of dog shit in my eyes. You people are scum from head to toe. Scholars. You're a king joke. You're a bunch that sells their asses, you people look dirty at first sight. Thousands of people made a cacophony when they heard this. They shouted and hurled abuses from everywhere. In fact, the vulgarity of those scholars couldn't even be matched by the marketplace merchants. The outrage that Jun Moxie had instigated was like a wave of anger which was hard to control. Guan Qing Han shivered inside the carriage. Her head was hung low, her face was buried deep in her hands, and her shoulders were trembling. Jun Moxie roared, and suddenly stood up on his horse's back. You feel righteous even when you're implicating the innocent. So, you shouldn't blame me for being vicious and merciless. Could you even blame me for matching your standards? Jun Moxie moved his aura through his dantian after he finished speaking. Then, he shouted, bring it up. Suddenly, there was a wave amongst the crowd, and it divided them into two. A group of burly men walked through the crowd like huge sailboats through the sea. These were members of Jun Moxie's Heaven Destroyer team who he had sent to assist Bailey Luo Yun in his assassinations. They had arrived several days ago. They had quietly entered the Tianxiang city, and were attentively gauging the city's activities on Jun Moxie's orders. They were carrying 3 women. These women had delicate figures, and their facial features were graceful as well. However, their faces were overrun with fear. Some men were pulling along big wolf dogs, while some others were dragging big and white pigs. The faces of Yan Feng, Qin Qiushi, and Han Zhidong turned a miserable color as the three of them blurted out, "My dear." It turned out that those three women were their wives. I don't want to waste any effort in telling you the truth. You don't have the qualifications for it, nor do you deserve it. And I won't discuss what a righteous environment is since you don't think me fit to discuss it. So, I'll only give you two choices. Jun Moxie towered in arrogance. The corners of his mouth were curled in a cruel smile. He resembled an eagle looking down on a nest of white rabbits. His expression and posture belied his rogue and uncontrolled lawlessness. In fact, he was brimming with untamed cruelty. The first one. Jun Moxie raised his finger, "Each one of you will kneel down and solemnly apologize to me. And then, I'll give each one of you a banner. You will hold them up as you pave the path for my entry. And you'll shout this as I make my way, 'The third young master is great. The third young master Jun is noble, and the best. We wholeheartedly welcome third young master Jun to the Tianxiang city.' You will also add your names to these chants as you yell them out." "You are dreaming." The three scholars snorted. They had obviously anticipated that Jun Moxie would put forward some conditions since he had grabbed those women. However, they had never expected such whimsical conditions. How could that be possible? "They are our wives. But, they still aren't anything more than ornaments of convenience. Don't worry. You have a second option." Jun Moxie raised a second finger, and lowered his voice, "These three women are your wives, and I can't put them to any use at present. But let me assure you one thing, you won't want them once they've spent one day with these pigs and dogs. So, I will then sell them to the cheapest and filthiest brothels in Tianxiang. After all, you may not wish to use them again for their bad name, but do you think that the others would mind? Do you think you will like that? And, please don't doubt that I can do it. After all, I have the means to invite these ladies here. So, it also means that I have enough capability to accomplish everything else that I've stated. And, you needn't be worried about the other matter either. You see, the truth is that this young master has a full packet of aphrodisiac in his hands. And, this aphrodisiac works regardless of whether it's a dog or a hog, it can induce full vitality in them. You're evil, Jun Moxie. You're doing a very heartless thing. Those three are innocent. The entire world is looking at you. And, you still dare to do this? The three scholars had gone deathly pale. In fact, they didn't have any color left to their appearance. Why can't I? Why wouldn't I? You're using such despicable means to target an innocent woman. So, why can't this young master do the same? Don't I know that they're innocent? Doesn't this remind you of something? After all, they are guilty of being your wives even if they're innocent. And, you're a group of men who know a woman is innocent, but you're still using such shameless strategies against her. The world is looking at me. But, do you think that they aren't looking at you? Jun Moxie taunted and sneered, "Do you want to try it?" Qin Qiushi didn't wish to abandon his endeavor halfway. But, his prospects would be ruined if the others became weak. Moreover, the Jun family's men seemed fierce, but they were good-natured men. Therefore, he didn't believe that Jun Moxie would ruthlessly insult innocent women in public. So, he acted tough, and angrily spoke up, "Jun Moxie, you're a shameless lowlife. You're lowly enough to use innocent women to coerce us. Your Jun family's name will eternally live on in infamy if you charge into using our beloved wives." Jun Moxie replied with an exceptionally cold and cruel laugh, "Isn't that my usual conduct? Isn't my usual behavior a household story? Didn't you know about it? This young master is a tyrannical being who doesn't shirk from any crime. You do know this, right? Oh, and then there's the talk of innocence. You even have the guts to talk to me about innocence? Who's more innocent in reality? You start shouting of innocence when it comes to the things that are related to you. In fact, you start shouting about heaven's will, and humanity. But, your strategies become extremely contemptible when it comes to other innocent women. In fact, you become ruthless, and you commit all manners of crimes. So, what moral standing do you have to speak of innocence? Fu *ku. Let me ask you, has your conscience been eaten away by dogs? You stand at the so-called height of morality so that you can needlessly entrap and insult others? Yan Feng and Han Jidong hesitated for a long while at the back. They looked around at the crowd, and believed that they had their support. So, they became courageous and shouted in chorus, "We stand for the tranquility of the world, and the purification of everything under the heavens." Would you dare to do this? Jun Moxie's glare became dense, and his voice became extremely cold. Tranquility of this world. Purification of everything under the heavens. This young master will kill you in broad daylight, how about that? I had previously planned to deal with you after a little while. But, I'll come and help you right now since you're so impatient. Wait, let me look for someone to help you undress your pantaloons. Then, I'll give you some amazing medicines. We'll see how you upright gentlemen's minds don't become a mess after that. We'll leave you a crazed state, but we won't give you a way to solve your problem. However, these hogs and dogs have plenty of elderly female relatives. And, they won't let any harm come to you. Do you think that this young master won't dare to do it? Young Master Jun jumped off the horse, and walked towards them. He lightly used his horsewhip on Qin Qiushi's head. Then, he stroked his pale cheek with his whip and asked in a soft voice, "You're upright and honorable gentlemen who have a habit of insulting and trampling on other people. So, let me insult you today, okay? Also, allow me to give you the wonderful taste of a man that being bullied." Qin Qiushi subconsciously raised his head with the whip's movement. His expression was one of grief and terror. However, he didn't dare to spit even half a word. After all, he knew of the young master's behavior and past exploits. So, he knew that this man was fully capable of such acts. The Jun family's fate would be meaningless to them if they were to be trifled with in this manner. And, that's because they wouldn't be able to see the Jun family's fate unfold. After all, even mere humiliation was enough to make them lose their will to live. These men had previously remained unyielding because of a rotten notion: women were like clothes, and men were like the bodies. It wasn't that they hadn't cared about the humiliations Jun Moxie had described he would subject their women to. But, this threat wasn't enough to make them surrender to his conditions. After all, they could always replace their wives in case they had been tainted. However, it was their turn now. And, it had left their very souls in a genuinely panicky state. However, they weren't aware that Jun Moxie's mind had become gloomy in the face of this scenario. In fact, he had even scolded himself for this miscalculation. After all, he would have never been able to forgive himself if he had done those things to their wives, and had later come to realize that they genuinely hadn't cared about it. Therefore, he instantly changed targets to those people themselves. And, this change in tactics yielded great results. Why aren't you speaking now? Weren't you people devoted to righteousness a moment ago? Look at the people behind you, they don't know the truth. But, you people know it well. Jun Moxie smiled mischievously. It doesn't matter much though. They will also have to pay back if they act thoughtlessly. So, it doesn't matter whether you understand the truth or not. After all, it's meaningless as far as I'm concerned. That's because the outcome will hurt the ones I care about regardless of your reasons or standpoint. And, it won't matter if they're innocent or not if that happens. After all, you will have offended me. And, you will bear the consequences if you offend me. I will never spare anyone who offends me. Especially when it comes to hypocrites like yourself. However, those who stand behind you should be glad. After all, I won't implicate their families. But, if you don't do what I want you to do, he. Jun Moxie chuckled in a sinister manner. I have a bad reputation. But, I'll guarantee that it'll be much better than yours. So, let's try it out if you don't believe me. What was it that you had said? The young master wouldn't dare. he wouldn't do it. Strange noises emanated from Qin Qiushi's throat. His eyes shone brightly in fear as he staggered back to stand between Yan Feng and Han Jidong. Then, the three men trembled, and started to shudder violently. They couldn't even think at this time, forget about daring to fight. Moreover, that previously built-up devotion to righteousness had already been obliterated from their bodies by now. Jun Moxie's conduct was imposing and sinister at this moment. His mannerism was extremely calm, and his words didn't contain any hint of venom. And, this had left them to feel that this youngster would easily do what he had said he would. He was like a king who had descended from the heavens, and had then proclaimed the future and fate of his people. These three wouldn't be able to stay in Tianxiang if they did what he had told them to. They would become the most despised amongst the lowest rungs of society if they shouted the chants he wanted to hear. Even the scholarly power which they had always attached themselves to wouldn't accept the three men. After all, they had stood out in front of their peers. So, they couldn't turn their backs to get out of this predicament even they had wanted to. However, the outcome would be even darker if they didn't do it. And, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. That's because this youngster would arrange the greatest of humiliations for them. In fact, this humiliation was something which would never be forgotten throughout the ages. It would be useless even if they died immediately afterwards. However, they obviously didn't wish to die. The three men had no choice in what to do for a moment. They were frightened of their opponent, and were at a loss. However, Jun Moxie continued to look at them in a cold manner while he waited for them to choose. The young master wasn't anxious, he wasn't worried either. Moreover, he didn't care what choice those three hypocrites would make. After all, there wouldn't be a great difference in the outcome. Those three would be made into examples for others to see in either case. The hundreds of people who stood at the back had realized that something wrong with the atmosphere. So, their sights focused on the center now. In fact, some people couldn't prevent themselves from becoming curious. Why have these three women come out? And, why are these dogs and hogs present here? What are these for? Moreover, those three men looked so serious a moment ago. So, why do they suddenly look so deathly pale? Why don't they look like a living person anymore? I can do whatever I wish with you, because I have a lot of power. But, you have nothing except for a quill in your hand. You have no ability to fight back or resist. A clenched fist is the strongest argument in this world. So, I don't even need to counter your tactics despite your so-called intelligence, I only need to force myself through the piles of your rotten flesh. But, you see, I dislike using violent force. And, I merely give people a taste of their own medicine. Basically, I treat a person like they would handle others. Jun Moxie turned the whip very calmly. He then continued in a soft tone, I have very limited time. And, my patience, is even more limited. So, I hope you make your choices very quickly. Otherwise, I'll make them for you in case you find it difficult to do it yourself. I'll tell you the truth, I don't care what you choose, I only wish to watch the big drama. The three men's complexion turned dead dark when they heard these words. Qin Qiushi couldn't bear it anymore. And, he started to tremble even more violently. In fact, it was like he was about to throw himself down. Suddenly, a muffled call came from the crowd, Jun Moxie, you're a filthy lowlife. You dared to hold others' wives as hostages. You have fallen extremely low. We won't take to your threats. We would rather have our bodies torn. At least we'll leave this earth pure in that case. The honor of the wives of the three scholars is very important, and can't be tarnished. But, personal integrity can't be abandoned. In fact, that's even more important. So, we must never bow our heads to this evil of the Jun family. And, we must continue to struggle against this adulterous couple. Moreover, the entire world supports us. Jun Moxie is extremely strong, but can he stand against the entire world's sentiment? These provocative words came out, and instantly instigated the subdued crowd. In fact, it even brought out the gleam and resolution in the eyes of the three scholars. Jun Moxie sneered and raised his arm. And, a thin yet very long rope suddenly flashed out from it. It then flashed into the crowd with lightning speed like a viper. Then, someone suddenly let out a shrill and mournful scream from the crowd. After all, a huge figure flew into the sky, and fell right in front of them. It was a person with a pockmarked face. This man had mixed in the crowd, and had taken the opportunity to stir chaos. He had even changed positions after he had spoken those words. So, nobody would have known where the voice had come from. He was certainly very crafty, but how could he ever evade Jun Moxie's now extremely powerful spiritual sense? In fact, he had been locked on as a target even before he had finished speaking. And, he obviously couldn't hide once he had been targeted. So, he was quickly caught by the young master. This big man snarled after he fell down. Then, his body got covered in a greenish light as he roared and jumped up to his feet. Jun Moxie smiled cruelly, so, it's a Jade Xian expert. You think you can face me with that cultivation? You truly *king don't know the difference between life and death. The rope moved again as that life and death phrase sounded, and the big man was resolutely thrown to the ground once again. Then, the rope seemingly dived downwards for a moment. However, it rose to the heavens like a wyvern the next moment. The big man was also taken high up, and it appeared like he was being held there by a hand. In fact, he was left to float in the air like a fluttering flag. It wasn't long when Jun Moxie lengthened a flag pole to go upwards into the sky. And, the man was left to look like a salted fish as he hung there with the sharp edge of the flagpole pierced through the nape of his neck. In fact, the edge of the flagpole had pierced through to his skull. The man's body hung straight from the flagpole, by his very skull. But, he hadn't died yet. His face seemed full of despair as he faced the scholars and the masses which had gathered there to cause trouble, while his legs continued to cross and twitch. Jun Moxie flew up as lightly as a feather, and stood up on his horse's back. Then, he waved his whip, and the entire sky echoed with a loud snap. His sharp eyes flashed with a thunderbolt. Everyone had felt this change. His eyes then swept over the crowd, and everyone felt as if an oiled steel blade had gone over their faces. The air around their faces had suddenly become extremely cold, they had even started to feel a chilling sensation in their bones. Consequently, everyone had become extremely quiet in a split second. However, this silence only lasted until Yan Feng exclaimed in surprise, "That man was." However, he also knew that this wasn't the right moment. So, he instantly closed his mouth. Jun Moxie sneered as he turned his eyes to look at Yan Feng. It felt like he had seen through to the depths of his heart, and, his very soul. He then asked in a stern voice, who was he? Jun Moxie's world-defying spiritual pressure was bore down like an explosive tide along with that sound. And, whatever little resistance Yan Feng had gathered was left to shatter in its face. He's the Meng family's man. Yan Feng lost his head out of fear, and quickly answered the question. However, he started to vomit foam by the time he was done talking, and fell down in a skewed pose. Even spirit Xian experts would be cautious against such a high-class spiritual attack. So, how could Yan Feng's weak mental strength deal with it? So, it obviously wasn't very shocking that he had fainted. In fact, it would have been normal if his mental state were to be pushed to the brink of idiocy by this attack. Meng family's man. That insignificant Meng family's man had the balls to mess with me. I'll remember this. Jun Moxie laughed heartily. You said that you would rather have your body crushed so that you can leave this world pure. So, I will help you with your wish. I'll crush your body and examine it afterwards. After all, I also wish to see if your purity is still there. Jun Moxie had been restraining his tyranny with difficulty. However, there was suddenly a whistling sound as his body spun and rose high in the sky. Then, a glistened brilliance flashed in the sky. The flame of yellow blood had been unsheathed. Don't, Please, spare me. The big man who hung in midair hadn't even finished speaking when he was cut into two halves. Then, there was a squishing sound as his lower back disconnected with his body, and fell down. This left a gaping hole in his abdominal cavity. And, blood fell down with a huge clamor like a giant sack. His vital organs also dropped downwards along with his intestines. However, the entirety of his organs didn't drop to the ground. After all, his intestines were firmly attached with his body. So, they only hung down from the upper half of his body. His intestines resembled a thin snake. They even issued some steam as they dropped from high up. However, they suddenly stopped short of the ground. Consequently, they were left to resemble a blood-red ribbon that was hung from a flagpole. However, that big man still hadn't died at this time. He screamed as his upper half twitched while remaining hung on the flagpole. Then, he trembled as his eyeballs popped out with a puff. Puff, sound under the effect of the excessive pain. However, they were also left to hang from his face after that. More blood smeared the ground. Splash. The spectators' faces were splashed with bits of his blood. But, each one of them remained standing on their spot in a daze, and continued to stare foolishly at this scene. They couldn't dare to make a single move, their eyeballs had also frozen from extreme fear. Their faces clearly belied their state of extreme horror. These scholars had only read rigid and inanimate books. Could they have ever seen such a bloody scene? These men had heard nothing of the outside world, and had only been absorbed in books. In fact, they hadn't even killed a chicken in their homes. However, they were witnessing one of the cruelest and bloodiest scenes in the world at the moment. Even fainting at the sight of such an extremely terrible spectacle would have been a luxury for them. Who would have anticipated this? It had merely seemed as if Jun Moxie was having a huge argument with the three scholars. They clearly had a dispute, but no one had thought that it would end in such a fatal conclusion. There had been no warning when that man had flown into the sky. Then, the back of his head was hung from the flagpole. After that, his lower half had ceased to exist with a slashing sound. His belly had been left to resemble a bottomless fish tank, and his organs were suspended from it with a squishing sound. Jun Moxie had created such a scene of slaughter in broad daylight and public view. This crowd had come here with a lofty attitude. Moreover, they had been carrying the same mindset: the law can't hold a crowd responsible. You may be extremely shameless, Jun Moxie. But, even you will never kill someone in front of so many people in broad daylight. Even you wouldn't dare do it. Moreover, you will only be able to run and hide your tail in the face of such great condemnation. And, your Jun family's reputation would drown in front of the entire Tianxiang once you fled. Even one man's spit would be enough to drown you once that time comes. Then, there's the emperor and his power. But, no emperor can ignore such turmoil in his populace, an emperor can't neglect the reaction of the masses. So, the imperial court would have no choice but to react to this uproar once it would reach the court. And, they would only have two options: the first one would be to send troops to suppress the protest. And, the second one would be to make the Jun family apologize in public with a proper explanation. However, how could the many anti-Jun factions compel the emperor to act in their favor? They had waved their banners, and had aroused the popular sentiment in their favor. This was the only way they could ask for the Jun family's execution. Therefore, they felt that the Jun family's day of judgment had finally arrived. Their actions had obviously been very extreme. However, none of them had ever expected that the actions taken by Jun Moxie would be even more extreme than theirs. He didn't run or hide. Instead, he faced them head-on. He didn't even deliver a great speech to explain the truth. Instead, he plainly used his power to act in a cruel and bloodthirsty manner. The spectators felt their heart jump through their very throat as they watched this extremely cruel, torturous, and bloody scene. In fact, they felt as if their eyes would pop out. Their vision had suddenly blurred, and they couldn't even hear properly. In fact, they felt like they were experiencing a nightmare. They could only think of one thing: I have to leave this place as quickly as possible. It doesn't matter if the Jun family is innocent or not. I don't care if it's shamed in front of the whole world. It doesn't matter who wins or loses in this struggle. It doesn't even matter how the others will perceive this. I want nothing to do with this. It simply doesn't matter to me anymore. This is so terrible, oh ho. Ha ha ha, you preferred to have your body crushed because you wanted to leave this world whilst you remained pure, right? So, where is that purity now? Your body has been crushed. But, where have you left your purity? Why don't I see it? Jun Moxie laughed in a cruel manner. He then sneered at the bloody spectacle he had created. I can only see a pile of pulpy flesh. But, I can't see any purity. Jun Moxie laughed loudly as he slowly moved towards a scholar who stood in front of him. Then, he asked him in an extremely gentle tone, I didn't see his purity. Did you see it? You please tell me if you saw it, okay? That middle-aged scholar had wanted to cram back into the crowd. But, his legs had become weak and powerless at the sight of this slaughter. Moreover, there were many people behind him. He had exerted his entire strength, but the people who stood behind him had made no room. In fact, he had felt that he had run into the firmest copper wall, and was left terror-stricken at this realization. And then, Jun Moxie had suddenly walked up to him, and had asked that question in an amiable manner. However, those light words had seemed like explosive thunderclaps to his ears. Jun Moxie's affable appearance had turned to that of a hellish demon in his eyes. In fact, he could even see two long horns above the young master's head. The middle-aged scholar looked at Jun Moxie with despair in his eyes. Then, an ugh sound came from his throat, and he fell down like a loose noodle. He had fainted. Ah, how did it turn out so bad? Isn't this young master's tone mild enough to be termed as friendly? Jun Moxie shook his head with regret. Then, he walked over to another person. He didn't give me a reply. So, you come and see. Is there any purity here? Well, take a look and tell me. I genuinely wish to know. This man stared blankly with bloodshot eyes. His complexion became deathly pale as he subconsciously shook his head in a stiff and dazed manner. Jun Moxie gave a long sigh. So, you didn't see it either. I even thought that I was mistaken at first. After all, he had shouted so loudly that I thought it was true. So, I had believed that I would get to see his purity after his body had been crushed. But, this is such a disappointment. The scholar in question reacted the moment Jun Moxie turned and left. He crouched and vomited. In fact, he had vomited in such a violent manner that it seemed if he would puke out his very intestines. I've asked several people, but they didn't see that man's purity. How about you take a look? Jun Moxie slowly walked to the three leading scholars. He then gave a kick to the fainted Yen Feng, and the scholar immediately woke up. Then, Jun Moxie clutched the three of them, and forced them to the bloody mess. He then forced their heads towards it. They weren't even half a foot from it when he fiercely asked, Come. Take a look. Try to find the purity for me. Where is it? I'm very curious. He laughed cruelly as he spoke up in a dark manner, Purity. Humph. Let me take a look at your purity. It's as barren as a desert. The three men were forced to see the blood scene up close since Jun Moxie's fingers were wrapped around their heads. They felt that their brains were being hammered. They felt helpless, and wanted to vomit. Moreover, that big man was still hanging overhead, and hadn't even died yet. In fact, he was still issuing painful groans. Those three scholars felt they were in hell. They had been gripped with such fear that they tried their hardest to faint. But, their nerves were extremely taut, and they were unable to faint. In fact, they couldn't even close their eyes if they wanted to. Instead, they could only open them to the greatest degree and see the cruelest spectacle from up close. Do you see it? Is any purity here? Tell me if you see any. I'm very curious. The soft and amiable voice of Jun Moxie left the three men to shiver like they had malaria. Answer me. You'll end up like him in a moment. After all, I want people to see your purity also. So, tell me, do you see any purity? No. The three men looked like a spread-out tripod stand since they had been gripped together by Jun Moxie's hand. And, they could only shake their heads in response. So, you still feel pure? Jun Moxie smiled like a demon. No. We don't feel like that. The three men violently shook their heads. Ah well. So, which of those two options will you finally choose? Jun Moxie asked patiently. His voice was extremely gentle. In fact, it was full of magnetism. I choose the first one. The three men tried to outdo each other as they called out. They were frightened to death, and their resolve had been destroyed long ago. What's the point of integrity? What's point of an official's lifestyle? What's the value of righteousness? Are they more important than my life? Survival is the greatest priority. Very good. I'm very happy with your choice. In fact, I'm very satisfied. Jun Moxie was clearly somewhat gratified as he complimented them. Jun. Third young master. I know who's behind all this. Qin Qiushi raised his head, and suddenly called out loudly, and, I'm willing to tell you. I only beg you. I beg you, please spare our lives in return. It seemed that this Qin Qiushi had finally renounced the darkness, and had sought the light. It felt as if he had finally mended his ways under the threat of his impending doom. But, that youngster was very clever. So, he knew that Jun Moxie wouldn't let them live even after the matter had concluded. Therefore, he felt that this moment was the most fortunate for begging, even it meant that he'd lose his honor in the process. Anyway, they probably won't have to see Jun Moxie's face after this day. Spare your lives. I never expected that you'd have the courage to haggle with me at this time. Jun Moxie had never even thought about it. After all, he had never been that magnanimous as a person. A man would have to pay the corresponding costs for his crimes. And, a mistake would remain as a mistake even if the said individual were to try remedying his errors later. In fact, it would be completely useless. The person behind this. Jun Moxie snorted. You think I don't know? I know better than you about who is behind this. And, I'll think over the aspect of sparing your lives. So, get out of my way for the time being. Jun Moxie's voice was as cold as ice. He waved his hand, and his body started to whirl like a whirlwind. No one could understand what was happening. He was seen holding three very strange items in his hand by the time he stopped. They resembled horns, but they were very thin horns. These things were crude, but they had appeared in that world for the first time, the first megaphones. Jun Moxie handed one to each of them, and spoke up in a cold manner, Go on. Open the way for me. He looked at the dumbstruck crowd after he finished speaking. These people still hadn't been able to react. So, he chuckled and spoke up darkly, You people still haven't left? Do you also want to be like him? Do you prefer your body being crushed so that you leave this world pure? Anyway, I'm very interested in this purity. Does your body have it? Come. Let me take a look. Everyone recoiled in unison. In fact, many of them have even cried out in pain as they tumbled over each other. I'm saying it for the last and final time, I won't permit this matter to be heard anywhere in Tianxiang City after today. Jun Moxie coldly swept his gaze over everyone. In fact, his voice even seemed to bring in cold winds along, Your mouth is a part of your body. Whatever you discuss in private is your business. I won't stop it, but, I'll look for your purity if I hear of it. In fact, I'll look for the purity of your family, till the 9th generation. Get lost! Jun Moxie roared. The crowd was instantly sent into a state of panic. They shouted indiscriminately as they fled in disarray. These nobody scholars were presumptuous enough to think that they could cause trouble for me. Jun Moxie laughed heartily at first. Then, he suddenly flew up and stationed himself on the head of the big man who hung from the flagpole. He then sighed and turned towards the city's gates. Then, he shouted towards the Tianxiang city, "Are you people tired of living?" His voice shook the city as it surged through it like a thunderclap. It surged forth in an imposing manner, and carried an unrivaled murderous aura. It seemed like thunder itself had descended and plowed through the city's gates. Jun Moxie stood near the city's gates. The sun shone high, and cast his shadow to slant through the gates. And, it suddenly seemed as if the entire city had been shrouded by his shadow. The thousands of wolves frenetically dashed away in order to escape. The momentum of Jun Moxie's aura seemed like a wild and devilish sword as it rushed into the city. There were many people at the back of the crowd. So, they hadn't understood everything at first. However, even they had been awestruck by Jun Moxie's imposing aura. So they also started to roll about in the streets. Fortunately, it was a broad and well-built road. He turned his neck to look at the city's gates in a disdainful manner. He then waved his whip in the air, and a snap sound echoed. Then, he tilted his head and snorted, "I'm back in town now. So, I will see how many gossipers are there in Tianxiang city. Let's see how many men there are willing to die a brave warrior's death. I will also see how many men wish to remain with pure, and how many men are capable of remaining pure. I will check the number. One by one." He bent his legs. Then, the clip-clop of a horse was heard as Jun Moxie shouted and took the lead to pass through the city's gates. Thousands of people saw him enter on his horse, but they remained silent out of fear. The heavy wheels rolled, and the carriage carrying Guan Qinghan and the other 2 women slowly followed after him. Jun Moxie's words had made everyone's blood boil. But, there were still exceptions. And, Jun Wuyi was one such exception. This third master Jun tilted his head, and looked at the tall and straight back of Jun Moxie as he rode his horse ahead. He couldn't help but mutter, "Damn it. He handled this in such a straightforward manner. Even my lifetime worth of influence wouldn't have been able to pull this off. This was too damn excessive." He snorted regretfully. In fact, he felt somewhat sullen as he followed after his nephew. Jun Moxie was emanating a cold and powerful aura as he rode his horse. His face was dark, his back was straight, his lips were pursed, and his sword-like eyebrows had somewhat shot up. In fact, it seemed like he stirred a panicked uproar wherever he looked. Then, he suddenly heard someone speak in a very low voice, "I also don't know why he looks like that. He commits adultery with his sister-in-law. And yet, he arrives here with such a haughty expression. He's shameless." Jun Moxie's body remained motionless as he rode on his horse. But, there was a streak of silver light in his sleeves. Then, there was a bang sound, and a very thin man was snatched up from the crowd. The young master was even more straightforward this time around, he even saved himself the interrogation. The young master merely hung that man from the flagpole. There was a bloody cavity in that man's throat, while the expression of disdain still hadn't left his face. This man's body had flashed with a gold light before it had gotten annihilated. So, it was evident that he was also a Xian expert who was hiding in the crowd to create trouble. However, he had been luckier since he was already breathing his lasts when he was swung in the air. There was a cry of alarm, and the entire crowd began to pull back when they saw this. They looked at Jun Moxie with expressions of terror. Is this boy mad? Will he genuinely do what he said he would? Will he murder so blatantly? Several men suddenly found themselves drenched in cold sweat at the edge of the crowd. They did their best to push back and nearly twisted their legs in their attempts to escape. But, how could they escape from the huge power net of Jun Moxie's spirit sense? Jun Moxie's glare remained cold as a golden light quickly flashed in his hands. And, the 7 or 8 people who had broken into a run fell to the ground. Each of their backs had a small and bloody hole in them. The golden throwing knives flickered on their backs as their bodies got pasted to the road. The golden knives obviously shone very brightly under the effect of the sunlight. Several members of the Heaven Destroyers team quickly ran forth, picked up the golden knives, and respectfully returned them to Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie's eyes remained expressionless as he took the 8 knives. Then, he gave them a swirl, and they suddenly and mysteriously disappeared with the flickering of a golden light. He then calmly continued to move forward. His dark and handsome face only had one thing written over it: "I've said this once, and I won't repeat it. I'll kill you if you dare to open your mouth. So, you open your mouth, and I will kill you." Simply. Plainly. No exceptions. The 3 scholars were shouting themselves hoarse up ahead. They were also clutching those simple yet special megaphones. In fact, their slogans sounded like crying, "The 3rd young Master Jun is great. The 3rd young Master Jun is noble. He's the best man in the world. He's a very good man. He's a very benevolent man. We 3 scholars welcome him to Tianxiang." They continued to shout out these slogans in a very mechanical manner. In fact, it seemed as if they didn't even know what they were shouting about. However, their faces were overflowed with tears, and there was endless humiliation written on them. But, they still didn't dare to make any thoughtless moves. And, that was because the shadow of death had still enveloped them from above. Their voices had become hoarse, and their throats had become raw. However, they still hadn't dared to stop. And, that's because their sole aim was to survive. What difference does a little suffering make? I need to survive. Suddenly, 30-40 scholars of the Wenxing Institute arrived in front of them. However, they stood shocked as one of them asked, "Brother Han. Brother Yen. Brother Qin. What are you doing? Are you mad? You're opening a path for this lowlife." What reply could Qin Qiushi and the others dare to give? They could only give hints and meaningful looks before they quickly walked on. But, that scholar didn't understand the meaning hidden in those expressions. So, his heart filled with righteous indignation as he angrily shouted, "Jun Moxie. Didn't your father teach you shame? You've committed adultery with your sister-in-law. That's such an immoral thing. But, you still insult my Tianxiang scholars. You've gone too far." Many people who stood behind him had already seen that bloody scene. So, they had understood the situation. Therefore, many of them stepped forward to pull him back. However, that youngster stubbornly continued to shout, "Such a shameless man can't exist in the same world as this Shi Wenchong." Jun Moxie looked over that person very coldly. His eyebrows moved very slightly as he replied in a faint voice, "Die." A sword light spun forth. It didn't seem to care who its victim was as it cut through every scholar that blocked its path. The young scholar screamed in disbelief when he saw this. Then, he also fell into a pool of blood. Jun Moxie sighed as his horse passed by that scholar's body. He then softly said, "Perhaps you genuinely had guts. Perhaps you didn't wish to trouble me. But, even that's useless. And, it doesn't mean that I won't kill you. After all, how would people believe me if I didn't follow through on what I've said? You didn't believe it. And, I regret that. In fact, I must remember to put forth 2 conditions from next time onwards." Jun Moxie looked calm as he prodded his horse forward, he didn't even look back. But, his soft voice could still be heard. "First, you need to have strength to deal with every eventuality. Second, you need to have a strong backing so that others don't provoke you. You must also have unwavering courage and determination. Only then can you have enough power to target others. But, never try to become a hero otherwise. You may have bones of iron. But, I see you as nothing but wretched creatures that I have to kill. Moreover, your death won't amount to any injustice. That scholar had been cut in half, but he hadn't left the world yet. Tears flowed from his eyes as he closed them. He muttered as he inched closer to death's door, "Master, you were wrong." Jun Moxie pulled a slight face dozens of meters away. "Master. Mei Gao Jie. Calm Ling Yang." He suddenly waved his whip and struck the 3 scholars who were walking ahead. Those 3 screamed in pain, and turned around to face Jun Moxie. He gestured towards the flagpole as he quietly said, "You'll shout louder now. We'll pass the gates very soon. And, you'll shout this, Mei Gao Jie is a turtle. Calm Ling Yang is a pimp. Meng family is a den of bastards, when we pass from there. You don't want to die, right? Do this, and I'll let you live." The 3 people nearly collapsed when they heard this. How could they say something like this in the backdrop of this era's social values? After all, one's teacher held the highest status in society. A teacher-disciple wasn't a part of the 5 cardinal relationships. However, the teacher was placed in the highest of regards. Moreover, Mei Gao Jie and Calm Ling Yang were their teachers. We won't have to care about drowning the Jun family is saliva of shame if we say this. After all, we will have been drowned in it before it would even reach the Jun family. Moreover, the Meng family is extremely powerful and influential. You may not have to worry about them, Jun Moxie. After all, you're very powerful. But, what about us? Jun Woo-yi arrived close to his nephew at once. He then whispered, "This is a bit too much, Moxie. Be careful about meddling with the court." Too much. Jun Moxie looked at him in a baffled manner. "Third uncle, you're not stupid, right? Don't tell me that we still care about the court. Third uncle must never forget our current identity. We're on the same level as the Silver Blizzard City. Why should we care about the insignificant imperial family? A super family? Ha!" Jun Woo-yi became silent. But, his outlook didn't change. Is this how we become a super family? But, we're still the same people. So, how did we suddenly become great? Jun Moxie smiled coldly and said, "Moreover, the imperial family. I lack evidence against them at the moment. The scenario where I turn the Tianxiang city into a pile of burning ruins isn't an impossibility once I have some evidence against them. Third uncle, do you believe what that Silver City's Xiao Buyu had said about the Blood Sword Hall? The Blood Sword Hall is merely a bunch of killers. So, how could they infiltrate a camp of so many thousands of soldiers and take action? Third uncle, don't tell me you're not thinking about it. What does this mean? Who's behind this? Things have come to this. So, we will only suffer if we have too many misgivings. After all, we're still somewhat weak in comparison. Therefore, we must be strong at this moment, very strong. We have proof that we have some real and powerful talent behind us. This time will be ours if we act with extreme prejudice and not rush brashly. What we genuinely lack right now, is time. Even a day is enough to change everything." Jun Moxie thought of his supply of medicinal supplements and the level 9 peak Xian beast's core. And, his face became a little dignified as he thought of this. Everyone was ready. The medications were also in place. The solitary falcon was also present. Moreover, he had the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune to protect and assist. Therefore, his grandfather's advancement couldn't be stopped. However, he had to think of a way to promote Jun Wuyi's cultivation to the spirit Xian level. Moreover, he also had to make the heaven destroyers and spirit devourers advance. And, he'd also have to do the same with Bailey Luo Yun and Hai Chenfeng's strength. We can barely be called a super family at this time. But, we're merely an empty shell even if we can act as a super family nowadays. So, we mustn't take any wrong steps at this important juncture. Jun Wuyi's face twitched and convulsed with suffering. He had also been suspecting the things that Jun Moxie had brought up. In fact, he had been suspecting it for over 10 years in secret. This was also something that had plagued his heart. How could Jun Moxie not have suspected this? But, he didn't wish to believe it. His family had given so much for Tianxiang. Yet, they were being treated that way. It was cowardly. But, human nature nonetheless. After all, the Jun family's blood had soaked the battlefields for Tianxiang. Their family had worked very hard. So, to believe in this cruel truth would be tantamount to destroying everything that they had built up with their heart and soul. And, this was a serious burden that no man could bear. But, you won't act blindly unless you have irrefutable proof. Jun Moxie stated in a low voice, you can speak to me about this. But, don't speak to your grandfather about it, unless you have definite proof. The old man's temper. That's obvious. Jun Moxie smiled lightly before he spoke in a profound manner, you're not a fool, third uncle. And, neither am I. But, grandfather isn't a fool either. So, you shouldn't worry about it. But, the emperor is even farther from being a fool. Jun Moxie gave long sigh. Then, he became sad, and went back in silence. Jun Moxie became cold again, and brandished his horsewhip. This made each of the 3 scholars to twitch again. But, they didn't dare to exclaim. The young Master Jun's tone was dark and full of murderous intention as he spoke in a heavy tone, shout for me. The 3 men strived to shout hard since they were enshrouded by his murderous aura. I am the disciple of Wen Xing Heavenly Literature Institute's Mei Gao Jie and Kong Ling Yang, Han Ji Dong. Yen Feng. Qin Qiu Shi. The 3rd young Master Jun is great. The 3rd young master is noble. He is the best man. I welcome him to Tianxiang. Mei Gao Jie is a pimp. Kong Ling Yang is a pimp. The Meng family is a den of bastards. It was strange to see that the curses being hurled by the 3 scholars had become increasingly fluent after they had said it once. They didn't seem to care about the contempt or the curses anymore. After all, they had lost their sense of honor and shame once they had spoken these words out for the first time. Therefore, they had become far more fluent by now. Jun Moxie resembled a maddened brothel keeper. He gnashed his teeth, and laughed heartily as he prodded his horse to go forward. He looked like a creature from hell to everyone who laid eyes on his expressions. Everyone's eyes had frozen at this moment. The Tianxiang city had descended into utter chaos. Jun Moxie's powerful entrance had resembled an unprecedented violent storm. And, it had engulfed the entire Tianxiang city in a moment. Several big families had propped into action the moment Jun Moxie had set foot in the city. They had gathered entire lists of his misconducts, and had dashed into their palanquins to leave for the imperial palace. However, the Dugu family watched passively. There was no sign of the Li family either. And, the Tang family also stood in silence. The Murong family arrived, made a few discreet questions about the news, and disappeared. The old man Jun sat calmly in that tensed environment, and told the kitchen staff to prepare the best food and drinks. His son and grandson had arrived. So, the old man wanted to have a good drink with them. After all, his son and the grandson were already taking care of things outside. So, what was the need for the old man to move into action? It has to be said that this brat Moxie's methods are extremely bold. But, they're also the best methods we can use. After all, we're already stacked against everyone in society. So, we might as well go the crazy way. It's like the old ancestor Jun had once said, a real man isn't necessarily someone with balls. A real man is someone with an indomitable spirit. Fu *k yes. Good, good. This is the first time, go for it damn it. Ah, good one. He, the old man let out a rare smile of content as he sipped his wine. Moxie is surely creating a scene outside. However, he's also marking the formation of a formidable force. This old man's strength is formidable. Then, we also have the 8th great master from the prairie, the solitary falcon. Moreover, Mo Xie can prevail over level 4 spirit Xian experts on his own. And, it needn't be mentioned that there's that mysterious and unrivaled person behind our Jun family. So, my Jun family can be considered a real super family now. Could there still be a doubt about that? My Jun family can finally take a breather now. There's not much of a need to worry about that rotten matter at court either. After all, the Murong and the Dugu family will suppress those poor bastards from making a fuss. In fact, we can even ignore them. I'm in a very good mood. Wouldn't he have wreaked havoc if he weren't in a good mood? Who could have dared to say something? The old man's face was as steady as a mountain. In fact, he was full of prideful happiness. He had even forgotten how anxious he had been a few days back. He didn't even seem to care about the emperor's feelings at the moment. After all, even the empire couldn't deal with the Jun family at this time. And, everyone knew their own positions. For example, the Song family was as agitated as a cat on a hot roof. The Meng family found it even more difficult to bear. In fact, they acted like a bald dog with a chopped tail as they desperately went to the imperial court with their notes. They also ran rounds to the Li family. But, everyone could see that no one wanted to get involved with them. After all, no one was foolish enough to desire getting buried next to them. Meng family head, Meng Yue heard about the 3 scholars raining curses on Mei Gao Jia, Kong Ling Yang and the Meng family. So, he dejectedly returned to the Li family. He repeatedly tried to get an audience with them. But, he was left stumped for a long while since there was no result. He then mounted his horse, and went to the Murong family. Mei Gao Jia was at his home. He had been merrily waiting for the good news when he heard that his disciples were raining curses at him. And, this news left him confused and angry. Fatty Tang was inside the aristocratic hall when he heard that the young master had returned. He clapped his hands, and jumped high like a rubber ball at first. Then, he rushed out to meet him. But, Hai Chen Feng and Song Shang pulled him back. The reason was simple. Jun Moxie had given them a serious order that Tang Yuan was not to be involved in the disturbance he would create upon his return. Perhaps the others wouldn't dare to mess with the Jun family now. But, this didn't necessarily mean that they would take the same precautions against the Tang family. It had to be said that the Tang family was the last in the ranking of Tianxiang City's powerful families. Moreover, the extreme closeness of the young masters of the Jun and the Tang family was only one aspect of the matter. However, the head of the Tang family was loyal to the imperial family. So, he would never stand for his younger brother facing embarrassment. Therefore, this matter was something which Jun Moxie wanted to bear alone. He would have to incite the Tianxiang city on his own. Jun Moxie eventually reached the Jun family's mansion. He then dismounted and walked towards it. But, he turned back at the door before he entered the household, and issued a final command: go. Seize every property and business the Meng family controls in the Tianxiang city. They have been attacking me overtly and covertly. Ah, that isn't good. Hai Chen Feng will take over. You observe and see that the Meng family is dealt with properly. And, tell the Meng family that they can come and talk to me if they are dissatisfied. We will seize these small interests for now. The exact ledgers can be balanced out at a later time. The 50-60 members of the Heaven Destroyers shouted their acknowledgement in unison. Taking over the Meng family's properties. And, that's merely a small repayment of the interests. There are more accounts to settle. Jun Wui rolled his eyes. He could feel that he was finding it increasingly harder to understand his nephew. Inside the imperial palace, the emperor had a deep frown on his face as he sat opposite Mr. Wen. They would talk and play chess in the past. But, the emperor didn't seem to have the leisure to play chess, or discuss the world anymore. And, that's because he was deeply worried. A mountain of files had been accumulated to his side. The emperor's face was full of agony and helplessness. The content of those files was the same, a request to punish Jun Moxie. Requests to bring Jun Moxie to justice. Jun Moxie is out of control. He doesn't care about authority. He's raining chaos in the capital, and he's bringing shame to the land. His crimes deserve punishment. We request the emperor to take action. We plead the emperor to act. The nation's integrity will be in peril if things continue like this. We plead the emperor to act quickly. The emperor sighed. Act. I also want to act. Wouldn't I wish to eliminate Jun Moxie? In fact, there is no one who wants to do it more than me. Can you at least be a little more considerate towards me? A man must know his limits, right? Jun Xiantian's strength was great, but he was still stuck at the Sky Xian peak. After all, the Silver City wouldn't have tolerated if he had moved any further than that. Moreover, I always had means to take drastic measures against Jun Xiantian's military strength. In fact, sending Jun Moxie and Jun Wuyi to the southern heaven should have acted as the first step towards the Jun family's destruction. But, life is like chess. It doesn't play out according to people's expectations. And, it's hard to predict a person's moves. After all, going to Tianfa didn't harm that uncle-nephew duo in the least. Instead, the winds have changed, and they have returned even more powerful. Jun Moxie fought 4 Spirit Xian experts on his own, and still managed to attain victory. What kind of strength is needed for something like that? This is unimaginable. And, you want me to act on this? The circumstances have already spiraled out of my control. So, what action can I take? Can I even dare to act in this situation? Your Majesty, what burdens your mind? Mr. Wen had barely returned from the outside after witnessing Jun Moxie's killing spree. He calmly lifted his wise gaze to look at the emperor, and smiled as he asked, "Is it, that Jun Moxie?" "Yes." The emperor sighed, and motionlessly gazed at the sunset for a long time. I don't think that the emperor needs to be so worried. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing in the long run. Mr. Wen remained silent for a while before he spoke. Jun Moxie's power is great. And, the Jun family's power as a whole has also reached great heights. In fact, they had reached a league of their own. However, they don't pose a threat to the imperial family. They have reached different league, but they pose no threat. The emperor frowned. What do you mean? That's right. The Jun family would have become something like the Murong family if they had been getting powerful step by step. And, they would have had the power to cause chaos in society, and could have flipped the heavens. But, the speed at which their power is increasing is too great. They've leapt from being a regular influential family to an extremely great family in a short period of 3 to 4 months. He. Your Majesty, do you know where these super families have been positioned since antiquity? Mr. Wen smiled slowly. Such families occupy very special areas, and aren't interested in the title of the emperor. So, I'm sure that the Jun family will slowly fade away from all levels of society. They will wander amongst the clouds, and observe the great transformations. But, they will be indifferent to the changes. This has been the norm since ancient times. And, no super family has ever been an exception to this. And, that's because these super families don't pursue the glory of one generation. Instead, they seek one which endures through the long ages. They laugh at unstable situations, and remain unaffected by them. They are elated, and possess the dark of the world in the palm of their hands. Hence, your Majesty need only be patient for now. This upstart family will cause a storm with their awe-inspiring might. But, they will eventually become tired of the attention. Then, they will settle in their own place. Moreover, having such a super family within the borders of Tianxiang will be a great deterrent against the neighboring countries. The reason for such a huge reaction to that matter between Jun Moxie and his sister-in-law isn't because of the Jun family's old enemies alone, the neighboring countries who see him as a threat have also seized the opportunity to cause trouble. After all, they would wish to create enmity between the Jun and the imperial family even if they can't eliminate the Jun family. Otherwise. He smiled lightly, this is an insignificant affair of this person. And, it may even involve an immoral act with one's sister-in-law. But, why did it give rise to such a huge reaction? Was Jun Moxie's reputation ever good? Your Majesty has always been far-sighted. So, you need to consider these troubles properly. That arrogant Jun Moxie won't act with humanity even if you handle these matters properly. But, old man Jun Tian and Jun Wuyi will surely regard you kindly. You say this. But, how can I not know? The emperor stood up and placed his hands behind his back. His expression was desolate, that's not the problem here. The biggest problem is, the Blood Sword Hall. Blood Sword Hall. I remember that your Majesty had said that it was the core of the secret strength at your hand. Ah, I see. This one can also more or less figure out the matter if we combine that with Xiao Buyu's confession. The truth of the deaths of Jun Wuhui and Jun Wumeng. However, the Jun family has no evidence. Moreover, Jun Tian and Jun Wuyi still have the final say in that family. And, those two men have deep feelings towards Tianxiang City. In fact, they have a lot of sentiment. Mr. Wen smiled, Your Majesty, it's difficult to turn against one's homeland. Jun Moxie may not care. But, Jun Tian will. So, there's a margin for mediation. Margin to mediate. The emperor's eyes lit up. Yes. Those events happened a very long time ago. Your Majesty hadn't revealed anything, but Jun Tian and Jun Wuyi are shrewd men. So, how could they not have suspected? What's important here is that the Blood Sword Hall is merely a group of killers despite their strength. So, how could it have influenced the army? That father and son duo has suspected for 10 years, but they haven't made a move. They've never carried out any vendetta. Does your Majesty know why? Mr. Wen was calm. He obviously had a card up his sleeve. Why? I believe that the Jun family doesn't doubt that it had been your Majesty's act. However, their family members, whether alive or dead, have done too much for Tianxiang. And, this too much is the reason here. Mr. Wen continued in a serious tone, the Jun family's members have been the mainstay of the Tianxiang Empire for the past few decades. They had somewhat saved Tianxiang, and have been its greatest servants. Tianxiang has tens of thousands of miles under its territory, and has a huge populace because of their hard work. The masses live in peace and tranquility. And, this is a result of the Jun family's blood and sweat. This is because of the contributions of countless men of the Jun family. After all, their people have expended immeasurable efforts to make such a situation possible. He continued to smile, so, put yourself in their place, Your Majesty. Would you ever think of destroying this country if you had done so much for it, and had paid 2 generations of blood for it? Would you destroy your greatest accomplishment? Would you think of destroying the safety and joy of millions of people? You're right. The Jun family is too kind. They would never do it. A light flashed in the emperor's eyes as he quickly jumped up. He circled excitedly, and his face started to glow again. However, Your Majesty will have to give them some explanations when the time comes. So, I'll give you one word of advice. Mr. Wen smiled mysteriously. He turned down his palm and spoke, abandon. Abandon? The emperor trembled. His joyous expression froze, and he was left to stare blankly, abandon. His heart was in agony. But, that is my most elite force. They have won so many battles over the years. They have given everything for so many years to make me emperor. Do I really need to abandon them? Yes, abandon them. Do it even if you don't want to, you have no choice. Mr. Wen spoke without hesitation, you'll have to face the Jun family if you don't abandon the Blood Sword Hall. But, the Jun family can shake the entire world in confrontation. So, would you dare to confront them? And, the Emperor might be next if the situation worsens. Your life and the lives of the entire imperial family will be in danger. The Emperor's face became gloomy, and his body started to sway. Abandon the Blood Sword Hall. Not for Jun Zhantian. Nor for Jun Wuyi, but for Jun Moxie. Mr. Wen sighed and continued, Jun Zhantian and Jun Wuyi have spent a lot of blood for Tian Xiang during their lives. So, there's no need to doubt their sentiment for Tian Xiang. These two men won't do too much if you look at it from a humane perspective. So, I'm sure they won't do anything drastic even if they become fully aware that Jun Wuhui's death was your doing. That's because, the Jun family's blood, their effort, the entirety of Jun Zhantian's life, and half of Jun Wuyi's life, have all been for the Tian Xiang Empire. Even the lifetimes of Jun Wuhui and Jun Wumeng have been for this nation along with the deaths of those Jun youngsters. Tian Xiang is the pillar for the Jun family. It's the fruit of their labors, and it's also their biggest solace. I'm sure that your majesty would only need to unrestrainedly reward and apologies to Jun Zhantian even if genuinely get some conclusive evidence. And, you could then swear an oath and uphold it. They will also hold their pride and accept it. They won't do it for official positions. But, they'll do it for the country's people. I'm not wrong, your majesty. Jun Zhantian and Jun Wuyi are good men who work for this nation's people. They are real, respectable, and brave men. Therefore, you can disregard those two. But Jun Moxie is different, he's completely different. He has his father's ability to lead soldiers. He had never shown his key traits before. He had always hidden his talents. But, Jun Moxie is acting like that now. He has stood out since the last half a year. He was only a debauchee wastrel in the past. But, he's like an unrestrained storm now. He could have been stopped before he had left Tian Xiang. But, he's a full-fledged eagle which has spread its wings now that he's back from Southern Heaven City. He is young, but his power has soared above the 9 heavens. He's a hero who overlooks the world, and dares everything. Moreover, he has been vindictive ever since this vicious personality of his has arrived. And, his behavior is even more merciless. His means are unwavering, and he doesn't hesitate while making a decision to kill. You genuinely can't afford to be at fault with him. And, he also has that powerful backing. So, he won't have any misgivings because of it. He will look at the world disdainfully if this continues. I've observed something upon his return today, no one holds any value in his eyes. No matter who they are. He doesn't care about spilling blood, and he's indifferent to any crime. Such a man is the most dreadful kind. Your Majesty needn't worry about Jun Zhantian or Jun Wuyi getting their hands on a conclusive proof of what happened those days. But, everything will come to an end if this kid gets his hands on them. Is there no alternative to abandoning them? I am very. The Emperor's complexion turned pale as he clenched his fist. It seemed that he had made up his mind. This is the safest and the most dependable method. We have to deal with someone like Jun Moxie. So, we have to be on guard that this Jun Moxie doesn't find anything to hold on to. Your Majesty, you must know that the main difference between Jun Moxie and Jun Zhantian is that the former doesn't have any feelings towards Tian Xiang. And, from that time, Jun Moxie, he. There was a strange light in Mr. Wen's eyes. He what? His Majesty asked. He ignores people. In fact, he might not even consider them as people. He's extremely cold-blooded. And, I saw him while he was killing people. His expression maintained the same tranquility throughout the time he coldly went about killing them. You must know that one's eyes will undergo some fluctuations even if one kills a chicken or a dog. This is because there would be surge in their energy. But, Jun Moxie didn't react like that at all. His expression might have belied some emotion, but his eyes remained calm. In fact, killing a person was the same to him that eating is to a hungry person. It was like a natural course of action. Mr. Wen's tone became heavier as he spoke. The well-known cold-blooded Great Master Lei Wu Bei is known for committing massacres. But, even he will find it impossible to be as cold-blooded as Jun Moxie. These are the soul-sucking and bloodthirsty people who give no value to human life. Your Majesty, this Jun Moxie is very dangerous. In fact, he has surpassed everyone. It's in his innate nature to kill. Even the great assassin Chu Chi Hun may not be so dangerous. Mr. Wen paused for a long while since he felt something indescribable. In fact, even he was unaware that he had stopped speaking. The Emperor trembled. He felt cold. He didn't need Mr. Wen to speak any further to understand this matter. He already knew it very clearly now. The consequences of a man like Jun Moxie getting his hands on the evidence of his father's entrapment. The Emperor could imagine them very clearly. Jun Moxie doesn't care for anything. Moreover, he has already grabbed a lot of power. He's already an unshakable and formidable existence. Even attacking him suddenly will not bring the surety of results. I could storm the Jun family's gates. However, I would have to be on guard against vengeful assignations even if one of their top individuals manages to escape. The days of my life will be filled with unspeakable misery, and will have to face a lot of mental pressure. And, that's enough for anyone to drown in liquor out of sheer pressure. Blood Sword Hall. I have to abandon them. I can't afford to keep them. Besides, you also need to appease the Jun family. You need to appease them blindly. In fact, you must appease them till you're exhausted. Mr. Wen suddenly flashed a smile. I'm sure that the Jun family doesn't have any concrete proof. So, we still have a margin to rescue the situation. That matter won't trouble you if your Majesty restores the original relationship. I also remember that old man Jun had once proposed a marriage between Jun Moxie and Princess Ling Meng. The Emperor had a determined expression on his face as he looked at the sunset. He sighed deeply and said, "Yes. That's true." Mr. Wen laughed and said, "Then, your Majesty should have a plan." The Emperor remained silent for a long time. He then sighed, but it seemed that he wasn't very comfortable with it. Then, he suddenly asked, "Mr. Wen, do you know if the elusive world of immortals has a young talent like that?" Mr. Wen was stumped by this question. He remained silent for a long while before he replied, "No, there isn't. That place has many talented people, but all of them are very old. How could there be anything like this family?" However, the Emperor didn't give up. "What about that land's young lady?" "The young lady is approaching 60 this year." Mr. Wen smiled bitterly. "Her son is 30, and her grandson is only 5 or 6. The Emperor may wish to form a relationship with the elusive world of immortals. But, even they won't wish to make enemies of the Jun family. After all, the strength of the person backing the Jun family is a profound mystery. Even the lady herself might not have good odds of success if she faces him." The Emperor sighed and said, "I'll have to haggle with Jun Moxie if that's the case." Mr. Wen also sighed and stated, "Your Majesty shouldn't be too optimistic. It's too difficult to say if the Jun family will accept this matter or not. It's easy to expect people to add flowers to the brocade, but difficult to expect them to provide help in the hour of need." The room became quiet since the two men stopped talking. A long while passed, and the two men sighed in unison. The Dugu family. Dugu Zongheng's eyes appeared like copper bells as he looked at the movements of the girl. She had a small waist in the past. But, she now resembled a penguin as she moved down the palanquin. She swayed as she walked forward while holding her stomach. And, the old man felt as if the blood from his entire body had started to dash to his forehead. There was an "Ard," as Dugu Xiaoyi's mother cried from behind. She didn't dare believe her sight as she covered her mouth with her hand while tears fell down her face. Everyone's mouths were open as they stood petrified. The old man eventually came to himself. He resembled a mad tiger circling his cage as he started to pace around in circles. Then, he finally found a target to vent his anger at. So, he roared, and charged ferociously. He then grabbed one of his 7 grandsons. And, he started to beat the youngster's entire body in a violent rage. He also started to shout curses. However, the curses were so chaotic that one couldn't even tell what he was shouting. The 7 youngsters squatted down and stuck their heads into his crotch for safety. Therefore, the first round of kicks landed on their buttocks with snap and bang sounds, and their buttocks swelled as a result. You want to beat us, right? But, you can't hit our faces. After all, we 7 have spent 15 years of our lives with you. Dugu Wudi covered his head and sneaked away. Dugu Xiaoyi rushed up to pacify the situation. And, the result was amazing. Everyone increased their distance wherever she walked to. After all, they were afraid that something might go wrong if they touched her. Dugu Xiaoyi could only feel more proud and bold. After all, it seemed like she was a firefighter in this chaotic situation. Everyone would scuttle from the spot she'd walk to. And thus, this amusing game continued for a while. Moreover, a group of the family's women would also noisily chase after her in the hope that she'd stop after paying heed to their calls. Anyway, wasn't Dugu Zongheng losing his temper a common sight in the Dugu family? Therefore, Dugu Xiaoyi was also very accustomed to it. But then, Dugu Xiaoyi had somewhat forgotten her condition in this situation. However, the thick pillow she had tied to her stomach wasn't very firmly tied. So, the ropes couldn't help but become loose as she ran around. In fact, it was a wonder that they had held up till that point. The small support system of the pillow eventually. The old lady had been staring at her granddaughter ever since she had arrived. And, she had finally discovered that extremely shocking thing. Old Lady Dugu had felt that something was amiss the moment she had seen Dugu Xiaoyi enter. Just look at this girl. Doesn't it look like? Wait, what? Her eyebrows had shot up, while her neck had straightened. That doesn't look like a defiled body. How can a pregnant woman stand so straight? And, how did she get so big in these few days alone? However, the first impression is the strongest. Therefore, the astute old lady wasn't able to understand the matter at first. In fact, she had even started to doubt herself. But, she then saw Dugu Xiaoyi running around. The little girl's pregnancy prop's ropes had started to loosen, and the prop had slowly started to slide downwards. The pillow had initially been near her chest. However, it had soon slipped to her lower belly, and had then continued to slide downwards towards her thighs. The old lady's eyes suddenly opened wide. Dugu Xiaoyi also became aware that things were going wrong. So, she quickly and stealthily thrust her hands underneath, and pushed the prop up. And, she didn't dare to run recklessly again. Instead, the little girl started to look around in a sneaky manner. Stop! What a scandal! Old Lady Dugu walked with her crutches as she angrily shouted. The 9 men of the family were still having a go at each other. In fact, this grandfather-father-son gang still seemed in high spirits. Their enthusiastic exchange of punches and kicks was producing enough ruckus to give competition to a busy downtown slaughterhouse. Xiao-yi. You come over here. Old Lady Dugu couldn't do anything about the men and their fighting. So, she turned her eyes and called out. Why? It's inconvenient for a pregnant body like mine. Dugu Xiaoyi slowly came over while holding her belly. She suddenly seemed docile, and looked somewhat guilty. You've been running around ever since you've come back. That wasn't inconvenient. Let me take a proper look. Old Lady Dugu carefully extended her hand, and felt the girl's belly. However, Dugu Xiaoyi spread her arms in alarm, and jumped back like a small and nimble deer. She then vigilantly spoke up, What are you doing, Grandma? This is your grandson. You must be careful. She hadn't even finished speaking when there was a soft, plop sound. And, the child she was heavy with suddenly fell down her clothes. It fell down with a puff, bounced twice, and trembled as it rolled around 3 meters before it came to a halt. It was a round pillow. And it even had embroidery on it, an adorable kitten. A jump rope was attached to it like long ribbon. And another one still hung from Dugu Xiaoyi's waist. This act was obviously going to lead to a difficult aftermath. Dugu Xiaoyi quickly hopped back and revealed a "cat's out of the bag" expression. This. Dugu Xiaoyi's lips were drawn. She covered her embarrassed face with her hands. She suddenly felt ashamed and speechless. Moreover, her lovely face had turned very red. This development blew away the entire family like a landmine. Old man Dugu Zongheng chocked as he opened his mouth wide. His clenched fist had stopped midair, and his face had become ashen. Dugu Wudi slumped to the ground with his eyes open to their extreme. He was covered in dust, and had an extremely incredulous expression. Dugu Chong felt wronged as he looked at his grandfather. His mouth twisted as he mumbled, "I had told you that nothing had happened. I said there wasn't any mishap. It would have been impossible for me to not know if something had happened. I had told you. You had also said that you're an idiot. You need a good spanking." Dugu Zongheng's roar was like a terrifying thunderclap. Dugu Chong withdrew his neck, and shut his mouth when he heard it. Dugu Zongheng's face twisted as he started to stalk Dugu Xiaoyi like a tiger. He smiled in rage, "Good. Good. Good girl. You've grown up now. You fooled your grandfather, that's amazing." The old man nodded fiercely, he didn't know what else to say. "Grandpa. Grandpa. I. Dugu Xiaoyi lost her mind in fear, and turned her beady eyes around. She then drew back in panic, and looked around for help. But, everyone suddenly looked away and refused to help. This girl is out of control. She needs a moral lesson. God knows what will happen if she doesn't get one. This is scandalous. A young girl from a big and noble family caused such an incident. She fooled her own family. Moreover, she went ahead and faked her pregnancy in front of thousands of people to draw attention towards herself. I'll break you to pieces. Dugu Wudi spoke everyone's thoughts out loud. Help. Dugu Xiaoyi turned to run. However, Dugu Zongheng took great strides and pulled the long ribbon that was dangling on the ground behind her. It appeared like he was fishing, and the little girl was the fish that was stuck on the baited hook. She flew back with a whooshing sound, and dropped on her palms and knees with a loud bang. Dugu Xiaoyi struggled and shrieked as tears streamed down her face. Dugu Zongheng hadn't felt much about beating his grandsons. But, he felt sorry for his granddaughter when he had barely given 2 slaps to her. Therefore, he didn't hit her again. Let me deal with this disobedient girl, father. I won't let her. Dugu Wudi crawled off the floor as he rubbed his hands and rolled his sleeves. He had a very fierce expression on his face. This girl has played tricks on me. She deserves a moral lesson. I'll break her bones. What will I hand over this girl to you for, you bastard? Dugu Zongheng's beard puffed as he shouted. Xiaoyi's body is delicate, how can you beat her? Back off. Dark lines appeared on Dugu Wudi's face. You just gave 2 slaps to that delicate thing. But, you suddenly feel sorry for my daughter when I want to deal with her? Can't you believe that I might also go easy on her? But, you're suddenly protecting her again now. Dugu Xiaoyi stood up sobbing, and wiped her tears. She looked like she had been seriously wronged. The entire family became silent as they looked at that pillow in the distance. The face of Dugu Xiaoyi's mother was full of helplessness for a long while. Then, she eventually looked at her mother-in-law. Mother, what should we do about this? Old Lady Dugu panted with rage, what should we do about it? Put some dressing on it. She snorted heavily before she gave a long sigh. Then, she said, the matter has already reached this far. So, what can be done now? Dugu Zongheng's eyes were opened wide. He too panted with rage. What can be done? This girl appeared pregnant to everyone. And, I'm sure that everyone in Tianxiang believes that the granddaughter of the Dugu family is pregnant with the Jun family's child. So, what can we do? Fu *k. This thing has happened to the Dugu family. This old man is very furious. Anyone else taking advantage of this situation would have been better than that Jun family. Our family is very unfortunate. Father, you mean that? Dugu Wudi spoke up very cautiously. He had finally understood the matter. Today's biggest error wasn't made by Dugu Xiaoyi, but by him. It seemed that everything he had spoken was wrong. And, it had now become a thorn at the old man's side. My maiden daughter isn't pregnant. So, she won't be birthing an illegitimate child. What do I mean? This is disgraceful. What does this mean for our family? What does this mean for your daughter? I'm saying that our Dugu family's bad reputation will reach the heavens. Can't you use your brains? You only want to infuriate this old man further, don't you? You idiot. Dugu Zongheng jumped up, and started to rain curses. Dugu Wudi withdrew his neck, and became silent. I'll get a scolding if I speak up. But, he won't let me stay silent either. Why don't you speak? Can't you speak? You still dare to stay quiet and rebel against me? This behooves you. Old man Dugu circled like an evil monster as his finger pointed at General Dugu's nose, while his saliva sprayed like rain. I didn't expect that staying silent would also cause so much trouble. Dugu Wudi had been rendered speechless. Tomorrow, we will arrange our men to go to the Jun family in order to talk this matter over. We can't let that brat do the damage and slip away so cleanly. That brat is the reason behind this chaos. Old Lady Dugu boldly made a decision, that debauchee brat will feel very satisfied after he marries my granddaughter. Let me meet him tomorrow. Tomorrow, isn't that good? The Jun family is also facing trouble right now. So, tomorrow, is troublesome. Dugu Wudi pulled his head back to look at his mother. He had a sense of foreboding. I said we'll go tomorrow. So, we'll go tomorrow. And, there won't be any questions about it. Old Lady Dugu glared wide-eyed, you father-son and 7 idiots will deal with whatever's happening in the capital. What's the big deal about it? What's it worth? Even a barnyard is as noisy as this city. Jun Moxie is massacring people throughout the capital. Dugu Wudi spoke up in a low voice. However, he saw that no one reacted. So, he continued to speak, that brat is very ferocious. Very ferocious, the old lady nodded in a gratified manner, this old lady's son-in-law can't be a weakling. There's a rumor that he prevailed over 4 spirit Xian experts. I had always thought that it was a rumor. But, I can tell that his power reaches the heavens now that I see him massacring the entire city. He's a powerful youngster. Then, she suddenly became angry, you shameful bastard. You know that we are on the same boat as the Jun family now. But, you still haven't gone to help them. What will you do if they bully Xiao Yi after the marriage because our family didn't support them? Will you take responsibility for it? Dugu Wudi was left stunned by this. My parents are unreasonable. I had always thought that mother is reasonable. How did they come to this? They're already thinking of Xiao Yi's happiness after marriage. My mother genuinely has a long foresight. The women suddenly crowded around the old lady and Dugu Xiao Yi, and began to chatter and giggle. The wedding discussions could already be heard in the distance. In fact, even the birth of children and their names were being discussed. Dugu Wudi and Dugu Zongheng looked at each other in dismay. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A long while passed like this. Then, old man Dugu suddenly raised his leg and kicked Dugu Wudi's posterior, you're still too unhappy to help, you bastard. What are you doing standing here? What's so good to see here? Dugu Wudi hastily sneaked away. But, he was still mad inside. Jun Moxie, fu *ku. Everything has happened because of you, you shameless bastard. The 7 heroes and legends bravely rushing forward saw their grandfather looking at them. So, they quickly got up as well, and fled in Dugu Wudi's stead. The world outside was crowding with people, and the entire city was being turned upside down. However, Jun Moxie was at home. And he was preparing for his grandfather's advancement with full devotion. This is a world where the strong are respected. So, the faster one becomes stronger, the better it is. Anyway, where could those clowns standing outside run to? A monk may run away. But, he can never run from the temples. Therefore, Jun Moxie wasn't too anxious about making reprisals. Moreover, he felt that those people would only discuss about matters that would intimidate them further. He had first taken Guan Qinghan back to her courtyard when they had returned. However, she had told him to stay when he was about to leave. Jun Moxie had turned around in astonishment, only to see that Guan Qinghan was standing delicately and timidly at the doorway. Her figure was slight, and her face seemed thinned out. She appeared to be cowering in fear as she looked into Jun Moxie's eyes with an expression of seeking protection. Jun Moxie looked back at Guan Qinghan. And, she somewhat lowered her head as tears fell down her face, and onto the ground. Jun Moxie trembled inside. This woman. This beautiful woman, this unrivaled beauty, who knows how much she has had to endure? How much torment she has gone through? Who would have empathized with her? I suppose that the men are supreme, and women are worth less than servants' clothes. However, Jun Moxie had crossed over from the modern world. So, he could somewhat understand her terrible suffering. Only he could put himself in her shoes, and only he could think about her from a woman's point of view. No one else could do it. And, even if anyone could think about it, they'd think it right. But, was it? This woman had always been like ice. She was a proud and cold woman. But, she was still a woman in the end. And, she had finally shown her weakness. Perhaps the cold and aloof mannerism of Guan Qinghan's had been nothing other than helplessness of a sort. After all, a young lady in the prime of her youth had been turned into nothing but a tool to climb up the social ladder for the sake of powerful. And, men of this world had fixed that life for her. The realization that her fiancé was someone with a heroic character must have consoled the young lady's heart a little. It wasn't long before her wedding. It wasn't long before she would be draped in silk. It wasn't long before she'd get to assist her husband in running the house and raising the children. However, she had suddenly gotten to hear the news of her fiancé's death instead of the wedding bells. Her fiancé had fallen and died in battle. She had suffered a huge loss, but she still went ahead and got married for her family. Some of it was voluntary, and some it was forced. But, how could she have been forced if she had done it voluntarily? She would have perhaps become another tool for more power if she had remained with her family. But, it wouldn't have been so with the Jun family. She would have surely been alone in the Jun family, but she would also have been free and peaceful. Moreover, she would have been away from those ugly schemes. Therefore, she had consented to come to her fiancé's family in despair. Otherwise, how could a flowery girl whose tenderness could give rise to a poetic dream in any man's life agree to marry a deceased hero for the sake of a life of loneliness? However, Guan Qinghan genuinely hadn't had any other option. She had already come to despair everything. She despaired of marriage, of the very thought of marriage, even of life. Therefore, she came to the Jun family. And, the Jun family was fortunately good to her. But then, the matter with the Shui Hun manor appeared after a while. And thus, her already despairing family had been forced into a tough situation. Guan Qinghan had thought of dying. However, the Jun family would have endured the very heavens for her. Therefore, she wouldn't have regretted doing anything for Jun family. She genuinely wouldn't have regretted. So, she followed the army to southern Heaven City with secret intentions to sacrifice herself for the Jun family. She didn't need to sacrifice herself in the end. However, another mishap occurred. Jun Moxie, her brother-in-law, was affected by an aphrodisiac and his life was rendered in peril. And, the one who had caused that evil had already fled in panic. She knew that she could have left if she wanted. But, where would she have found a woman in the military camp? Wouldn't Jun Moxie die burning with desire if we can't find a woman? Therefore, Guan Qinghan had no other choice but to use her body in order to save him. Someone could argue that Guan Qinghan knew the affections Dugu Xiaoyi had for Jun Moxie. So, why hadn't she called her back instead? However, how could she have explained it to the girl's family? And, why had Dugu Xiaoyi escaped in the first place? Didn't she know the consequences of administering the drug? Who would administer an aphrodisiac and not know what would happen as a result? Dugu Xiaoyi might have been an exception, but Guan Qinghan wasn't. She had thought, why would she run if she has administered him with an aphrodisiac? But, would she return if she has already fled? Guan Qinghan was left with no other choice once she had realized this. Therefore, she could only give her virtue to the Jun family. She could only give her benefactor family a chance to continue their bloodline. Guan Qinghan had no choice. Moreover, her honor also prevented her from going back. It didn't matter how she felt about Jun Moxie, she couldn't cower in the face of this situation. But, she was caught in a storm when she saved Jun Moxie's life. And, she was stained with the accusations of the whole world as a result. She was stained with the immorality of a relationship between a brother and sister-in-law. And, she couldn't escape that black mark no matter what the reason behind her actions. Her honor. The honor of the two families. Her virtue. Her chastity. The pressure of these matters had left her to suffocate. Guan Qinghan had wanted to kill herself every time Jun Moxie had even harbored a tiny speck of hesitation with respect to that incident. And, making herself return to Tianxiang City was already the bravest thing she had ever done in her life. Because she still had a little hope in her heart. And, Jun Moxie hadn't let her down. However, she still felt vulnerable like before. In fact, she felt as vulnerable as a seaweed in an ocean current. Jun Moxie's heart pounded as he took 2 steps forward. The two had looked deep into each other's eyes. And, Jun Moxie had finally seen the helplessness and despair of Guan Qinghan's eyes. Jun Moxie looked at her carefully as he raised his hand and held hers. Then, he spoke in a soft but firm tone, "Don't be afraid. Leave everything to me." Jun Moxie's words were like an astonishing sword piercing through the haze in the sky. And, that sky full of black clouds was suddenly pierced by a small ray of light. In fact, these words had resembled the grandeur of a boundless mountain, they were as inexhaustible as a bottomless river, they were as thunderous as a torrential snowfall in open summer. And, Guan Qinghan suddenly felt like she could rely on these words as if they were the unshakable base of a towering mountain peak. Guan Qinghan's eyes suddenly shone like a full moon. Her lips trembled a little as she withdrew her curled hand from the warmth of Jun Moxie's palm, even though she didn't want to. However, Jun Moxie didn't let it go. He held it even tighter instead as he spoke up again. "Don't be afraid. Leave everything to me." Guan Qinghan finally submitted to Jun Moxie's grasp. Her lips moved, but no words came out. Only 2 tears streamed down. These hands are very strong. And, very, warm. Guan Qinghan's tears fell like rain. Jun Moxie left Guan Qinghan's place, and made his way to his own courtyard to check Yi Guhan's condition. After all, Yi Guhan's Xian cultivation had been destroyed, and his dantian had been damaged. Therefore, his physical condition had been rendered even worse than that of a normal man. However, he couldn't guess where Yi Guhan had suddenly found a desire to live from. Moreover, his broken body was overflowing with vitality. And, that had left Jun Moxie very surprised. What is one's state of affairs? Individual perseverance, personality, and the will to live. However, Yi Gu Han's state of affairs had surprised young Master Jun. But, Yi Gu Han was sleeping and Jun Moxie didn't wish to disturb him. Jun Moxie had only saved him to preserve his third uncle's honor. In fact, he wouldn't have done it unless his uncle had made that promise. It wouldn't have mattered to him how much Princess Ling Meng would have begged him. Her evocation of the selfless love hadn't moved him either. His uncle's word had been the only that had compelled him to save Yi Gu Han. The young master then returned to hall, and started to plan over the preparations for his grandfather's advancement. However, Jun Moxie wasn't very anxious about this. After all, he had always believed that a good thing couldn't be acquired instantly, the same was even truer for a great one's. Moreover, the opportunity could always be snatched by someone else even if it was presently in one's own hands. Therefore, it couldn't be truly one's own unless it had been digested inside one's belly. And, the peak level 9 Xian Core's situation was something of this sort. It had once created a huge sensation, and had drawn people from every corner of the world. Therefore, such a great thing could be snatched away at any time. The Jun family had seized a lot of opportunities of late. And, this had materialized into many great advantages for them. Therefore, they could look down on the Tianxiang Empire, and even the entire world. But, young Master Jun clearly understood that the Jun family was still very weak on the inside. In fact, they were far off from being a true super family. After all, this was merely a bluff, they were only an empty shell at the moment. His fictitious master was the largest advantage which the Jun family had relied on. However, that extremely powerful and mysterious master obviously didn't exist. Moreover, the Jun family didn't have a true spirit Xian expert either. Jun Moxie may have become known for having defeated 4 spirit Xian experts. However, there was a lot of exaggeration to that claim. The Jun family's growth into a real super family would require a long period of strenuous efforts. However, it would be necessary for the Jun family to have a true spirit Xian expert in their ranks until then. Therefore, helping the old man advance to the spirit Xian level had taken top priority. Jun Moxie took the baffled Jun Zhantian to the basement of the newly built tower along with the prairie's solitary falcon. This tower had been built as per Jun Moxie's special request. This tower was particularly strong, and the large granite steps were tightly wound. This had given a sealed effect to the tower's interiors. In fact, the world outside wouldn't be able to hear any sounds even if someone were to deliberately shout and yell inside this tower. This had obviously been built for this specific moment. After all, the fluctuations in the power of a peak level 9 Xian core was too great. Jun Moxie had given Jun Wuyi detailed instructions in advance. Therefore, Jun Wuyi stationed elite troops around the tower for protection once the 3 men had entered the tower. Moreover, there were as many as 10 more guards hiding in the secrecy of darkness. Jun Wuyi, Song Shang, and Hai Chenfeng, the 3 Sky Xian experts took to their 3 respective sections, and stood guard. Moreover, they took extreme precautions in doing so. They had eliminated every eventuality, and ensured that it would be impossible to disturb the proceedings inside. Jun Moxie's personal teams of heaven destroyers and spirit devourers were tasked with the security of the innermost layer. They were hidden in secret places, and were equipped with swords and the Xian beast tendon crossbows. In fact, their weapons were so sharp that they were gleaming with cold lights. There were a myriad of traps everywhere, string traps, poison, smoke traps, and so on. 7 or 8 places even had the secret weapons which Jun Moxie had forged. Moreover, these weapons had been dipped in poison beforehand. Therefore, one wrong step in the darkness, and even a sky or spirit Xian expert would find themselves doomed for eternity. In fact, it could be assumed that one's blood will have spilled out in less than 5 breaths. In fact, Even a great master would find it extremely difficult to break past this kind of a fighting strength and ambush arrangements. Inside the tower, Jun Moxie took out the Xian core, and its energy radiated everywhere. Solitary Falcon stared wide-eyed, and gaped for a while. Then, he eventually spoke up, Fu*K. Men from around the world were fighting each other to death over this. Even I didn't bat an eye before I left the grasslands and came here over this. But, I had never imagined that it nestled in the safety of your possession. In fact, it didn't even appear out in the open. But, the thing that we had fought over, what was that? That was obviously a fake one. Jun Moxie rubbed his nose. He smiled mischievously, and spoke without a hint of embarrassment. I had felt very bad when I saw you fight over it so enthusiastically that night. Solitary Falcon snorted, just look at you smiling like that. Were you even the least bit bothered? Even getting mad at you is a waste of feelings. Anyway, I don't care about it. I didn't want that core from the very beginning. To temper oneself and advance on one's own is the path of honor. It's a good thing that you aren't offended. Such an open-minded great master would be perfect to guide my grandfather, Jun Moxie stated with a chuckle. His words had obviously been one of ridicule. However, his expression suddenly became very dignified. He then turned towards Solitary Falcon and spoke seriously. Please, Master Falcon. Jun Moxie had spoken these words very earnestly. After all, Jun Xie was the first amongst Jun Moxie's acknowledged relatives. Advancing his grandfather's strength was surely very important. But, his life was even more so. Advancing power was unimportant in comparison to preserving life. In fact, advancement was inconsequential. However, preserving one's life was crucial. The young master had enough assurance regarding that matter. But, he had still spoken those words because he wanted Solitary Falcon to know that they couldn't fail in this matter. They couldn't afford to fail. Only success was allowed, failure wasn't. Solitary Falcon's facial expression suddenly became solemn. He then assumed a rare and dignified mannerism as he replied in a heavy tone, "Don't worry." However, he then frowned and said, "But, I can't do this on my own. I'll require several medicines for assistance. And, those medicines are." Jun Moxie turned his palm and rubbed them together, and 3 kinds of medicines came out. Moreover, they were 3 wondrous medicines. Heavenly Star Grass, Tricolored Mushroom, and 9 Xian Root. 3 kinds of special medicines were required to fuse the Xian core. And, not one was missing, each one of them was available. Moreover, each of them was twice the usual quality, and far surpassed the usual standard. Solitary Falcon exclaimed when he saw this. Then, he carefully inspected them and said, "You possess the greatest ability, you brat. There won't be any problem since you've already prepared these." Jun Xie had just realized that Jun Moxie was going to use the Peel Level 9 Xian core to force his advancement. However, he couldn't help but be annoyed. "Moxie, your grandfather is very old. So, what's the point of using such a great thing on me? Don't waste this extremely treasured gift. Don't waste this excellent opportunity. Moreover, you'll also be wasting the great Xian strength of Solitary Falcon. Advance your third uncle's cultivation if you wish to use this on someone. That would be great for the Jun family. In fact, it would be much better. But, using this on me is a huge waste." Jun Moxie smiled slightly. His eyes had filled with a profound emotion as he slowly said, "Grandfather's words are wrong. It's urgent to use this thing only because grandfather is so old. A person's age is of consequence. An average person can live for about 60 to 80 years as long as there's no accident. A Xian expert can live to an average of 100 years, and a Sky Xian peak expert will live from 150 years to 200 years. However, this is only true as long as the individual hasn't met with any serious accidents." The young master then sighed and continued, but, grandfather has been fighting since his youth, and has been on military campaigns his entire life. So, I believe that you have suffered many major and minor injuries. Your body has been damaged over this long period of time. And, the same can be said for your meridians as well. You are in a pure Xian environment at the moment. So, there shouldn't be a problem with your health. But, your injuries could burst forth if you were to get involved in a violent fight, or were to suffer from a sudden illness. And, your health situation would become hopeless if that were to happen. But, your lifespan will increase by 100 years if you use this Xian core. Moreover, it will nurse your health, and your physical condition will also be brought to its optimum state. Jun Moxie smiled and continued, third uncle and I have other means. And, they are more effective. So, don't worry about us. Jun Xie stroked his beard as he pondered in silence. However, he still seemed unwilling to assent. After all, he had the mindset of an old man, he hated using the good things he had procured over his lifespan. Instead, he wished that those good things would be used by his descendants when they'd need them. In fact, he would be satisfied even if he got nothing of what he had earned. He'd be very satisfied indeed. Such was the old man like Jun Xie currently harbored. Jun Moxie saw that the old man was still hesitant. So, he hurriedly spoke up, I will destroy this thing if you don't agree to use it. This is a great thing, but it can stir up a lot of trouble. Moreover, third uncle and I won't be using it anyway. Grandfather, you must know that you're the martial backbone of this family. In fact, you're the most important individual if the overall situation is taken into account. Jun Xie had no choice but to agree since Jun Moxie had put such a condition. However, he still tried to confirm whether Jun Moxie and Jun Wui had any other means. After all, he needed the assurance. Jun Moxie couldn't say much in front of Solitary Falcon. Some things anyway couldn't be spoken out loud. However, it took a lot of brains to dodge the old man's interrogative questions. So much so that it made his back sweat. Jun Moxie was someone who wouldn't even blink if he saw the whole world being slaughtered. However, he had a very tough time in convincing this one man. Jun Moxie hurriedly got busy in grinding the heavenly star grass into pieces the moment grandfather Jun eventually agreed. After all, he was afraid that the nightmarish interrogation would start again. He then pasted the mashed heavenly star grass on the Xian core's surface. This gave rise to a flash of red light. And, the violently fluctuating force of the Xian core suddenly stabilized. In fact, it had suddenly become reserved, and had started to resemble an obedient and cultured child. However, Jun Moxie couldn't even sigh due to the paucity of time. He quickly turned toward Solitary Falcon, and made a gesture. Solitary Falcon understood the tactic gesture, and went behind Jun Xie. He then placed one of his palms at the back of Jun Xie's head, while the other was positioned at the middle of his back. Jun Xie sat down cross-legged as this happened, and solemnly closed his eyes. The bitter and fragrant scent of the tricolored mushroom filled the air soon after. Jun Moxie initiated the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune, and the tricolored mushroom's efficacy started to seep into the Xian core. He didn't waste any of it in the process. Suddenly, that pitch-black darkness of the Xian core was replaced by the brightness of a rising sun. In fact, it was so bright that it was painful to even look at it. This dazzling bright light might be difficult to look at. However, anyone under its glare would feel a sense of great peace of mind. Jun Moxie didn't miss a beat, and started to make the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune work faster. The Xian core became bright again, and flickered violently. Then, a bright river of yellow suddenly shot out of the Xian core with a sweet and fragrant smell. And, it went right into Jun Xie's mouth. The last remaining thing in the young master's hand, the 9 Xian root, suddenly turned into a thick stream of a sky-blue liquid at this time, and shot into the air. It then entered the old man's mouth as well. The timing was precise, it wasn't even a moment off target. Solitary Falcon also unleashed his great aura as this happened. And it also flowed into Jun Tian's meridians in a continuous stream. Jun Moxie finally relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief. Everything is going well now. In fact, this can be called half a success already. Whether it was the heavenly star grass or the tricolored mushroom, Jun Moxie had chosen the best. And, he had employed an even better portion of the 9 root. There is no doubt about grandfather's advancement owing to the harmonious mixture of the 3 herbs and the addition of Solitary Falcon's great strength. Jun Moxie used his spirit sense to check out the surroundings. After all, this was a critical moment. And, even a little bit of disturbance could be devastating for the man advancing to the spirit Xian realm. In fact, even the great master could suffer harm if something bad happened. Therefore, he couldn't be careless by any means. In fact, Jun Moxie was very surprised when Solitary Falcon had agreed to help. He genuinely hadn't expected the great master to agree so readily. After all, how could a man with Solitary Falcon's experience not understand the degree of danger in this process? Any failure in this advancement process could lead to a calamity. In fact, there could be a threat to both of them even if a 3-year-old child were to start crying at this moment. The two of them could even spiral into a devil's bite. Jun Moxie had expected that he would have to spend some serious effort in talking the great master into it. In fact, he had even considered the various conditions the great master might put forth. However, he didn't need to go to those lengths in the end. Thus, it seemed that even the vilest of hearts could develop a sentiment of attachment if they were given enough time to bond. And, even a great master was no exception to it. Everything was quiet outside the tower, there was no trace of movement. It seemed that everything was safe and sound for this process. So, Jun Moxie finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Jun Moxie suddenly felt that he was forgetting something. But, he couldn't seem to recall what it was even though he tried hard. So, he couldn't help but pay rapt attention to the details as he calmly pondered if he hadn't been overlooking something, or had forgetting something. A thick white mist emerged from Jun Tian. It then gradually enveloped Solitary Falcon as well. Jun Moxie couldn't help but recall the pure aura of the Hongjun Pagoda as he witnessed this scene. Then, he recalled that strange white mist he had seen inside the Tianfa forest. He sighed, this world is truly strange and very big. Suddenly, something flashed brightly inside the young master's mind, and he suddenly remembered what he had forgotten. Mei Shuiyan. Mei Qian. These 2 women had come to the city with us. And, I clearly remember seeing them with Guan Qinghan in the carriage when I was entering the city. But, how could they disappear so suddenly and incomprehensibly? When did they leave the carriage? And, when did they disappear? Jun Moxie gasped and frowned. There was a lot of chaos at that time. But, I'm used to dealing with such situations. My eyes look at all the roads, and my ears hear everything. They were behind me, and shouldn't have been able to conceal escaping the carriage from me. But, I still didn't notice when they disappeared. Moreover, the appearance of such a beautiful girl ought to have caused a sensation in the crowd. But, Jun Moxie clearly recalled that he hadn't seen an astonished expression in the eyes of anyone at that time. This meant that no one had caught a glimpse of them. But, how could they disappear like that? I had used every method to check those 2 out, and I hadn't found anything odd with them. Can it be that these 2 women are so talented that even I can't see it? Do they have such strength that they could stealthily escape from under my nose? What kind of strength would someone need to pull that off? How frightening must they be? Those 2 women may have been more than they had seemed. In fact, they may even have been stronger than me. But, they couldn't have been absolutely unreachable, right? Moreover, they couldn't have surpassed the level of a great master. That would be utter nonsense. But then, how do I explain this incident if that's not the case? Jun Moxie frowned as an alarm sounded inside his head. He replayed every interaction with them in his mind, right from the time he had first met them, and, to the time they had entered the Tianxiang city. He carefully went over every tiny movement, and every little expression those two women had made. And he was finally able to find two suspicious things. First, the green-clothed girl's appearance had undergone a slight change over the course of that 1 month's journey. This slight change was only related to a margin variation in the thickness of her eyebrows. However, Jun Moxie had been able to spot it nonetheless. The green-clothed girl had changed her appearance. This is confirmed, there's no doubt about it. But, why did she change her appearance? It certainly wouldn't have made a difference when it comes to being inside an army camp. Could she be afraid of being recognized? But, this means that I have seen her before. So, who is she? That Mei Shuiyan hadn't changed her appearance. That's obvious too. Moreover, her preconceived notions about me were also obvious. And, she had continuously caused me trouble throughout the journey. That is also something I must consider. But, had I offended her in the past? But, she hadn't altered her appearance, and I haven't seen her before. So, when did I offend her? Besides, I would have never forgotten such an exceptional beauty if I had seen her before. Moreover, they were having a confrontation with the Silver City's team when we met them. Jun Moxie gave a long sigh. These two women obviously aren't normal. Jun Moxie thought it over and over, but he couldn't figure out who those women were. Then, another doubt emerged in his mind. The green-clothed girl must have been related to the Snake King in some manner. How else could there have been so many snakes to trouble me throughout the journey? She may not be the Snake King, but she must be her sister or something. There's no mistake about this. But, who was that white-clothed girl? Mei Shuiyan. I've never heard of it before. Could it be that, she's related to that Lady Heir from the Spirit Fog Lake? Then, Jun Moxie suddenly came up with a strange thought. I fear that I will have many entanglements with those two ladies in the future. It could possibly be troublesome. Then, there was the aspect of his luck with women. Jun Moxie knew that he looked handsome. But, he wasn't narcissistic enough to think any woman would fall in love with him at first sight. Everything is inextricable. I can't find the slightest of clues. This is very irritating, Jun Moxie sighed. What are you sighing over, you brat? A voice echoed from somewhere. Jun Moxie opened his eyes to see a shining Jun Zhantian standing in front of him. However, Grandfather Jun was giving him a look of concern at the moment. So, Jun Moxie asked in a pleasant manner, how do you feel, grandfather? Have you made your breakthrough? Breakthrough? Isn't this a breakthrough? Old man Jun puffed his beard as he laughed heartily. This is a huge breakthrough. I'd never even dreamed of such a big one in my life. It indeed is. Mr. Jun's progress is genuinely unbelievable. Solitary Falcon had done his best. His tone carried traces of exhaustion in it. However, his tone also had hints of admiration and envy. Your grandfather nearly sucked my energy dry in the last stage. The great master smiled bitterly, and, that Xian Core's strength is amazing. In fact, such a huge progress has been rarely seen from time immemorial. Such a huge progress in such a short time. Solitary Falcon smiled in agony before he continued, I've only practiced my entire life. But, I feel kind of stupid after witnessing such a tremendous result. The advancement is huge, right? Jun Moxie asked in ecstasy. It's far from huge. Jun Zhantian laughed happily. Then, he spoke up with a merry smile, I was at Sky Xian Peak before the breakthrough, right at the edge of the breakthrough to enter the Spirit Xian realm. But, I've succeeded in reaching the Spirit Xian realm because of the Xian Core and Solitary Falcon's strength. Your grandfather broke through the strong barrier above the peak of Sky Xian right after he absorbed the strength from the Xian Core. And, he reached straight to the second level of the Spirit Xian realm. Solitary Falcon sighed, but, it doesn't end with that. The effect of that Xian Core had slowed down by this point. However, the three medicines' power surged ferociously at this stage, and revitalized the Xian core's potency. This pushed things forward again. Their power then gushed through his meridians, and nearly killed us. I somehow managed to protect your grandfather's meridians. Then, I suddenly realized that your grandfather is one lucky old man. He luckily broke through to level 3, and settled there. Are you saying that my grandfather is at level 3 of the spirit Xian realm? So, he's only slightly underneath that Xiaobuyu. Jun Moxie clapped his hands in excitement as he laughed. The result is nearly the same as I had expected. I had thought that he would reach the second level of spirit Xian. But, it has gone one level beyond that. What one level beyond that? The second level of spirit Xian also has 3 levels, basic, middle, and peak. The third level of the spirit Xian realm comes after these 3 sublevels. And, he has gone straight to level 3 spirit Xian's first level. In fact, your grandfather is at the peak of the first sublevel of the spirit Xian's third level. Damn it! He's truly very lucky. Solitary Falcon waved his sleeves with a whooshing sound. He felt very uneasy and tired. I'm going to sleep. I don't want to stay around you stupidly happy grandfather-grandson duo. Jun Xie laughed heartily as he raised his clasped hands. Thanks so much for your great help, Senior Falcon. I can't thank you enough. My entire family can't thank you enough. Solitary Falcon smiled and floated away. Jun Xie was very excited after having made his breakthrough. So, he kept talking for a long time before he discovered that his grandson was holding his nose. The youngster wasn't able to talk, and looked sullen as well. He then looked at the way his grandson was looking at him, and he couldn't help becoming a bit suspicious. Is something wrong with my body? How can you treat your grandfather that way? He then subconsciously looked himself. And, he found that something was indeed wrong. There was something on his body. He was covered in stains. His loose robes were sticking to his body for some reason. And, his normally white gown was covered in thick layers of stain. However, the old man didn't bother to inspect the color of the stains. However, he had suddenly started to feel wrinkly and uneasy over his entire body. The old man came from a background of generals. So, he hadn't cared about such things in the past. But, he was a duke nowadays, and had been living like a prince for many years. Moreover, he had raised his standards, and had also developed an obsession with cleanliness. And, he paid careful attention to these aspects in front of the younger generation in particular. Therefore, he cried out in fear when he became aware of this shameful incident. He then disappeared into the shadows with a whooshing sound. However, he left these words behind: this old man is going to bathe. I'll return in a moment. Jun Moxie laughed involuntarily. This was normal. After all, his grandfather had broken through a tough barrier a moment ago. Moreover, he had covered several levels, and had increased his strength by a lot. He had taken assistance from a great master and a very powerful external item. This had cleansed him very thoroughly. And, the impurity that had accumulated inside his body over the past decades had come out as a result. Moreover, the injuries he had sustained since his youth had been cleared away along with any other dormant illnesses. In fact, the young master would have doubted that something may have gone wrong with his grandfather's breakthrough if this filth hadn't been ejected from his body. Jun Moxie was certain that Jun Xie could easily live up to 200 years or more now. In fact, there wasn't any doubt about it. Moreover, his ability to defend himself had also increased by a great margin. In fact, he could even contend against a great master if he were to couple his current strength with the marvelous martial arts that Jun Moxie knew. Therefore, Jun Moxie finally laid his worries to rest. Then, the young master suddenly exposed a heartfelt smile. He felt very gratified and happy at this moment. After all, this was a world where the clenched fist was the greatest argument. So, this was the only way to ensure the safety of his family here. What did people live their lives for? it could be said that people didn't care for their own fate. Instead, it could be said that people lived for the sake of others, for the people they cared about, for those who cared for them, for their close and loved ones. He had been alone in his past life. But, it would make for a perfunctory statement if one were to say that he had lived only for himself. And, that's because he also wanted to live for someone else. But, no one like that had existed in his life. So, he had lived on by relying on the belief he held in his heart. Who could be worthy of receiving my affections? Who can be worth it? He had robbed the rich to help the poor. He had reprimanded debauchery. However, he had lived for his country, and he had lived for his people. In other words, he had done everything he could to hold up the belief he had held in his heart. He had been an assassin his previous life, but he had still fought for justice. However, he had done that for the sake of the justice his heart had believed in. He had killed and bullied without bothering about it. But, that belief in his heart had remained unwavering. The man had walked on the most unjust roads of the world, but he had always done so to take care of the injustice in the world. However, he had continually walked away from the so-called path of righteousness by doing so. Jun Moxie. Jun Xie had been very lonely. An average person couldn't understand that kind of helplessness. However, he unexpectedly had a family in this life. Moreover, Jun Moxie had accepted his new identity, and had also accepted this new family. Jun Xie had plunged the capital in a bloodbath for him. And Jun Moxie was enshrouded by a feeling of deep affection for his family when that had happened. Therefore, Jun Moxie didn't feel lonely anymore. And, that's because his heart finally had something to depend on. There were people in this family who cared for Jun Moxie's fate. And, this was something he could live for. In fact, Jun Moxie would use every means, and would go to any extent to ensure a healthy, happy, and long life for his family members. And, he would never allow anyone to destroy such a beautiful feeling. That ruthless man had finally obtained the love and affection of a family. And, no one could imagine how much he could care for them in return. In fact, he could even set himself against the entire world to protect them from harm. And, that's because he didn't wish to feel that ruthlessness again. After all, it was too bitter. Bitterness could make one lose interest in life. However, knowing that someone is concerned for oneself is an extremely warm feeling. In fact, this feeling of warmth is something one would spare nothing to protect. He would employ his very heart and soul, and would do everything he needed in order to protect it. From healing Jun Wuyi's legs to raising heaven destroyers and spirit devourers, from advancing Jun Zhantian to changing Guanqing Han, Jun Moxie had taken these steps for his family's sake. And, he would continue to do it. Until this family's disgrace had been wiped out. Until it would stand on top of the world. Until no one in the world would have the courage to look upon it. All living beings would look up to the Jun family with hope as it would look down on the world. That was Jun Moxie's ultimate goal. Jun Moxie relaxed when he saw the murky night scene. He ordered the guards to stand down, and made them return to normal security patrols. After that, his body swayed and disappeared from the tower's basement in a flash. There were still some other important tasks that needed to be done that night. After all, making them cower by force during the daytime hadn't been enough. In fact, it wasn't even nearly enough. After all, he'd need the heads of a few bigwigs if he wanted to get rid of the disturbance. Some rotten scholars had dared to attack the Jun family so openly and brazenly. How could the Jun family stand above the entire world if we let everyone take cheap advantages of us? How could we become a super family in the future if things continue like this? This matter is no joke. Therefore, Jun Moxie found it imperative to deal with such matters. You plan to use honor to attack me? Hehe, let's see who cares more about honor. You said that I'm lowly and shameless. So, let's see what honor you hold. The sky was covered with dark clouds this night. So, neither the stars, nor the moon was visible. It was a windy and moonless night. And, such a night had always been suited to commit murder and atrocities. Young Master Jun didn't intend to commit atrocities. But, he wouldn't care about committing murder if he deemed it necessary. In fact, it seemed that he had planned to do something that was even more terrifying than committing murder. The Mei household. The old man Mei Gao Jie groaned inside. After all, the matter had developed into such an unexpected situation. Old man Mei hadn't expected that a debauchee like Jun Moxie could resort to using such tough methods on his disciples. Jun Moxie had shown a strong contempt for imperial authority in broad daylight. The only explanations for this were that he either had enough strength to challenge the imperial authority on his own, or, he had a strong enough backing to do so. However, it didn't matter which one it was, the old man Mei wasn't happy to see it. As far as the old man Mei was concerned, you are wicked, Jun Moxie. You should have trembled with fear in the face of such public criticism. You should have apologized, and should have begged for forgiveness. And, you should have then gone to the emperor to beg for his assistance. This is the usual and rational course of events. After that, the officials would have raised the levels of the accusations, and would have cornered you. The military would have done everything to strike back. And, the emperor would have stepped in to set things right. He wouldn't have uprooted the Jun family. But, their power would have been weakened very considerably. And thus, the Jun family's influence would eventually have disappeared from Tianxiang. Then, that criminal Jun Moxie would have to die. In fact, he wouldn't hesitate to destroy Guan Qing Han even if she had done that act to save someone. The old man respected her bravery, but he still couldn't stand that scandal. Moreover, wouldn't she proclaim Jun Moxie's innocence to the world if she were let off from this scandal? They were an adulterous couple for all concerned, and should have been put to death. It needed to be mentioned that every empire relied on these kinds of strong families. But, it wouldn't look good if one family were to become stronger than the empire itself. And, it wouldn't be normal either. In fact, it would cause disaster in the long run. Jun family and Jun Moxie's power had experienced a very sharp rise. However, he had suddenly been bestowed with this amazing opportunity at this time. After all, this was a huge and cacophonous scandal. In fact, this was a once-in-a-thousand-years kind of opportunity. Mei Gao Jie believed that he had guessed the emperor's intentions very correctly. And, that's why he had assumed such an all-out hostile attitude, and had pledged to bring the Jun family down. After all, the emperor's backing was like having the entire empire's support. The Jun family was strong, but they weren't to be feared in this case. After all, the Jun family was rising at the moment, but their wings hadn't fully spread open yet. Therefore, this was the best time to attack them. Such opportune timings were extremely rare to come by. So, he would have regretted it forever if he had missed it. But, why is His Majesty's attitude so vague now that the matter is in the open? Don't tell me that he thinks this isn't enough to make a move on them. What else could it be? However, that Jun Moxie's arrogance has reached a shocking degree. Things have spiraled out of control. After all, the strength of the scholar's character has been destroyed because those three ended up raining curses on their teachers. The world-famous Wenxing Heavenly Literature Institute had unexpectedly been embroiled in such a huge scandal. In fact, this scandal was even greater than that of Jun Moxie and his sister-in-laws. And, this was even more unbearable for the old man. He couldn't stand the fearless, and was most worried by them. However, Mei Gao Jie felt more dejected over his failure as a teacher when compared to the Jun family's scandal. After all, he had tutored so many unbearable disciples. The situation had turned very chaotic in one day alone. Mei Gao Jie felt deeply sick at heart. It could be presumed that his counterpart Kong Ling Yang was also feeling similarly anxious. It seems that Master Mei is in a very good mood tonight. The wind howls like the cry of a ghost on the moonless night. However, Master Mei stands arrogant and solemn under the night sky. Is this why the stars haven't dared to reveal themselves in the night sky tonight? A faint yet clear voice came along the wind. The voice was faintly audible, but it was still very clear. Moreover, it seemed to be carrying the warmth of a smile with it. However, it somehow seemed as if the wind had come to a stop still when this voice had echoed. Moreover, a strange chill had suddenly permeated the entire world. Mei Gao Jie sighed. He didn't act surprised as he put his hands behind his back and remained standing behind a stone table that was placed in his courtyard. His hand still held a half-finished cup of wine. He didn't even turn back. In fact, it seemed that he was talking to thin air as he said, Jun Moxie. He had spoken those 3 words very slowly. And, there had been a pause between each of them. However, he had also spoken them very calmly. In fact, it seemed as if he had expected and prepared for this. He knew for sure that it could be none other than Jun Moxie. Master Mei deserves to be called the wisest of his generation. He has great foresight. The faint voice still sounded like it was chatting with an old friend. It was neither angry nor anxious. Moreover, it was full of patience. This old man is ashamed. How could he dare to be called a wise man? And, what foresight do you speak of? The young master had notified me long ago, that's why I haven't slept yet. Instead, I've been waiting so that I may welcome young Master Jun with honor. Mei Gao Jie finally turned around. He was calm. But, there was a flash of alarm in his eyes as he looked at the youngster who stood in front of him. This man isn't that young debauchee who I remember, right? There was an extremely handsome and elegant young man in front of him. This young man was dressed in white robes. And, he seemed to be standing upright in a carefree manner. It seemed that he had arrived as swiftly as the wind in the dark of the night. In fact, it appeared as if a deity had descended from the 9th heaven in the chaos of this night. That aloof, victorious, cold, and elegant youngster gave a very warm smile. But, that very warm smile emanated a very cold and dense murderous aura instead. In fact, it was like the cold winds of midwinter, maybe even colder. That warm youngster wasn't carrying any weapons. He didn't even seem to be carrying that divine sword the rumors had mentioned about. But, the sharp aura emanating from him made it seem that he himself was a bloodthirsty, demonic, and extremely exceptional divine weapon. This young man was Jun Moxie. The debauchee young master of the old days suddenly had the bearings of someone with a formidable and domineering character. Jun Moxie gave a light smile in reply. His expression didn't seem to hold any resentment. He walked to the table, and calmly poured himself some wine. Then, he raised a toast, "Allow me to pay you my respects before I ask you for an explanation. After all, it's amazing to see that you're this calm. But, it's a pity that this wine is so inferior. It can't match the wine of my aristocratic hall. Everything is perfect, except for this. So, this is honestly a matter to pity over." Mei Gao Jie smiled and drained the cup with the toast. Then, his feeble body became straight as he slowly walked back. He then sat opposite Jun Moxie, and slowly spoke up, "This wine is just ordinary wine, that's an obvious fact. So, why should young Master Jun care? And, today's matter has already gone beyond my control. So, what questions could the young master have for me? This old man knows that he will have nothing to say in his defense as the matters stand. I only wish to ask this you before we start. Was this your first destination tonight?" "Ha! I'm coming from the Kong household." Jun Moxie replied in a casual manner. "So, I shall presume that Master Kong is dead?" Mei Gao Jie sneered. "Correct. Master Kong's character was very unwavering. He wasn't cooperating. In fact, he was quite stubborn. So, I had no choice but to steel my heart, gnash my teeth, and stamp my feet. But, I didn't have the heart to deliver him through the road to the afterlife. So, he must be wandering around in the vicinity of the road at this time. Or maybe he dislikes the silence of the road. So, it's possible that he may be waiting for someone he could talk to on the way. Ha ha. Good, good. We've been together our entire lives. So, this old man will surely join him. But, I'm very interested in knowing what questions this amazingly talented young master Jun wishes to ask me before I leave this world, Jie spoke up after a long while. And, his tone had a hint of ridicule in it. That poor scholar was unexpectedly acting with a rare composure and indifference at this moment of life or death. In fact, he was acting freely and optimistically. My first question, how did Master Mei know that I would be paying him a visit today? I clearly remember that I hadn't sent anyone to notify you, Jun Moxie asked carelessly. He rubbed the emptied wine glass in his hands, and rotated it. And, his eyes remained focused on the wine glass as it nimbly rotated in his hands. It seemed as if he had found it very interesting. After all, he hadn't even glanced at Jie even though the scholar was opposite him. Young Master Jun insulted my disciples in public today. And, he also made them insult this old man. This made me realize that you will come. I believe that you do it tonight to settle our grudges. Jie smiled and continued, because you leave no room to maneuver. So, you and I have nothing to mediate over now. After all, I would have fought you with everything I had if you hadn't come tonight. I may not be able to harm your family. But, I have enough assurance to make a sizable number of your underlings suffer. Those men are inside our control. And, it's unlikely that the shrewd young master doesn't know this. Moreover, young Master Jun might not care whether they lived or died. However, the old man Jun Zhantian and General Jun Wuyi would certainly have cared. That's right. Jun Moxie nodded slowly. This was certainly true, but it wasn't the main reason. I've come here to check how much you know. Today's matter has clearly shown that the Jun family doesn't care about the imperial power, nor do you fear it. So, it would have been meaningless even if I had gone to the emperor tomorrow. However, I could have used this time to circumvent the court. And, that could have been a very hard blow to your Jun family's power. I couldn't have destroyed your Jun family, but I would have made you pay a huge price. In fact, it would have been a price you couldn't have afforded. He laughed heartily. This old man is a court official. But, he still has enough power to win over many almighty heroes. And, I can also bring many unrivaled heroes down. And, our members have had deep-rooted and majority power within the Tian Xiang's court. So, you can't defeat us even if you have the greatest military power. Therefore, the best time for you to start, was tonight. Moreover, the young master had revealed his true powers today. So, it seems that the Jun family's young eagle has finally spread its wings. However, he had also demonstrated that he targets the ones in power. Therefore, this old man and Kong Ling Yang were certain that we'd make for the optimum targets. I and the young master have had limited contact. However, I am certain that the young master is a vengeful person. You're a venomous person who can deal with tomorrow's storm of accusations, but you wouldn't have waited till tomorrow to deal with it. The young master may be dishonorable. However, I must say that he at least possesses filial piety. The one to bear the brunt of this attack on the Jun family would have undoubtedly been Jun Zhantian. However, you won't allow your grandfather to be attacked. Ah, this angle was something which this old man had repeatedly considered in order to deal with you. I had wished to force you into submission by using the pressure from public opinion. But, it's a pity that a man's plans don't always pan out. You adapted yourself, and displayed thunderous power while becoming tyrannical. And, you successfully destroyed the comprehensive arrangements I had laid by doing so. The young will truly surpass us elderly. These were the reason that left me convinced that you would come no matter what happened. You would have come for me at Kong Ling Yang's place if I hadn't been here. Your arrival was inevitable. So, how could this old man not be here? This Jun Moxie truly sees Master Mei in a new light now. In fact, this youngster feels even more honored now. Jun Moxie gave a profound nod. Mei Gao Jie has clearly made a thorough analysis of me in order to arrive at this conclusion. Therefore, Jun Moxie had spoken to him with respect. Secondly, why would Master Mei not make any preparations even when he knew that this youngster was coming over? Master Mei may be an official, but he has orchestrated many murders. So, he could have left me to suffer serious damages because I was coming to kill him. But, I found no guards in place when I came over. It is evident that Master Mei had removed them on purpose. Why do this? Jun Moxie asked the second question. It's like I just mentioned. I've understood you quite well even though our interaction has been limited. It may seem that the young master behaves rampantly, tyrannically, and maybe even absurdly, but, it can now be assumed that everything is interlinked. Moreover, your arrangements are far-reaching. So, you must be thoroughly prepared since you've dared to come here. I have indeed orchestrated some deaths. But, how can I compete with your Jun family? Moreover, I had feared that I wouldn't even get the chance to chat with you. Mei Gao Jie smiled far-sightedly. This old man is an extremely weak scholar. I had never understood Xian cultivation, and never knew what Sky Xian or Spirit Xian is. But, I know that I'm no match for the Jun family. However, I knew that the young master would definitely talk at my invitation if I were the only one present here. I had previously considered Master Mei to be a rotten scholar. But, I now see that he's a very wise man. Jun Moxie laughed, and poured 2 glasses of wine. Moxie again pays you respect for what you've spoken. Mei Gao Jie's expression remained mild and generous as he drank as well. My third question, this Jun Moxie's actions may have been dishonorable in your eyes. However, it was my business. So, what business do you have with my Jun family's affairs? Moreover, you knew the truth of the matter. So, why did you speak so forcefully in favor of covering my head in shame and having me killed? This problem had genuinely left Jun Moxie very puzzled. It seems that my persona vice has nothing to do with Tian Xiang's usual customs. But, why did you bother making these irrelevant connections and accusations? Why did you provoke my Jun family's thunderous anger by attempting to get me killed? When had I ever behaved properly in the past? But, I had never seen you rallying everyone then. Do you mind being generous with your explanation, Master? This dispute ends with you, young Master. But, it had also stemmed from you. There have been disputes between Jun Tian and us. But, this old man would have never acted against him in this manner. After all, that old man has been very good for the country and its people. His son, Jun Wuyi, has also been good. Our political views have differed, and we've struggled against that father and son. But, we've still admired them. We wouldn't have accused them if they had been in your place. Moreover, we would have tried to save them instead. You are the reason why this matter has taken place. Young Master Jun Moxie. Mei Gao Jie smiled coldly, because, you don't hold anyone important. You ignore everyone in the world. This old man isn't being ridiculous, Jun Moxie. And, I haven't misinterpreted you either. I feel like I know the young master like he was an intimate friend. However, it would have brought endless misfortunes if you had inherited the Jun family's power. In fact, I am convinced of this. The entire Tian Xiang would have enveloped into chaos. The emergence of your talents was the first signs of danger. Therefore, you needed to be strangled as soon as possible since the entire Tian Xiang would have been brought to destruction by your hands. In fact, it's only Tian Xiang for now. But, you are bound to cause great destruction to the entire world if you prevail. There was no doubt that Mei Gao Jie's words contained some profound meaning. But, Jun Moxie didn't inquire any further. Now wasn't a good time to take revenge even if Mei Gao Jie genuinely knew the truth. And, perhaps there wouldn't have been a need for any evidence if it had been the opportune time for it. Besides, Jun Moxie had already confirmed his doubt. So, he didn't wish to reconfirm it. Every doubt pointed in the same direction. And Jun Moxie only needed one opportunity, that's it. There's another point. Jun Moxie, you are very dangerous, and the Jun family's strength is also very profound. However, the Jun family's strength has been dispersed over these years. The land is at peace nowadays, and there seems to be no signs of wars. So, you may not have gotten the opportunity to achieve something even if you had wished to. You would have at most become another Jun Tian, and we could have endured you. Also, the country will be able to enjoy long-term stability only if there's a balance between warriors and officials. However, the difference in the Jun family's strength before and after the war at the Southern Heaven City is that of night and day. This kind of speed is very frightening. I reckon that the Jun family's power will increase 2 to 3 times once you've fully matured. And, Tian Xiang will have no rulers and officials when that happens. So, it'll truly be over. Mei Gao Jie smiled strenuously. But, his face also became proud with that smile. This old man is a very old official of Tian Xiang. And, I have dedicated my entire life for the Tian Xiang Empire, right from my youth to the present day. And, this old man will never allow the Jun family to rock the foundations of this empire. I may die, but, I will die fighting. I see. Jun Moxie narrowed his eyes, and asked softly, but, I haven't done anything. So, why does Master Mei believe that I will destroy Tian Xiang? The young master already understands this matter. So, why is he asking this question? Mei Gao Jie sneered. Why did the young master pretend to be a debauchee for 10 years if he possessed such exceptional capabilities? Why did he suffer for 10 years when his Xian cultivation was so great? He played the fool, destroyed his reputation, and became someone with an extremely notorious one. Why? The young master hadn't flown for 10 years. However, he's soaring now. He's not roaring now, he's shaking the earth. You don't even respect the ruler, why? Haha, there's another reason behind that. The master has spoken this with confidence. But, he has misinterpreted this. Jun Moxie smiled bitterly. This old man has amazing vision. His knowledge and experience are great as well. That earlier Moxie was a real scum. But, that old debauchee has become a legend in people's eyes with my rise. Jun Moxie had become a legend because he had patiently waited to rise. This can't even be called a joke. Even the former Jun Moxie's ghost would become frightened to death if he were to hear about this matter. The old man can make a guess or two at the young master's reasons. But, this isn't the time to discuss these matters. Mei Gao Jie smiled understandingly as he waved his hands. Final question, you were involved in this matter because you feared that you couldn't brave the storm. So, it may be assumed that you worked with someone else. The two masters are deliberate planners, but I'm afraid that even you aren't this contemptible. So, this matter has someone else's involvement as well. It's the people from the Shenxi and the Yutang empires if this young master is guessing correctly, right? A tiny flash appeared in Jun Moxie's eyes. Why did you commit the traitorous crime by collaborating with them to entrap the Jun family in the imperial court? I had asked the master to give me an explanation when I had first arrived. So, can you give me one now? Haha, traitorous crime. This matter is the cleverest part in the whole world. Mei Gao Jie laughed loudly. The Jun, the Dugu, and the Murong family have been defending the borders with troops without any worry. There will be a fit of chaos for some time if the Jun family is extinguished. However, the empire can use the resources it's been saving for many years even if the other two empires join hands and invade us. In fact, there won't be any change in dynasties even if we lose the war. But, this sort of a disaster is imminent if you're allowed to grow. However, Tian Xiang's survival is easier if there's only the temporary chaos of Jun family's elimination. So, we had no choice but to weigh our options. Master Mei, I ask you to take note. Jun Moxie looked coldly at the freely talking old man. His glare was biting cold. Perhaps your inference is reasonable. But, it's only inference, nothing more. In fact, it's entirely different from fact. Moreover, you've used this inference to harm my Jun family, to harm this country's guardians. Didn't you ever feel your actions were excessive? Did you ever think how many people could have died because of your unconfirmed inference? Perhaps it could be said that you have some grudges against the Jun family. Maybe it could be assumed that I'm not pleasing to your eyes. But, this can't hide the fact that you've distorted the truth to attack us. Moreover, your inference is merely your personal opinion at best. You don't have any proof. Also, you used this method to humiliate an innocent and good woman who readily sacrificed her virtue to repay my family's kindness. And, you clearly knew that she was innocent. You knew that she had nothing to do with any of this. Moreover, you also know that her past has been as clear as ice even if she has lost her virtue to me. And, you also knew that my third uncle had taken her in as an adopted daughter. So, she wasn't the daughter-in-law of the Jun family anymore. She wasn't my sister-in-law anymore. But, you didn't let go of her former identity, and you used it to attack her. Let me ask you something since you've acted like this, is the happiness of women something one can abandon, trample, or exploit as per their wishes? Is that so in the eyes of great scholars like yourself? Can you sacrifice anyone for your goals? I wish to know why a great and virtuous scholar did this even though he desires to uphold a just and righteous environment. Jun Moxie continued to rain his questions down in a sharp and biting cold tone. Mei Gao Jie looked up haughtily. He didn't seem ready to concede anything, this is quite common. In fact, I even disdain to explain this. But, I'll give an explanation since the young master has asked. It wouldn't have mattered if it were that particular woman or this. I would have even sacrificed the country's princess for Tian Xiang. Sacrificing one woman for the good of the empire is a good thing. She's only a woman. So why not? Why shouldn't I? So what if she's innocent? She's only a woman. Don't you think that these words of yours are shameless, Master Mei? Jun Moxie sneered. What if it were your daughter or wife? Would you still do it? Absolutely. And, that's how it should be. It's the natural order of things, and this old man doesn't begrudge it. I would have sacrificed their honor for the country. I wouldn't have stinted to put family before righteousness even if Guan Qinghan had been my daughter instead. In fact, I would have personally punished her. Mei Gao Jie raised his head with pride. He did it resolutely, and without any hesitation. It was evident that the old man was prideful about his devotion to the nation. Jun Moxie smiled. He realized that his thinking was irreconcilable with that old man's. He will argue with me for seasons, and will still speak of justice with the force. Then, let me ask you this. How much guilt did you feel when you did this? Jun Moxie suppressed his boiling blood. Ridiculous. This matter was justifiable. So, what's the need for guilt? Women are like clothes. So, what's the big deal if we abandon them like clothes? Mei Gao Jie looked at Jun Moxie with contempt. I had always thought you were a character. But, I had never thought that you would be such an emotional child. Let this man at death's door give you a warning. How can a rosy-cheeked hero solve the problems of lasting importance if he can't shed his sentiments? Don't make me look down on you now. It's my fault. The words you just spoke ruined any illusions I had harbored about respecting you as a person. I genuinely shouldn't have talked to you about such matter. Jun Moxie shook his head in defeated as he chuckled, I'm never sentimental. But, you can't think of touching my people even if it's for the country's sake. This is the other reason why I've come to you today, Master Mei. And, you could have never thought of it. Master Mei, you are full of self-righteousness and love for the honor of your country. But, men like you will never know a man's persistence. So, you may succeed in politics, but you'll never become a real man. In fact, you and those disciples you taught are surrenders and compromisers in my eyes if I were to be honest about it. I haven't entered the imperial court. So, I can't say for sure. But, I presume that the imperial court must have felt disgraced by the likes of you. Bullshit. Mei Gao Jie retorted. He had taught many young disciples. It had been his greatest achievement, and the greatest source of his pride. The fact that his disciples were spread throughout the land and were governing had given him an immense sense of comfort. Jun Moxie could have talked about anything else, and he wouldn't have harbored any sentiments. In fact, he would have laughed it away. But, the youngster's remark over this matter had instantly triggered his rage. In fact, that miserable gray-haired old fellow had suddenly become aggressive and emotional. Which disciples of mine aren't the pillars of the government? 19 of my disciples have already become minor governors at the frontier. They've received oceans worth of favors from the emperor and the nation. They're like the greatest pillars of the empire. What qualifications does a rich brat like you have to speak such ill of my disciples, Jun Moxie? They are the most famed talents of the empire. He stood up. His face had reddened with emotion, and his fingers were trembling. Sit down. Your emotional upheaval isn't worth a fart, old man. I'm being generous to your disciples by calling them trash. After all, trash has some value of reuse. But, they don't even that much value. Jun Moxie sneered and turned his palm. Open your eyes, and take a look at your disciples, Mei Gao Jie. They have received oceans worth of favor from the emperor and the nation, right? A thin booklet appeared in his hand. Then, he tossed it towards Mei Gao Jie. Mei Gao Jie was left dumbstruck after he had looked inside. Therefore, he looked at Jun Moxie in a suspicious manner first. Then, he looked down at the booklet again. It contained the glorious achievements of his disciples. A disciple of his had bullied a rich merchant into giving him bribes in some month of some year. He had forcefully taken someone's daughter as his concubine on another date. Moreover, he had even hounded her parents to death. There were many other cases of his disciples breaking the law. In fact, there were many of them, as many as a dozen or so of them. Moreover, all reports were based on material evidence. So, there were no doubts regarding them. And then, there was another. The investigations of those incidents were dated. Moreover, the investigating officers and the dates were different for each case and crime. In fact, some of the pages were old enough to have yellowed to some extent. These were mountains of irrefutable ironclad evidences. Even death by 1,000 cuts wouldn't be enough if those men were to be punished in accordance to their crimes. Mei Gao Jie's hands shook after he had browsed through the booklet. He then slammed it on the table with a bang. This house and courtyard had been bestowed upon him by the previous emperor as a reward for his services. However, one wouldn't be able to find any expensive items around the house. In fact, it seemed as if he was a penniless old scholar. However, the bribes his disciples had taken were astronomical. In fact, some of them were even higher than the sum of his decades' worth of government earnings. Mei Gao Jie burst into tears. He felt too ashamed to show his face to Jun Moxie's sharp and disdainful glare. These were the disciples he had spent his blood and effort on. These were his empire's brightest of the brightest. He was proud of them, and he had cultivated them to become the empire's pillars. But, their conduct was no different than that of corrupt officials. However, were they any different from a termite that was eating into the country's woodwork? Mei Gao Jie was in a daze. He didn't speak up. Mei Gao Jie, you've spent your life's hard labor in training those disciples. You had proudly thought that they were the country's brightest. In fact, this is only a small part of them. After all, you've led the Wenxing Heavenly Literature Institute for decades. How many of such disciples did you teach over that time period? Mei Gao Jie, you've always stood at the peak of righteous morality, but you've never known the filth that thrives in the world beneath you. Yet, you accuse me of bringing about the destruction of Tianxiang. But, why don't you open your eyes and see who has been bringing destruction to Tianxiang? The destruction that you'll bring to this nation will be far greater than what I would. In fact, it's several thousand times. 10-20,000 times. So, let me ask you Mei Gao Jia, what qualifications do you have to criticize me? You say that I may cause a rebellion. But, where do you think I will get the military strength for it from? They will rise amidst the victims of your disciples' bad governance. Therefore, I can say that Mei Gao Jia will become my greatest co-conspirator, my greatest helper, and the strangest secret accomplice in case I were to revolt. Do you agree with what I'm saying, the great and wise Mei? Jun Moxie chuckled, don't say you didn't know. I thought that we were different people. But, no. We're the same. But, who doesn't like to claim that they are clean? After all, every raven calls itself clean when it sees a crow. But, they're the same. Isn't it? Mei Gao Jia staggered back. His previously calm appearance had vanished by now. And, his complexion had turned ashen instead. Mei Gao Jia. Master Mei is a very wise man. You keep repeating that you've cultivated bright minds to act as pillars for the empire. In fact, you've been saying it for decades. But, did you see what you've cultivated? They're nothing more than termites that will bring the nation to disaster. Ha ha ha, it's so very laughable. Do you see where you live? How are you different from a beggar? But, do your clean hands cancel out your crimes? No. Your crimes are innumerable. You had said that I would bring disaster to the land, right old man? Pardon me, but I can't even find an adjective to describe the amazing work you've done for the empire. Jun Moxie's words became increasingly sharp. Young Master Jun's true goal had finally been exposed at this moment. Jun Moxie's main aim was to deal with those great hypocrites. But, Jun Moxie's investigations had only been the tip of the iceberg. After all, the Wenxing Institute's filth had been entrenched very deeply inside the Tianxiang Empire. Moreover, these men had a lot of power in their hands. Only a few of them were in higher ministries. But, they could still bring about great damage. However, Jun Moxie wasn't a heroic person. So, he wouldn't have dealt with these people if they hadn't offended him. He would only have dealt with these injustices if he had encountered them. However, the scholars had become a pain for Jun Moxie the moment they had led the masses to attack him. And hence, Jun Moxie had taken the steps to first remove those human filths. He could even kill 10,000 men if they dared to block his way. In fact, he would even kill 100,000 if they stood in his path. Jun Moxie wouldn't even think twice about killing over 100,000 people like these ones. I'm an assassin, but I believe in good things. I don't seek justice, but I will act with fairness. No matter who it is. I'll be fair. Not for the world. Not for law. But, for myself. This was part of Jun Moxie's belief. Master Mei, have you ever calculated the amount of losses you've caused the empire? Do you think I wanted to insult you when I belittled your disciples in the scholarly retreat? I only shut their mouths to reprimand you into waking up. I had hoped that you'd get back on the right path. But, it's a pity that you've stubbornly followed the wrong one instead. And, you've kept repeating those words, all for the sake of Tianxiang. So, tell me now. How will you face your sins? How will you redeem yourself of them? Jun Moxie's voice was somewhat sinister. I had previously allowed your students to insult their teachers. After all, I wanted to show that they'd betray their own teachers. You should be thankful to me, and grateful to me. In fact, you should worship me. But, I want to see how a dignified hypocrite like you can have any standing in society after you've been exposed. Jun Moxie maliciously spoke his thoughts. Redeem my sins. Mei Gao Jia's blurred vision became clear as he grasped the last straw which would save him. Can I truly redeem my grave sins? Some sins can't be redeemed. But, we can still remedy some of them. And, I'm sure that Master Mei can lessen those sins if he strives. Jun Moxie sounded like the wolf who was trying to entice Little Red Riding Hood, as he carefully spoke these words of guidance. Ha! Jun Moxie. I can clearly see your true intentions now. You want to use my hand to root out my students so the Wenxing Institute can never stand in Tianxiang again. I can see your intentions clearly. But, I'm the reason behind these crimes. My hands are clean, and my heart is loyal. But, how can I not attempt to clean what I'm leaving behind? I know fully that you're using me. But, I'll still happily oblige. Mei Gao Jie smiled bitterly. He then frowned before he spoke. Heavens, pity me. I had lost my way, but I have finally woken up. However, I must pay for everything I've done in the past. I must make things clear. But, scholars can't be destroyed. And, Tianxiang can't be either. However, Tianxiang will certainly need a new atmosphere. How did this old man ever become such a callous teacher? Tears flowed as he started to tremble while speaking. He recalled the students he had taught, from the common youth to the renowned scholars. They had advanced in their careers with the passage of time, and had become minor governors of the frontier areas. Some had even become senior officials. He had labored his entire life. And, he had harbored many expectations in return. However, his efforts had unexpectedly come to nothing. He had worked painstakingly to establish the Wenxing Heavenly Literature Institute. He had wanted his name to be immortalized in the books of history, he had hoped to be remembered in the annals of history. It now seemed that his name would indeed be recorded in the annals of history. However, his name would be remembered with eternal infamy. Was it a mistake? Master Mei, your starting point wasn't wrong. Nor can anyone criticize your initial intention. But, you had overlooked human greed. Jun Moxie saw through what the old man was thinking. So, he straightaway assuaged his doubts. Ability is obviously a necessary aspect. But, virtue is more important. An exceedingly talented man can bring an equally exceeding calamity if he doesn't have virtue. Your institute always posed as righteous. But, you only spoke of righteousness, as if it was merely a slogan. It never became the heart of the education. And, this righteousness has become a weapon you attack others with because of this. In fact, this meant that you had acted with self-righteousness even if you had done something wrong. Jun Moxie laughed and said, after all, one's guilt is of no significance if they can find a high-sounding justification. And, this was even easier to grasp for your studious and educated scholars. Therefore, they became increasingly self-righteous. And, the long-term consequences of this are rather easy to imagine. Virtue is the first thing a child must be taught about. Jun Moxie continued, this is the true aim of education. Virtue is the first thing a child must be taught about. Those words resounded like loud drums. In fact, they seemed so loud that they exploded in the old man's mind, and he suddenly understood many things. Then, he went to the other room, and returned soon after. However, he was carrying a thick binder that contained a roll of names. The names of different people were listed inside it along with the careers they had embarked on. In fact, it contained everything, where they held office, where they were transferred, what they were doing now. Everything was marked very clearly. Every individual was listed very clearly. This had previously been the greatest source of Mei Gao Jie's pride. In fact, he used to show it off very frequently. However, it had become the death mark for his students now. Jun Moxie. It doesn't matter if you're good or bad. Or if you're doing this for justice or personal grudges. But, this old man has been convinced by what you've spoken about the true meaning of education. So, I request you to eliminate these black sheep. I'll be indebted to you for it. And, I will repay this debt in the next life. Mei Gao Jie's complexion was proper as he continued in a stern voice, but, you must do a proper research. You can't hurt the innocent amongst my students. Otherwise, this old man's ghost will never let you off. Jun Moxie snorted and spoke, I never thought of myself as a good man. But, I'm far more conscientious than you are. I won't be able to sleep at night if I mistakenly kill a good man. And, what meaning will life have if I can't even sleep peacefully? Mei Gao Jie burst into laughter. His voice was shrill as he said, only a good man can get a good sleep. But, a good man must have a good heart to start with. And, he must be educated properly as a child for that to happen. This old man has taught thousands of students. But, I've only realized the true meaning of education today. This old man genuinely regrets it. Why had I turned a deaf ear to these words before? Why had I scoffed at them? Ha ha ha. I had desired my name to be remembered throughout history, only to have it go down in infamy at the end. I regret it. I regret it a lot. To clean my house with the help of my enemy. Such a ridiculous thing can only happen to me, Mei Gao Jie. Ha ha ha. He laughed and stepped back. Then, he rushed forward. Jun Moxie sighed, and flashed aside. The old man Mei Gao Jie's head slammed against the stone table with a loud bang. His brain ruptured as a result, and he died. However, the gray-haired man's eyes didn't close, and remained open to stare at the gloomy sky. One could even see a vague hint of shame in his eyes. Mei Gao Jie, you spoke with conviction. But, your pedantic thoughts were hopeless to begin with. You were muddle-headed, but your heart could still distinguish right from wrong. You were damned, but you weren't wretched. But, you offended me without being a wretched man. So, you were damned nonetheless. Jun Moxie took the binder. He felt neither happy nor sad as he said softly, I won't kill good men. But, I won't let a single bad one get away with it. The entire Tianxiang was filled with blood that night. The night had followed right after the bloody events that had plagued the city a bit earlier. But, the degree of massacre on this night was even grander. There was no sleep reserved for that night. Jun Moxie had made his powerful entrance earlier this day. And, he had made the 3 scholars abuse their teachers in public. The news of this incident had surged forth in every direction. However, this shocking news hadn't even died down when more news spread. More than 70 business estates belonging to the Meng family of the Tianxiang city had been attacked. This was even more shocking than the previous news. The marshal of the army, Jun Zhantian, had ordered all troops to be on standby. They were not to rush into action. And, those who disobeyed would be executed. An order came from General Dugu Wu Di soon after. And, this order stated that, no soldier was to rush into action. In fact, no soldier was to leave the garrisons. Moreover, the violator wouldn't receive amnesty from death. The Murong family wasn't willing to lag behind either. And, they quickly recalled their men as well. The Li family also didn't make any remark in taciturn agreement. Meanwhile, the other big families of Tianxiang had seemingly chosen to wait and observe from the sidelines. And then, the imperial court acted in accordance. No imperial guard was to leave their post without permission. And, they were to wait for the imperial edict. It could be said that the imperial family had turned the Tianxiang city into a restricted area along with the help of the other powerful families. However, they had allowed one entity to operate openly inside this restricted area. And, that single power had enveloped the entire restricted area. And, that individual entity with unconditional power over this restricted area was the Jun family. Many groups of warriors from the Jun family had attacked the Meng family's estates. And, they had evicted the Meng family's men from those estates without mercy. Anyone who had shown any resistance was beaten into pieces. So, many limbs were broken that night. And, even the number of lives lost wasn't small. Basically, the Meng family's power had been thoroughly removed from the capital city. However, the Jun family wasn't the only power on the move. Even the Dugu family's military might was at play. Consequently, the city had momentarily been alarmed by this mutiny-like situation. Jun Moxie had staged slaughters on the streets, and had flowed rivers of the blood. People had screamed on the flagpoles until they had met their end. The shock of that event hadn't been subsided when these new set of events had unfolded. In fact, it hadn't even been evening time when the crushed corpses of those 3 absconding scholars were found at the city's gates. This had resulted from the counterattack of the so-called hypocrites. But, that wasn't it. And, that's because many officials were killed later that night. The Minister of Rights, Zhao Qingjun, leaned forward in the dark of night. He seemed to be writing at a tremendous speed. He was writing a memorandum that attacked the Jun family on multiple levels. He was prepared to brave divine death the next day. But, he still wanted to defeat them. Minister Zhao was unexpectedly confident at that moment. Over 300 scholars from the unrivaled Wenxing Institute had signed a joint statement under the leadership of their 2 teachers. And, this statement had also accused the Jun family. Wouldn't it be a spectacular scene? I'm sure that no emperor can disregard this. The Jun family's power may exceed all levels, and they may even control Tianxiang's military. But, they are only one family, nothing more. Can they ever surpass the entirety of Tianxiang's bureaucracy? The Jun family has sent that little beast on a killing spree. After all, they intend to intimidate and hinder us. But, what difference does that make? He's only one bold and reckless man. Humph. The noisier he gets, the better it will be. The more people he kills, the better. After all, there will be no margin left to maneuver in the end. Thus, the Jun family will be destroyed and consigned to eternal damnation. Create disturbances, Jun Moxie. Create a lot of disturbance. How much disturbance can you create? You will die the moment the emperor wants you to. And, we men have enough power to influence the emperor's wishes. We can get you killed through the emperor. In fact, we can get your entire family killed. The imperial edict will spell your doom. The Jun family is doomed to end. Therefore, Minister Zhao had stayed awake the entire night, and had written an excellent memorandum. And, it would be a great weapon at the court the next day. I've finally finished it. Minister Zhao sighed. He couldn't help but read it again. And, he became very impassioned as he read it to himself. In fact, he could even visualize His Majesty as he'd read his excellent memorandum. The Jun family is Tianxiang's benefactor. However, their crimes can't even be washed away by their deaths. In fact, that would require digging up their graves and whipping their corpses. Jun Moxie and Guanqing Han are the main culprits. And, they seemingly don't have a single shred of shame. Calling them a bandit and a whore would be too polite and nice. This man is lowly, and that woman is depraved. They have no sense of shame, and no shred of decency. It'll be unfair to the common people if they are alive. It will be unfair to Tianxiang, and unfair to the whole world. Therefore, they must die to redeem for their sins. It's an excellent memorandum. The accusations in this official memorandum are optimum. I fear that I will never write such a good memorandum again. Minister Zhao read through his work very joyously. Then, he exclaimed with satisfaction, and shook his head with pride. He felt that this was the first time he had written such a good memorandum ever since he had left Wenxing Institute. His words were sharp, but seemed to be backed by conclusive proofs. They were mere words. However, they could put a man to his death. It was extremely rare to come across such memorandums that could kill people. It's indeed a very good letter, a voice sighed from behind Minister Zhao when he was boasting with satisfaction. Yes. Minister Zhao nodded with pride at first. But, he was suddenly startled the next moment. Who's there? The memorandum is great. But, the man isn't so good. Yet, you were right about what you said after you wrote it. You will never be able to write such a good memorandum again. And, that's because Minister Zhao won't get such an opportunity again. After all, people with talents such as yours mustn't stay in this world. So, you must go to hell. It'll suit you better. A white-clothed youth slowly paced forth as these gentle words were heard. He then quickly arrived in front of Zhao Qingjun, and took the memorandum. Then, the memorandum suddenly turned into ash and scattered in the wind. After that, the youngster turned his cold eyes to give an icy look to Minister Zhao. His eyes were like two sharp swords. Jun Moxie. You. How did you come in? Minister Zhao stood up in panic under the young master's cold gaze. He frenetically called out, "Come here, someone, come here." But, his voice wouldn't escape his throat. In fact, his voice was so weak from fright that even he couldn't hear himself. He even didn't know what he had said. Jun Moxie smiled in a grim manner. Then, he suddenly raised his hand, and got a chokehold on Zhao Qingjun's neck. He then picked the minister up, and the victim's feet left the ground. Minister Zhao was extremely frightened at this time. He couldn't make any sound, let alone speak full sentences. Moreover, his windpipe was being strangled. So, the man's face had become red, and his feet were helplessly shaking in the air. However, his eyes still begged for mercy. He wanted to beg for forgiveness, but he still couldn't utter a word. You wanted to hurt me? Jun Moxie was calm. His eyes were like a cold and deep lake. He looked at Minister Zhao's face and asked. I wouldn't have cared much if you had wanted to hurt me. But, you will die if you wish to harm my family. Jun Moxie increased the pressure in his clasp. He then heard Zhao Qingjun's neck bone make a strange sound. He then spurted out his tongue after a while. And, it nearly hung down to his chest. It could be assumed that Minister Zhao looked extremely pathetic. You also wanted to hurt my woman, and, in such a vicious way at that. Jun Moxie applied more pressure. His heart was merciless, and his face was still tranquil. But, Zhao Qingjun's neck issued a clear sound as it snapped. There's nothing wrong when you speak manner about power. It's even fine if you call black as white. In fact, that requires a lot of skill. However, it's the sanctimoniousness of your hypocrisy that has damned you. Zhao Qingjun's body slammed onto the ground as Jun Moxie let go of his throat. His limbs twitched for a bit, but he eventually became still. He was dead, but his eyes were still opened wide. And, they were full of fear and disbelief. He even dares to die with grievances in his heart. Jun Moxie gracefully wiped his hand with a towel that lay nearby. Then, he stepped forward. However, he had stepped on the face of Minister Zhao's corpse with that action. Then, he disappeared. Two sudden pops were heard when he disappeared. These noises were made by Zhao Qingjun's bursting eyes. A white sheet floated from outside. This sheet had something written on it. It settled on Minister Zhao's badly disfigured face, and covered that extremely cruel sight. The white shadow flashed like a ghost, and it struck many places in Tianxiang like lightning. And, an official died where it stopped. Moreover, each of those officials died in a horrible manner. Almost 80% of the officials who had passed out from the Wenxing Institute were massacred. Over 30 people had been slaughtered in one night. Some of these men lived on the east of the city, and some of them were on the west. They didn't live near each other. Nor were they assembled in the same place. But, all of them were murdered in one night. Most people believed that this had been done by an organization of assassins. And, there must have been at least 10 skilled assassins to achieve such results. These officials were the capital's powerful and influential bureaucrats. So, would they have proper protection details? However, someone had still killed them so stealthily and silently even though they had protection. Moreover, the murder has disappeared without a trace afterwards. Several officials were even killed in their sleep. And, the people sleeping beside them didn't even come to know about it. They only found themselves sleeping beside a dead man the next morning. The dead men's expressions were those of extreme horror, or maybe torment. But, the people sleeping to their side still hadn't realized a thing. Such assassins and such assassination skill were very rare and shocking. Another thing common about those who had been murdered was that each one of them had a white sheet on their faces. And, this sheet detailed the reasons for their execution. Each of these men was guilty. And, some conclusive proof was left on the sheet above their bloodied faces. Countless people in Tianxiang lit firecrackers when they heard the news of those officials being murdered. In fact, it had appeared as if they were celebrating New Year's. However, many people lit incense sticks, and kowtowed to the heavens as tears streamed down their faces. However, the calendar was nearing the end of the year at this time. So, people had anyway bought firecrackers and incense sticks in preparation for the New Year's celebrations. In fact, they would have faced much difficulty if they had wanted to avail them in such large quantities at any other time of the year. But, this was also a time when these items were very popular in the city. So, their prices were obviously soaring. The people who were praying and celebrating were those who had been persecuted and made to suffer by those officials. They had helplessly begged and implored the heavens in the past. But, they were only left frustrated. However, the gods had finally opened their eyes, and had done them good by punishing the evil. The consequences of evil had finally been brought forth. These people didn't know who that beloved great hero was. But, that unnamed hero had now become a cherished and revered household name in Tianxiang City. Countless citizens cupped their hands and prayed for this mysterious hero's long life. Most people thought that it was done by the Jun family. After all, these dead officials were the people who would have spared no efforts to use that matter between Jun Moxie and Guan Qinghan to get rid of the Jun family. In fact, they were part of the main force which was attacking them inside the imperial court. Therefore, it was perhaps a form of retaliation from the Jun family. However, everyone kept these matters in their hearts. No one dared to speak about it since they couldn't repay their kindness by doing that. Therefore, they only prayed for the Jun family's well-being in silence. Jun Moxie was still in his victorious white clothes at dawn. He had appeared in front of the Jun family household's door with a smile. His face was brimming with satisfaction, and his entire body was emanating a particularly warm aura. The young master's expression was sharp, yet gentle. His sword was at his waist, and not a single speck of dust could be seen on his clothes. In fact, it looked like the young master had gone for a morning walk, and was only returning in leisure after he had picked some flowers. No one would have ever believed that this warm, gentle, and handsome young master had returned after executing a massacre throughout the city. Let alone the fact that he had taken the lives of over 30 officials in the process. The sword at his waist was as clear as water, but it had already had its fill of the officials' blood. Wenxing Heavenly Literature Institute had spent a lot of efforts in the past decades. And, that was the reason why, so that many of its students had been able to climb into high positions. Each of them had been amongst the brightest of their generation. Moreover, an immense amount of silver and labor had been spent on getting them into those positions. However, the young master's sword had destroyed that. Jun Moxie could have made his men do this. But, he hadn't carried out such assassinations for a long time. So, he had an itch to do it himself. And, he felt extremely happy after he had sent those insects to hell. He had done this for the sake of the Jun family. But, he still felt very pleased after he had harmed those people. In fact, this made his mind feel at ease, and had cleared his conscience. The entire matter had been extremely bloody. But, the young master didn't feel that he had committed a crime. Instead, he had a gratifying feeling that the heavens' laws had embodied into his sword, and justice was in his hands. He felt that he could reward the good, and punish the evil. An outsider may feel like this cruel man was addicted to murder. But, Jun Moxie harbored no such feelings. How is what an outsider likes or feels any of my concern? I will act as per my conscience, not of the outside world's. And, my conscience is clear with the thought of delivering the heavens' justice. Jun Wui was standing at the door of his courtyard. He was smiling as he was looking at his nephew. The secret of Jun Wuyi's legs hadn't been a secret ever since he had beaten the tyrannical Xiao Han in front of the entire army. So, he was finally free of his wheelchair. Therefore, he had been doing everything while standing up in the past few days. In fact, it had seemed that he even wanted to sleep in a standing position. Those without disabilities can never understand the pure joy of standing on one's 2 feet. This was an extremely joyful feeling. It could be said that Jun Moxie standing up on his feet was a trivial matter in comparison to the great rise of the Jun family. After all, many of the factors that had been bullying the Jun family had been somewhat put to rest. "Are you done? Did you get a kick out of it?" Jun Moxie asked. "Ah. I'm very satisfied. But, it's not the killing alone, there's something else which has satisfied me." Jun Moxie smiled mischievously when he saw that Jun Moxie was about to lecture him. So, he quickly slipped into his courtyard while he said, "Ah, I haven't slept the entire night. I'm very sleepy. I'll go to bed now, third uncle. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow? It's early morning, and you still say, 'see you tomorrow'?" Jun Moxie was in no mood to scold his nephew. So, he shut his mouth, and smiled helplessly. "My nephew has grown up. His skills have also reached unrivaled heights. His behavior has also become more appropriate. So, it's better to leave him. On the same night. And, at the same time. There was an extremely bitter struggle between 2 giants at the peak of a snowy mountain. The elders and others from the 2 families were returning under the 3rd elder's leadership when they were suddenly met by powerful experts headed by the Silver Blizzard City's great elder Xiao Xingyun. Everyone had been in a very serious mood as they had made their way back to the Silver City from far off. The 3 members of the Xiao family were either dead or half dead. These 3 men had been important people in the Silver City before they had embarked on this trip. However, they had been branded traitors as now. The 3rd elder was in his 70s and 80s. But, this huge contrast had even left him to feel very uncomfortable. Those 2 elders of the Xiao family had grown up with him since childhood like brothers. There had been some friction between them over the years. Some struggle and scheming had also been a part of their journey. But, they had still faced many hardships together over these 80 years. They had been like brothers for 80 years. He had belonged to the Han, and the others had belonged to the Xiao family. But, even constant enemies of 80 years would develop some emotions, or even interdependence with regards to each other. They certainly weren't on friendly terms anymore. However, the sight of one's companion of 80 years in a half-dead and crippled condition had left the other to feel distressed. But, why did they betray us? We would have still been the Silver City if we had carried on like this. Wasn't that good enough? It wouldn't have mattered whether the Silver City was in the hands of the Han family or the Xiao family. After all, the Silver City would still be the Silver City, right? Who in the world doesn't know that there isn't any real distinction between the Han and Xiao family of the Silver Blizzard City? One family is the named ruler of the city, that's all. But, how's that even important? Would the Silver City's name have changed if the Xiao family had assumed control? It wouldn't have been a change in the reign of a nation's dynasty. So, why? The 3rd elder was awfully broken-hearted. He was also quite mad and puzzled. The 7 swords and the 3rd elder had covered their long and arduous journey in that grim mood, and had finally returned to the snowy peaks. And, they went to the Silver Blizzard City the moment they returned to the snowy peaks. The entire sky had been enveloped in a blizzard. And, it was extremely cold. However, the Silver City's people were obviously accustomed to that cold. So, they didn't care about it. In fact, they were habituated to such a nasty weather. After all, they had grown up in such conditions. These people were obviously unafraid of the cold, but the same couldn't be said for the injured ones. However, they didn't need to worry in reality. They had surely been branded as traitors by the Silver City. However, their companions had still looked after them after being angry at them for a few days in the beginning. Therefore, their injuries hadn't worsened. After all, humans are emotional beings at the end of the day. Mu Shuetong had inquired whether they should send an eagle to notify the Silver City's higher-ups of their arrival in advance. However, the third elder had resolutely shot down that idea after giving it some thought. And, he hadn't said no without reason either. After all, the Silver City was controlled by the Shao family regardless of how things seemed from the outside. This had been particularly the case ever since the birth of little Princess Han Yenmeng. I had always believed that the Han and Shao families were one family. Who could have said that we weren't the same? We hadn't even known about this matter. But, it suddenly seems that the Shao family had been obsessed with this the entire time. The thought that I had never even considered has suddenly left my blood to run cold. The letter would surely fall into the hands of a Shao family member first if we sent an eagle ahead of us. And, our Han family would be pacified if that happened. Therefore, the wise third elder took the safer option, and decided to travel overnight to the Silver City. After all, the lord of the city and the old master of the city would spot their arrival as long as they were to appear at the gates of the city. However, he had never expected to be intercepted by the great elder Shao Xingyun at the base of the peak. Moreover, the great elder was also leading a team of powerful experts. How did he get the news to block me off like this? Elder brother? How come you're here? The third elder looked at Shao Xingyun in astonishment. It wasn't that he was prepared to blindly trust a poisonous snake. After all, he knew that his elder brother had sinister motives. However, that man had still been his elder brother for 80 years. So, he couldn't change the usual term of address when that man suddenly appeared in front of him. The third elder had cursed him 1,000,000 times over the course of the journey. But, he still found it difficult to accept such a cruel reality when he was confronted with that familiar and amiable face. Elder brother. Ha ha ha, you still dare to call me elder brother? Shao Xingyun's face darkened as he gave him a deep look. In fact, it seemed like he would swallow him whole. 2 of my younger brothers are dead because of you. My grandson is half dead because of you. My great-grandson is dead because of you. Moreover, 2 more of my brothers have been rendered crippled for life because of you. You. Do you think you can still call me elder brother after everything that has happened? How did you even dare to voice the words elder brother in flattery? I won't allow you to address me like that. Shao Xingyun sneered. His glare was as sharp as a knife. Han Fei Yun, you've boldly created strife within the Silver City by having them killed. You've committed the greatest sin. And, the heavens won't tolerate this. However, you're still standing instead of kneeling and admitting your guilt. Ha ha ha. Shao Xingyun, I won't call you elder brother if you don't want. Anyway, why are you distorting the truth when everyone here is well aware of it? I'd like you to ask your conscience. Do you still think that you're even worthy of being called elder brother? The third elder's beard trembled as he gave a mournful laugh. He then slowly looked up. Shao Xingyun, I had never thought that you would instigate this betrayal. You've betrayed the Silver City. But, you're too arrogant if you think that you can take the Lord's place. The heavens will not abide by such vile ambitions. Instigate betrayal? Ha ha ha. Shao Xingyun laughed insolently, you say that I seek to betray. Everyone knows who the first true lord of the Silver City was, right? So, let me remind you why my Shao family's ancestor died. It was for your Han family's sake. My deceased ancestor had set up the Silver City, and he had advanced it step by step. And, he eventually died for it. However, the next generations of the Shao family had already been born by that time. It is undeniable that the son inherits the father's mantle. So, tell me something Han Fei Yun, shouldn't Han Zhongmeng have succeeded the deceased old lord at that time? Shao Xingyun had spoken in a very dark tone. The third elder had been rendered speechless. These arguments sounded and seemed in proper accordance. In fact, it was reasonable to argue that the Han family's ascension to the lord's position had been inappropriate. However, the Han family had never let the Shao family down in any way. They had even been aware that the Shao family had been doing many injustices in the name of the city. However, they had ignored it. In fact, their guilty conscience had encouraged the rising flame of the Shao family's arrogance in the past centuries. Moreover, the Han family's children had been taught to have tolerance for the Shao family from the start. And, that's why Shao Han was able to cause such a huge disturbance in those days. What? You've got nothing to say now? The Han family should have supported the Shao family's younger generation for the Lord's position if they had genuinely felt gratitude and brotherly love towards their benefactor. They should have tried their hardest to help. After all, this is the best action one can take after someone does them a huge favor. But, your Han family had usurped the Lord's position in the sly of that nonsensical oath. In fact, they had shamelessly done this in front of the entire world. The true young lord of the city became a follower of the Silver City as a result. And, the Han family went from being the follower to the lord. There's an old saying for this: give a few drops of water, and they'll thirst for a whole river. The Han family usurped the city's command from the descendants of their very savior. Ha ha ha. Moreover, the Han family even managed to act with such self-righteousness after they had usurped those descendants' position. In fact, they were even praised by the entire world for their actions. This world is ridiculous. Don't you find it ridiculous, Han Fei Yun? Why don't you speak now? Xiao Xingyun became even more aggressive after he saw that Han Fei Yun had remained quiet. You're talking nonsense. Many parties were vying with each other after the defeat of the Great Alliance. The Silver Blizzard City had run into a lot of trouble, and was facing crisis as a result. The rest of the world would have swallowed us whole if order wasn't brought back by such extreme means. Therefore, the Han family's chief had bravely gone forward. And, he had taken over the city. Moreover, he had step by step formed its base during unsure times. The Han family had fought every battle from the forefront in order to protect your Shao family. Your Shao family was always in safe positions, and your sacrifices had also been the least. Can you deny that? Moreover, the Silver Blizzard City was only a medium-sized force in society in those days. But, it's now a world-renowned superpower that can crush anyone. Our old lord had taken on a huge problem at that time. And, he had worked his entire life to bring the Silver City to its current status. It can be said that the Silver City has reached its present glory because of the old lord's efforts. Can you deny this? Why can't your Shao family speak to its conscience? It's very interesting to twist the truth. Isn't it? The third elder laughed loudly. His face was full of hatred. Han family has dealt out too many reparations for your Shao family over these centuries. We have cleaned our guilt too many times. Moreover, it wasn't for that oath alone. However, that oath has still allowed you to pressurize the Han family for so many centuries. So, what grievances do you have? Both sides had shed all pretenses, and were in open conflict now. In fact, everything was out in the open now. Bullshit. The Silver City was the Han family's home. So, why wouldn't he do his utmost for it? He obviously wanted to build a foundation for himself. So, he stole it from someone else. Haha, the Shao family's position was stolen by the Han family, and you still have the nerve to speak with such a pompous attitude? In fact, you even have the nerve to involve the critical situation our city had faced at that time. But, why did the Han family retain its control over the Silver City once that crisis had passed? Xiao Xingyun roared angrily. Wouldn't the Silver City's prestige have remained the same if the Shao family had resumed control over the Lord's position? Would our city's power have weakened? What nonsensical argument is this? Are you telling me that the Han family wouldn't have done their best for the Silver City if they hadn't been allowed to take over? Xiao Xingyun snorted and continued, your words are truly shameful. You have been shamelessly using that excuse to cover your vile actions. You've been using that excuse to shove your argument down people's throats. Your family has been unbelievable vile. What shamelessness do you speak of? Your Han family has been wearing the hat of shameless this entire time. You are twisting words and forcing logic. The third elder's eyes were misty and red. His finger trembled. A leader's strength and courage relates directly to the power of the city he controls. Don't you understand such a simple thing? The next generation was young and cowardly at that time. So, how could they have supported our city during those turbulent times? How were those descendants better than the old lord's skill and strategy? You only wish to add more guilt by using those words. Moreover, you are even trying to use the memory of your ancestors' sacrifice in your selfish struggle for the city's control. Don't you think that you're being too despicable? Xiao Xingyun sneered aloof and unconcerned, don't speak nonsense. And, there's no need to stall for time either, Han Fei Yun. Do you know why this old man is wasting so much time in arguing with you? It's because no one from the Han family will ever come here from the Silver City's peak. In fact, I'm sure that no one will pass from here for 2 months. So, I've nothing to worry about. Ha ha ha. I've been holding these words in my heart for so many years. But, I finally spoke them to my heart's content. I believe that I can speak these words squarely and uprightly to the whole world. And, I'm sure the whole world will be convinced by them. Xiao Xingyun had roared those words out. But, he spoke with an extremely sad and hollow voice afterwards, my second brother and I had planned this over our entire lives. And, our desires are within reach now. However, he won't be able to witness it. He will never be able to see it. My second brother, he'll never see it, he roared as his body trembled and eyes watered. The Xiao family's powerful and might Xingyun and Buyu had never been separated since childhood. However, they had been broken apart forever when they had reached such an old age. It was impossible to describe the pain of Xiao Xingyun's heart. Consequently, he had come to hate the Han family's members even more, especially the ones who stood in front of him at this time. Xiao Buyu is to blame for courting disaster for himself and Xiao Han. What does the Silver City have to do with it? What did we have to do with it? But, you still wish to take it out on us? That's ridiculous. Han Fei Yun gave a sharp glare as he secretly grasped his sword. This is rebellion, Xiao Xingyun. This is a rebellion against the Silver City. There was a flash as a sword was unsheathed with a whoosh, and a piece of clothing fell to the ground. I break my ties with you from this moment forth. I discard the friendship we have shared. Ha ha ha, good. 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 End the ties. Break it clean. Xiao Xingyun laughed heartily. A light flashed in his eyes, and an increasingly murderous desire flashed in them. He then shouted after waving his hand, come everyone. Kill these rebels. Don't let anyone live. Kill without quarter. A circle of white-clothed men with swords appeared behind him with an explosion. Han Fei Yun's body had flown backwards the moment he had spoken of breaking the relationship. He then quickly arrived in front of Mu Xuetong, and spoke up in an urgent and low voice, things don't bode well. I fear that there's a traitor amongst the 7 swords. So, it won't end well here. You must protect the little princess. Escape the first chance you get. The Silver City seems close, but it still isn't within reachable distance. So, you must turn around and rush to Tianxiang City. Then, you look for Jun Wuyi and Jun Moxie. They're the only ones who can help us now. Remember this when we go all out and hold these people off. You must remember this. This concerns the Silver City and little princess's future. You mustn't fail. He quickly finished speaking those words while he was surrounded by silver-robed swordsmen. Each of them had a gloomy expression in their eyes, and a savage look on their faces. They had greeted him with respect by calling him an elder in the past. However, they showed no quarter as they unsheathed their swords towards him. Xiao Xingyun whistled, and 5 white-bearded men rushed out with drawn swords. The surface of their swords had 2 colors. And, they seemed to be oozing the anger of a dragon. Spirit Xian 2nd rank. The doubled snow swordsman, the 3rd elder, Han Fei Yun, cried out in alarm. These were 5 gifted experts of the Silver City. These 5 men had suffered a devil's bite during cultivation in the past. But, these 5 men were very tenacious by nature. So, they had found another method so practice cultivation. And, this strange cultivation method had opened a different channel of meridians inside their bodies. Their meridians had been sealed off during the devil's bite. However, those sealed meridian had also opened up as a result of their successful endeavor. Each of these 5 men possessed the strength of a second-grade spirit Xian expert. However, this strange cultivation method had made each of them twice as strong as a regular spirit Xian expert. Moreover, half of their composition was cold, while the other half was warm. And, they were capable of making these 2 sides intersect. But, these men had gone to the desert 15 years ago to deal with their defects. And, there hasn't been any news of them since then. Everyone in the Silver City thinks that they've died there, and have gotten buried in the sand. But, they've suddenly appeared here like this. What? The third elder quickly jumped back in shock. His expression in his eyes was one of extreme alarm. How are you here? Didn't you people die in the desert 15 years ago? The 5 men were expressionless. It seemed that they had no idea what this man in front of them was talking about. Their swords formed a colorful net of sword attacks, and a biting cold murderous aura plummeted downwards with an explosive sound. The 7 swords screamed in unison as their glittering swords intertwined. Then, they charged straight ahead. They had done this to create a time window for the task the third elder had previously spoken about. The 5th elder's beard fluttered, while his sword appeared like a dragon as he charged toward Xiao Xingyun. His target had been his revered elder brother until recently. Therefore, he had tears in his eyes even though he had brandished his swords. However, Xiao Xingyun's eyes were full of cruelty and venom. He quickly raised his sword, and a cold light emanated from it as he attacked without mercy. Xiao Xingyun had brought a lot of people with him. In fact, there were no less than 100 men there. Moreover, most of them were Earth and Sky Xian level fighters. In addition, he also had his own might to rely on apart from the spirit Xian strengths of those 5 doubled snow swordsmen. This setup had clearly indicated that he had intended to kill the third elder. However, the third elder had taken little rest on his long and arduous journey to the Silver City in contrast. Moreover, he only had the 5th elder and himself. And, both of them were at the spirit Xian level only. The 7 sword strength was formidable, but they too would struggle while facing those 5 doubled snow swords. However, the opposition had too many in numbers. So, they managed to turn the tide against them in the wink of an eye. Mu Shuetong was holding his sword. He had also pulled the little princess towards him. He was concentrated on using all kinds of tricks while looking for even the smallest of opportunities to escape. In fact, the lives of the others didn't matter to him anymore. After all, the Silver City's safety was more important. The Silver City would one day know of this truth if he and Han Yen Meng were able to escape. Xiao family's conspiracy mustn't prevail. Even Mu Shuetong believed that he was the best person for Princess Yen Meng to escape with under these circumstances. The third elder obviously had more of a chance to break the siege and escape with the princess. But, he would continuously be hindered by the enemy the entire way. Moreover, Xiao Xingyun was bound to keep his eyes on the third elder. It was possible that the third elder could still break away with some luck. However, he wouldn't have been able to escape far since he'd be burdened with the princess. Therefore, the strong could only sacrifice themselves and delay the pursuers as much as they could in order for him to escape with the little princess. However, this wasn't time for any courtesy. So, Mu Shuetong understood what the third elder had said, and agreed to it in a tacit manner. Han Yen Meng felt despair when she saw that group of people fighting to death around her. She was familiar with most of those people. They had regarded her as a treasured gem, and had carried her around in childhood. They were like close relatives to the little girl. However, a few of her relatives had suddenly rebelled, and were attacking to kill the people who were trying to defend her. All of us are born from the same source. Yet, we're fighting to kill each other. Han Yan-meng started crying, and her vision became blurry. After all, she was pure-hearted, and didn't understand why this was happening. She only knew that the heavens had changed their colors. The third elder had a sudden idea while fighting. And, he quickly drew back while the fifth elder and the seven swords took on most of the fighting. He then suddenly issued a very violent and powerful sword light. It seemed as if a sun had risen to the sky in the pitch dark of night. 10,000 sword lights rushed down. And, it seemed as if the galaxy itself was falling. The third elder had exhausted his strength with this sword attack. This was a fight between life and death. Mu Xuetong silently grabbed the little princess, and dashed away like a whirlwind in accordance with his instructions when the third elder unleashed these sword lights. Xiao Xingyun suddenly sensed that things were amiss. So, he roared, "Stop them! Capture that little wench!" He then suddenly turned to the other side, and roared, "Do it!" And, things changed very suddenly with that order. One of the seven swords sword light changed directions, and attacked the limbs of his own brothers. It was unknown how many years of brotherhood they had shared. This attack drew out many screams. 3 of the 7 swords stared wide-eyed as blood flowed from their chests. They slowly turned to look mournfully at their younger brother. Their eyes were full of sadness, confusion, and anger. That man's eyes were full of guilt. Then, a complicated expression bubbled up in his eyes as he confessed in a low voice, "I'm sorry. I'm a man of the Shao family." The eyes of the 3 people filled with a sense of realization. Then, they fell to the ground with a serene expression in their eyes. They hadn't had the slightest trace of resentment on their faces till the moment they died. Perhaps it could be said that they had regarded him as their brother until the moment they had died. However, the last expression in the eyes of those 3 men had been one of endless pain. Ah! The third elder roared when he saw this frightening scene. He had already guessed that something like this would happen. He had already anticipated this misfortune, but still found it hard to endure the sight of it. He sprayed blood from his mouth and painted his beard red. The elder waved his sword once, and 2 perfectly round sword lights were shot from it. These sword light made many people scream, and their blood splashed onto his body. However, the 2 escaping individuals had been intercepted by now. Han Fei Yun roared when he saw this. His body got enveloped in a sword light as he dashed towards Mu Xuetong and the little princess like the wind. Han Fei Yun entered into their encirclement, and quickly moved Mu Xuetong and Han Yan-meng behind his own body. Then, the old man acted like an uncrossable mountain, and shouted as his hair and beard flared open, "Who dares to come and fight me to the death?" Mu Xuetong carried Han Yan-meng away without looking back in the backdrop of the mountainous blockade of his body. He had slipped away into the distance like smoke. However, Han Yan-meng's voice could still be heard from far off. In fact, her delicate and anxious voice continued to echo, "Third grandpa." But, the third elder wasn't able to hear that anymore. His glare was unwavering as he looked at the youngest of the 7 swords. His eyes were filled with so much hatred that it seemed as if he would eat him alive. If eyes could kill, then the youngest of the 7 swords would have been delivered to the doors of death after slashing with 1,000 cuts. Why? The third elder trembled as his eyes filled with tears. He slowly took a step, and asked with childish innocence, "Why? Wan Qingguang? Why? Why did you do such a thing? You were freezing in the snow when the old lord had brought you into the city out of compassion. He raised you with great care, and you even became one of the 7 swords. So, why did you do such a thing?" This nearly 100-years-old man had been shedding tears for the past few days. It was visible how violently vicious these repeated mental blows had been for his psyche. The third elder had cultivated his mind for nearly 100 years. However, he still couldn't bear these blows. Wan Qingguang's face had become somewhat pale under the third elder's hateful glare. He couldn't help but take a step back. His eyes brimmed with guilt as he murmured, I also didn't want to do this. Third elder. But, I'm from the Xiao family. My real name is Xiao Jianmeng. In those days. Haha, didn't you think it was strange how I got this information, Han Fei Yun? Do you realize the answer now? This is only one of the many great secrets of the Xiao family. In fact, this only one of our many trump cards. Your Han family is as good as destroyed, Han Fei Yun. And it will be forgotten soon enough. But, I will leave your corpse intact for the sake of our previous mutual affection. Ha ha. Do you genuinely believe that this will happen, Xiao Xingyun? The third elder had deliberately chosen the narrowest part of a ravine to make his stand. He was only one man and one sword. So, he knew that he was going to die. Kill him. Kill him quickly. We can't let those two fishes escape our net. The consequences will be unbearable if that happens. Xiao Xingyun waved his hand as his face filled with a murderous intention. The remaining 3 people of the 7 swords and the 5th elder had been bathed in blood by now owing to the many rounds of skirmishes. However, they stumbled to the 3rd elder despite the exhaustion, and made a stand next to him. Their glare was on of determination. And, their expression was one of indifference. They wouldn't even look at the traitor anymore. He's unworthy of our gaze. The 3rd elder roared as the crowd of enemies swarmed in, stop them at all cost. They mustn't take a single step forward from here. The other 4 replied their assentation. Their eyes were brimming with determination, and their swords were like silver ice as their sheen filled the sky with a bloody light. They were destined to be unlucky today. But, they'd never allow themselves to be sacrificed like an ordinary beast. We will strive to give the little princess more time as long we draw breath. Each moment adds a little more hope. For the Silver City's future. For the Silver City's tomorrow. The two sides clashed like bloody tornadoes. The ground was slowly dyed the color of cherries. The blood slowly started to collect together, and started to form small streams soon after. The cold wind screamed. The snow fell like leaves in autumn. Mu Shuetong pulled the Silver City's Han Yanmeng tightly to him with one hand, and gave everything he had as he dashed through the snow. He didn't even dare to glance back. And, that's because he knew that his speed would slow down if he were to glance back for even a second. And, there was a chance that he would get caught if he was slowed down even momentarily. However, that would mean that the sacrifice of the third elder and the others would go in vain. Therefore, he lowered his head, and escaped in grief and indignation with every ounce of strength he could muster. He could hear those resounding and landslide-like explosions in the distance behind him. It seemed like a spirit Xian expert was giving everything he had. In fact, it seemed that he was even depleting his hidden tricks while doing his best to attack the enemy. Mu Shuetong was only at Sky Xian, but he had been considered a prodigy. There were many spirit Xian experts in the Silver City. So, he could recognize the meaning of such explosions very clearly. The third elder was laughing shrilly in the distance. Are you enjoying this, Xiao Xingyun? Ha ha ha. Xiao Xingyun sounded furious. So, you're going all out. Everyone, use everything you've got, and cut that bastard up with your swords. After that, there was a sound denoting the clash of several weapons. However, a weak-sounding mournful cry arose in the distance soon after. It was then that the third elder spoke in a resolute manner, come. Accompany me. Ha ha ha. Bang. There was a violent explosion accompanied by a succession of blood-curdling screams. A drop of tear flowed out from Mu Shuetong's eyes. He knew what this meant. Han Fei Yun had sacrificed his life in that explosion. The third elder hasn't even left his body intact to stall time for us, to stall for only a little more time. Mu Shuetong rushed through the dense and snowy pine forest with a whooshing sound along with Han Yanmeng. He left faint footprints that lead to 3 directions. Then, he took a deep breath and used his entire strength to fly high. He flew for over 250 meters as a result. He looked around for a second. Then, he descended downwards behind a cliff that lay ahead. They then disappeared behind the cliff. This diversion was the best way to escape. Xiao Xingyun arrived in extreme hurry after a while. He looked around very carefully at first. Then, he waved his hand in anger, search very carefully. The snow has footprints on it. So, they couldn't have gone far. Divide the teams, and carefully follow the 3 tracks. That little traitor is all that's left now, and he hasn't suffered enough. Look everywhere. Search every bit of land. Dig out 3 feet of snow if necessary. They don't need to be left alive if found they're found. Kill them without mercy. The young master Jun lay down to sleep. He had a good nap, and slept through till the next day. He felt like he hadn't had such a satisfying sleep in a good while. Little Cook kept guard at his door. However, the little girl acted very diligently and responsibly. So, no one went inside to disturb his sleep. It wasn't until noon the next day that someone came in with news. It was about Bailey Luoyun. He had returned to meet the young master. Jun Moxie stretched his body for a moment, and sat up. He then muttered, "He has arrived 3 days earlier than I had expected." He stood up after he had spoken those words. Then, he spoke, "I'll meet the youngster myself." Bailey Luoyun's entire body was dusty. So, the talented youngster looked travel-worn when Jun Moxie went to meet him. His face looked wind-beaten and exhausted. But, his expression had still remained resolute. In fact, it was as sharp as a spear's tip. Moreover, his body had a somewhat ruthless aura about it. The young expert emanated a very cold, dense, and awe-inspiring aura as he stood there. And, the Jun household's guards felt great unease because of it. In fact, they couldn't help but be vigilant against it. The guards who kept watch at the Jun household's doors were merely ordinary soldiers. However, they were still veterans of numerous battles. So, one could well imagine the grandeur and tyranny of an aura that could make them feel so uneasy. A thin line of light flashed in Bailey Luoyun's eyes when he saw that Jun Moxie had come to meet him in person. So, he solemnly cupped his fist and said, "I'm back, young master." "Welcome back." Jun Moxie gave a faint smile, and asked, "How are things going?" "I've killed those 50 people. There was no trace left in those places, except for those verses you had mentioned." Bailey Luoyun had spoken with a trace of indifference. But, even that indifference had contained incomparable confidence and pride. "You did great. Thanks for the hard work." Jun Moxie patted his shoulder, "I've set aside a place for you. Go and rest. Other matters can wait." Jun Moxie frowned since Bailey Luoyun's disposition hadn't been rectified. And, the young master had clearly sensed the pride he had given his report with. This is unacceptable. An assassin with such pride. How is that a good thing? Young master. What about my father, he? Bailey Luoyun's head sank as he spoke up with some hesitation. "I said that the other things can wait. Didn't you hear?" Jun Moxie's expression was profound. His eyes then looked meaningfully at Bailey Luoyun while emanating absolute authority. Bailey Luoyun understood the meaning of this. His complexion became green as he said respectfully, "This Luoyun will do as you bid." Jun Moxie laughed windily, "I know that you ask this out of filial piety towards your father. But, this is the only time I'll allow it. This mustn't happen again." Bailey Luoyun's expression turned extremely respectful as he said, "Many thanks, young master. An emperor is never short of hungry soldiers. I promised you something, and I've obviously fulfilled it. They entered Tianxiang City 3 days ago. Moreover, I've made residential arrangements for your esteemed father. You don't need to worry about your father. In fact, you might as well take a look. Follow me." Jun Moxie walked forth, and led him to the back door. Bailey Luo Yun was a smart man. He only needed to be given an indication, and that was enough for him to understand. There was no need to explain any further. He'd understand everything well enough. There was an impressive house not far from the Jun Manor. The Luo Yun house. Those big and golden characters hung glittering in the sunshine. They appeared glorious in gold. There were many guards at the gate. They were full of vigor, and had doughty statures. Bailey Luo Yun's father sat on a chair at the center of the courtyard. He wore a luxurious black leather gown, and his face was brimming with satisfaction and happiness. There was a pretty young maid behind him, and she was massaging his shoulders in a diligent manner. Several servants were busy cleaning the courtyard. Bailey Luo Yun was pleasantly surprised to find his father's complexion much better than before. His complexion was robust and rosy. And, each bit of him had a healthy luster to it. In fact, it seemed like the man had been reborn. He seemed to have become younger by a few years. Even the wrinkles on his face had receded by a fair margin. "This is your home, Bailey Luo Yun's home," Jun Moxie smiled as he spoke softly. "My home." Bailey Luo Yun was astonished. He had a home and a family in the past. But, that home of the Bailey family was a place of bitter memories for him. It had been a cage which was hard to escape from. He had never harbored a sense of home towards it. How could I ever have thought that I would have a home here? A brand new home at that. A home only for my father and me. Bailey Luo Yun's heart felt warm as he looked at the flowers and trees in the courtyard. It was a wintry November at this time, but the young man still felt warm. His previously ice-cold heart had suddenly warmed up. Jun Moxie smiled faintly, and walked out in a calm manner. He had left Bailey Luo Yun to experience the newfound gifts of having his own home. The young master obviously understood such a feeling. Therefore, he didn't disturb the youngster. Bailey Luo Yun became emotional, and rushed out after a moment. His expression became solemn, and his body straightened as he saw Jun Moxie. Then, he kneeled in a serious manner. Jun Moxie used his left hand to support Bailey Luo Yun. He had obviously realized that Bailey Luo Yun had intended to kneel and bow in patronage. So, he spoke up in a melodious voice, "What are you doing? I'll obviously make proper arrangements for you since you're working for me. I've done this so that you don't have to worry. This is the natural order of things. So, don't do this. I want a reliable subordinate. But, I don't want you to kowtow like an insect." He then stiffly pulled him up. Maybe the young master feels he ought to do it. But, this is like a heaven-sent favor for me, Bailey Luo Yun spoke solemnly as he stared at Jun Moxie. His gaze had filled with reverence for the first time aside from when he had awed at Jun Moxie's strength. "But, you needn't do this. Please understand one thing, Luo Yun. You don't need to say much. You also understand matters. So, we might as well speak openly about this. I won't reward you if you become useless to me. And, you must realize that your value isn't limited to a house. We still have to rampage over the entire world. And, I need your skills for that. Remember what I had said earlier, that was the only time. This shouldn't happen again." Jun Moxie spoke slowly. His words had been blunt. Perhaps a bit unpleasant as well. But, Bailey Luo Yun knew that it was genuine truth. And, that had made these words pleasant to hear. Everyone dreams about good things falling in their laps from the heavens. But, no one ever think about why it should happen. Why would good things ever fall in one's laps? Why would anyone reward oneself if they don't have any skill or haven't done anything of significance? This is exactly the reason why one gives presents to the government official, and not a farmer. After all, an official can do the work which a farmer can't. Obviously, it'll be a different matter if one looks at his flower of a daughter. However, understanding is truth one thing. And, being able to state it so frankly is another. Moreover, Doing what one has said was a different matter altogether. Don't the big families have hundreds of talented fighters in their ranks? Even the richest man in the world may die while paying for their subordinates' expenses. Of each talented individual was assigned a house full of servants. The Jun family has many peerless experts. So, why is the young master taking care of me in this manner? Don't tell me that I'm more useful than those old foxes, or even a Sky Xian expert. Bailey Luo Yun lacked the self-confidence when it came to this matter. Therefore, Bailey Luo Yun nodded in a solemn manner, and didn't show how moved he was again. Instead, he spoke up firmly, I understand. Ah, excellent. It seems that you've forged ahead in your Xian strength's ranks as well. You were at Jade Xian peak the last time I saw you. But, you're at the peak of Earth Xian's lower level now. You will be at the middle rank of Earth Xian after one more step. This rate of progress is quite fast. It's indeed lightning fast. Jun Moxie looked over, and spoke up somewhat flabbergasted. This is thanks to those divine pills from the young master. I had broken through the block of Jade Xian after I took that pill. And, I was able to advance to the Earth Xian realm. I continued to absorb the strength of the medicine for some time. And, even I found it difficult to believe that taking a pill could make me advance so greatly. It's genuinely a heavenly pill. Bailey Luo Yun again looked emotional the moment that topic was brought up. His limbs trembled in excitement as he recalled the moment when that earthen color had dazzled on his body for the first time. He couldn't help but become red. My divine pill should increase a person's cultivation by 10 years, right? However, his breakthrough goes against the usual norm. Jun Moxie stared wide-eyed. He gaped, but remained silent. What kind of person is he? Many of men had taken that pill before. But, no one had advanced levels in such a terrifying manner. Yet, this guy has advanced so much with only one pill. He made it to the breakthrough. That's possible. But, he went even forward until he reached the peak of the next sublevel. This speed is amazing. This advancement was still far short of the 7-8 levels Jun Moxie could advance in a single time. But, Jun Moxie understood the difference well. I can jump more than 10 levels in one go. But, that's because I have the ultimate cheat tool, the Hong Jun Pagoda. So, my body's aura can be replenished anytime and everywhere. But, this Bailey Luo Yun has nothing. He only has innate skill. But, this kind of innate skill is not normal. It is worth it to invest a lot in such an innate talent. The only bad thing about this youngster is that he still can't follow strict orders. But, this important rule can be established slowly and steadily. After all, the canal is formed when the water flows. There's a new task for you. You will be responsible for training your body's overall development this time. Jun Moxie handed Bailey Luo Yun some loose papers. These papers had a few body poses along with some notes on them. Each posture was extremely odd, almost exceeding the limits of the human body's ability to adapt. Bailey Luo Yun took a quick glimpse of the paper. And, he couldn't help his eyes from flashing. An average person would look at these postures, and would find them outlandish and undoable. However, Bailey Luo Yun was a genius at martial arts. Moreover, he possessed excellent comprehension ability. So, even a quick glance was enough for him to assess that these postures contained endless potential. Bailey Luo Yun genuinely thirsted to improve his strength. So, this was the best and biggest rewards for him. Bailey Luo Yun had been slaughtering people the entire journey here. And, he had gradually started to enjoy it as well. Therefore, he was quite satisfied with things. However, he had always enjoyed the process of increasing his strength in a gradual and procedural manner. Therefore, Bailey Luo Yun didn't hesitate, and agreed to it without a thought. Here is a list of names. I want you to memorize them. You must kill one of these people after every 3 days you spend in training. The glint of a cruel light flashed in Jun Moxie's eyes. You decide who you'll kill first. These men are our enemies. However, there isn't much of a hurry when it comes to dealing with them. So, we can clean them up slowly. There is no urgency. Do you understand? Jun Moxie said slowly. Bailey Luo Yun nodded slowly while taking the precious papers into his possession. I want you to reach the Earth Xian Peak in 3 months, Jun Moxie moved his hands behind his back as he said these words lightly. I will help you break through from Earth Xian level when the time comes. I will get you to the first ranks of the Sky Xian realm, maybe even higher. Bailey Luo Yun trembled. But, there was a fiery light in his eyes. Jun Moxie returned to his courtyard, and heard Guan Qing Han play her flute in her area next doors. The music was mournful. It still emanated a heavy pressure. In fact, it emanated an unbearably heavy pressure. Jun Moxie sighed and shook his head. His gaze then fixated on the 2 crazed figures that were inside his courtyard at this time. They were the 2 young kids who had previously nipped at their fingers to write their blood oaths. Those 2 kids didn't have a tongue, and one of them didn't even have an arm. Moreover, it was the right arm. He had given them a training manual before he had gone to the Southern Heaven City. The level of training was 3 to 4 times of what children their age could endure. Moreover, the foundation of their bones weren't good. So, their prospects weren't good even if they trained with everything they had. However, Jun Moxie was surprised to find that these 2 children had somehow persisted even though they appeared so thin that they would get blown away by a gust of wind. In fact, they had somehow increased their capacity to train by 3 to 4 times. It could be said that the spirit devourers and heaven destroyers were training to their limits. However, these 2 kids were training themselves to the edge of their lives by the same analogy. They would train 4 times a day, and they wouldn't stop unless they felt that they would die. Moreover, they would resume training the moment they felt that even a little strength had returned to their bodies. And, they had been doing this for the last 3 months. They had already broken the wooden pikes that Jun Moxie had grounded for them. In fact, they had done so several times. Jun Moxie felt a cool feeling in his heart when he saw the 2 going ahead with his training. It had surprisingly come as a surprise to Jun Moxie. After all, the young master was also a human at the end of the day. He had experienced 2 lives, and he had a cheat tool like the Hongjun Pagoda. But, he still nurtured the same expectations another person would. Therefore, he would also be amazed by things that were beyond his expectations. Those 2 11 and 12-year-old kids were very weak, but they seemed like wolves when they fought. 2 very hungry wolves at that. There was no hesitation from their part. And, they showed no mercy either. Every punch and every kick could be called fatal. One of them would often get kicked down, and would be left to struggle on the ground for a while as a result. However, the other would only look on with a cold and unflinching glare. There was no scope for helping the other in getting back to their feet. In fact, the fallen kid would be given a few more kicks. And, the fallen kid would also get up to fight back the moment his opponent eased up. The 2 would continue to batter each other every day in this manner. They wouldn't even spare each other's throats, nor the solar plexus. They would even batter the area between each other's legs. Attacking that area without any misgivings could genuinely kill a person. The 2 knew that should have been helping each other. But, now wasn't the time to do so. Instead, now was the time to fight a decisive battle. After all, they would be killed by others in the future if they couldn't endure this training now. And, wasn't it better to die by one's brother's hand? The training undertaken by those 2 was simply shocking. These 2 kids' innate talents differed very greatly from that of Bailey Luo Yun's. However, the same couldn't be said for the murderous aura these 2 kids exuded from their bodies. In fact, their ruthlessness was even more prominent in comparison. Those 3 had an assassin's disposition, and Jun Moxie had discovered this. In fact, they'd make for the 3 great assassins. Old man Jun had visited these kids once. However, he hadn't been able to forget their frightening nature and training even after he had returned to his study. In fact, old man Jun had said that those two kids weren't even human. A general who had waged battles his entire life had been left this shocked by their training. This showed how fierce their training was. Jun Moxie's courtyard had been cleaned before he had left. In fact, the ground had become as strong as steel after the ferocious spiritual strength he had unleashed some time ago. But, he found the ground was full of potholes now. The magnitude of change wasn't very great. But, it was still damaged. Moreover, that damage had been done by the bodies of those two kids. Even heavy iron hammers may fail to do this kind of damage. However, the bodies of these two kids had managed to do this over the course of their training in the last 3 months. So, it could be seen what condition their training had reached by now. Jun Moxie sighed at first. Then, he clapped his hands and said, "Come here, you two." Jun Moxie was surprised when the two came over. They had grown a bit taller. Their muscles had also hardened. However, they had an expression in their eyes which belied their indifference towards life. And, this had surprised Jun Moxie more than anything else. The two kneeled in unison, and lowered their heads in respect. This was their set greetings to Jun Moxie. The young master had told them not to do this. But, they never changed, and had continued to do this. The young master also knew their stubborn personalities. So, he had let it slide. "Get up. I want to see how far your bodies have been trained." Jun Moxie extended his hand. Then, he released his spiritual sense, and checked their meridians. He sighed lightly at his observation. The two kids were training extremely hard. No one could deny that. Their bodily strength and coordination had made great progress. However, the two kids' innate restrictions were still there. The innate talent of those two was much lower than that of Bailey Luo Yun's. In fact, the difference was that of the sky and the ground, or the heaven and earth. Jun Moxie felt that he would need to refine a different kind of medicine for them. He fished out 2 10-years Dan from his chest pockets. "Take these. Then, practice your Xian cultivation practice accordingly." Their innate talents were meager. And, they only had 3 months of foundation in their support. So, these two would suffer immense pain if they were to take these pills so rashly. In fact, the pain would be tenfold of what an average person would suffer. But, Jun Moxie had realized that these two kids' nature was quite fierce after he had seen their training. Others wouldn't be able to endure it. But, those two little kids certainly would. It could be said that these two kids would see very quickly results once they had ingested these 10 years dawn. However, these had begun their Xian cultivation only 3 months ago. Therefore, their cultivation was only the beginning of the starting stages. In fact, they had only reached the 3rd level of Xian cultivation at this time. However, these 10 years Dan pills were in defiance of the natural order of things. And, the absorption of their efficacy would prove to be an uncomfortable experience even for a silver Xian expert. However, their meridians would expand to an extreme degree if they willed through it. The more one bears, the more one gains. For example, it would make no difference to a spirit Xian expert if they took those pills. There wouldn't be much of a reaction. They would only absorb 10 years worth of pure aura after ingesting the pills. That's all. But, these two kids had weak meridians. Therefore, using these pills would give them a great start. In fact, it could even compensate for their lack of innate talent. The muscles of their bodies underwent a painful expansion as Jun Moxie looked on. Their gnashed teeth made loud, buzzing sounds. However, they still pushed through it, and didn't issue a single groan of pain. They blindly and silently endured it. Even an adult wouldn't have been able to endure 1/10 of that pain. They were sweating bullets. Jun Moxie watched as their weak bodies shudder. However, Jun Moxie suddenly remembered a knife-wielding technique when he saw that trembling stump of arm, left-handed blade technique. Moreover, it was one-armed blade-wielding technique. This blade-wielding technique was extremely severe. In fact, it was a killer technique. This blade-based technique had been designed by a senior in his previous life. That man's swordsmanship was world-famous. His strength was even more renowned. Unfortunately, his enemies had managed to ambush him one day. And, they had chopped off his right hand at that time. But, they deliberately didn't kill him. After all, his skill set would be useless since his right hand had been chopped off. So, he wouldn't be able to use it anymore. His enemies had obviously planned to cripple him so that they could shame him in front of the entire world. However, that man wasn't discouraged. He took immense amounts of pain to contemplate matters. And, he created an extremely powerful left-handed blade-based technique after 10 years of hard work. He then went back, and killed his enemies after his blade-based technique was ready. That man had been no match for his enemies even when he had been at the peak of his prowess. However, his enemies weren't even able to fight back once he had designed and completed his new blade technique. And, this was enough to assess the true hegemony of that technique. However, that blade technique was extremely dangerous. It was an extremely strange method as well. It could cut the user's body if they weren't careful. And, that's because every chop against the enemy would come from a very unexpected angle. This obviously made it very difficult for the enemy to guard against the strikes. But, it was also quite dangerous to practice as well. However, this was the only method that kid with only one arm could use. The other kid's limbs were still intact. However, Jun Moxie had planned to teach that other kid a very strange sword technique as well. The two of them would form a very deadly force after they had combined their blade techniques in a harmonious manner. The two kids had suffered the pain for an hour. They had lain twitching on the ground during the later part of it. Even their sweat wasn't visible. In fact, they had clenched their teeth so hard that even the root of their teeth had started to bleed. The veins of their body had pulsated to their skin. The two of them were still gnashing their teeth even though the severe pain had ended by now. In fact, their muscles had become so taut that they couldn't even open their mouths. The young master's formidable spiritual power surged forth, and loosened them up. The two finally opened their mouths, and saw each other's pained expression. They were covered in wisps of blood. But, their eyes were filled with an expression of non-acceptance. This is a set of blade-wielding moves. Jun Moxie conveniently grabbed a blade. He held it in his left hand, and raised it as he said, "This will suit you." The face of the one-armed kid became fervent as he heard this. And, he watched Jun Moxie's every move with careful attention. His eyes were opened wide. He didn't even dare to blink in fear of missing some minute detail. Jun Moxie moved slowly. His Xian strength circulated under his feet as he moved, and left shallow footprints on the hard ground. He then moved into the same track marks as he demonstrated that technique for a second time. "Did you understand?" The one-armed child nodded twice. His talent was very limited. He wouldn't have understood much of them technique even if it had been displayed once again. In fact, he wouldn't even have remembered many of the strokes. However, he had clearly understood Jun Moxie's intentions. He could practice this technique by retracing Jun Moxie's footprints. Then, Jun Moxie taught the other kid a different sword technique, and told the two of them to practice. Suddenly, the guards came in and announced, "The Dugu family has sent an invitation. They've invited the young master for dinner today." Jun Moxie was stumped by this. "What? I'm invited for dinner? What's this? Is the Dugu family is looking for me to talk about Dugu Xiaoyi's marriage?" This was the only possibility that came into Jun Moxie's mind. How will I face it if they raise the issue of an engagement? The invitation card spoke very clearly. It was quite concise and comprehensive. It only had one sentence: "The Jun family's Moxie is requested to come to the Dugu family's manor for a visit." The inscription unexpectedly bore Dugu Zongheng's name. The handwriting was very clumsy. In fact, it was almost unsightly. But, the tip of the writing brush seemed to have been full of hostility. It was bold and uncouth. So, it was evident that Dugu Zongheng had personally written it. This was an exceptionally simple invitation card. But, it portrayed the importance the Dugu family had attached this meeting. It also depicted their resentment. Old man Dugu Zongheng had written it himself. And, this was enough to tell the importance they attached to it. But, the concise wordings pointed straight to the heart of the matter. So, that one sentence belied their helplessness and unwillingness regarding the meeting. The young master secretly made his calculations. The Dugu family would also wish to re-establish the little girl's reputation apart from talking about my marriage to her, right? After all, that girl had returned in front of everyone with a big belly. It was one thing to joke about it. However, wouldn't any resolute person find it odd that her belly had become that big in only 3 or 4 months? But, the fact remained that the little girl's reputation had been ruined. And, this point had also touched Jun Moxie. The Jun and the Dugu family could be considered well-matched as far as the facts were concerned. In fact, there were no others who were better matched. But, the Dugu family would never allow their only granddaughter to be a concubine. In fact, it wouldn't matter to them even if they knew that Dugu Xiao had still retained her chastity. Moreover, they wouldn't understand that Jun Moxie only cared about Guan Qinghan. It was extremely necessary for them to establish the little girl as the first woman. Guan Qinghan had sacrificed her virtue to save the young master. And, it was pleasant to say this. But, she had been the young master's elder sister-in-law at one point of time. Therefore, there would always be some social trouble in the name of Jun Moxie's elder brother even if he were to undertake the wedding ceremonies with her. After all, Guan Qinghan's past status would never allow her to become his true wife. However, the little girl had great relations with Guan Qinghan. So, it would make for a good arrangement if the little girl was the first wife, and Guan Qinghan was the concubine. Jun Moxie frowned. This must be why the Dugu family is looking for me so urgently. However, wasn't old man Dugu looking for the wrong person? Shouldn't he have been looking for Jun Zhantian instead of Jun Moxie? After all, Jun Zhantian was the figurehead of the Jun family. Moreover, the matter of a youngster's marriage must be brought to their parents and grandparents first. Moreover, Jun Moxie wasn't someone who could face Dugu Zongheng this directly. After all, his status wasn't sufficient. Jun Moxie was currently covered in fame, and had experienced rampant military success. However, this wasn't good enough. This aspect of status has nothing to do with one's personal strength. Instead, it was the natural order of respect amongst men. The young master was a youngster even if he had become wise during his 2 lives. Moreover, marriage was a major turning point in one's life, and Jun Moxie had no experience in this matter. Jun Moxie folded the invitation card. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Jun Zhantian confronted Jun Moxie's misgivings after he heard about this. However, the old man only curled his lips as he disdainfully spoke, "What's so strange about this, dear little grandson? It seems that old Dugu Zongheng had no choice but to come to this after he heard the roars of that tigress at his home. I reckon that it's that tigress who intends to see you in person. That old fool Zongheng wouldn't have called you in any other scenario. I assume that he's still unwilling to invite you on his own. That's all there is to it. Anyway, aren't you usually very bold and daring? So, why are you acting so timid and fearful now? Get lost, and don't trouble this old man's training." It had to be said that the 2 old men had been interacting their whole lives. So, they had developed a good understanding of each other's thought processes. And old man Jun could speculate the truth by merely giving it a second's thought. Moreover, his speculation wasn't even close to the facts, it was exactly the same as the facts. The old man heartlessly expelled the overly suspicious youngster with his final words. He then continued with his cultivation and training. After all, the opportunity to make such a breakthrough was rare to come by. So, wouldn't he wish to stabilize his newly attained realm as soon as possible? Jun Moxie smiled bitterly, and suddenly discovered a thick stack of papers on the old man's desk. They were folded open. And it was evident that these were the secret reports that had been brought by the messenger eagles. The one on the top read, "The Western Province's magistrate has been killed at his home. It is suspected that he was killed by the assassin, Drifting Cloud. This assassin has been recently wreaking havoc. The assassin only left behind a verse of a poem, good and evil will eventually be distinguished. Heaven's justice can't be escaped." So, it seems like the work of that Drifting Cloud only. Below that was a short reply in Jun Tian's handwriting. Investigate quickly. The next one was mostly similar. Jun Moxie counted. There were 50 of them. Not a single extra. And, each of them was regarding the 50 people Bailey Luoyun had killed. Jun Moxie could only sigh. Such an efficient intelligence system is remarkably desirable. Bailey Luoyun has barely arrived in Tianxiang City. But, a summary of his actions are compiled here. Moreover, the old man has already read everything. This shows that the information had arrived before Bailey Luoyun. The Jun family controlled this intelligence network. However, it was a pity that its real master was the imperial family of Tianxiang Empire. In fact, it wasn't under the Jun family's influence by any means. This meant that this network would become useless in case of a feud. Moreover, it would also become a huge problem. Jun Moxie frowned. He put the sheets back to their original place, and slowly walked out. He had barely exited when a guard hurried over. The guard was followed by a grotesque-looking fat individual. Jun Moxie was shocked at first. He was almost unable to recognize Tang Yuan. He hadn't seen the fatty for 3 months. But, he had become even fatter now. Moreover, it wasn't like he had become a little fatter, he had accumulated several more layers of fat around him. Tang Yuan was merely round in the past. But, he looked like a triangle now. His huge head appeared like a sharp point while the rest of his body spread out to the sides. Third young. Tang Yuan became excited and emotional when he saw him. He pounced as he came over while panting. It seemed that the fatty wanted to give him a bear hug. Stop! Jun Moxie jumped in fright. What are you doing these days? And, how did you become so fat? He looked his counterpart over, and frowned. You could at least see the back of your legs earlier. But, even that isn't possible anymore. Ah! Don't you say? Tang Yuan put on an expression of misery. Your brother has been suffering this entire time. I was forced to lose weight over these months. What? Forced to lose weight? Bullshit! Jun Moxie exclaimed, did forcing you to lose weight result in you reducing it from 150 kilos to 200? Wrong! Tang Yuan addressed Jun Moxie's mistake in a serious manner. I wouldn't have been so depressed if it had been 200. It has reduced to 260 from 180. Fu *k. Jun Moxie couldn't close his gaping mouth. A long while passed before he shouted, you went from 180 to 260 in only 3 months, that's over 80 kilos. Damn! Even a pig won't gain so much after eating itself fat for 3 months. Pig! Tang Yuan spoke with annoyance. I have a special reason for this. What special reason? Don't tell me. Jun Moxie blinked. It had to be said that Fatty Tang's body type couldn't be described as fat anymore. The word appropriate would be horrifying now. That vile woman Sun Xiaomei has been forcing me to lose weight every day. Tang Yuan wanted to cry, but no tears came out. She whips me every morning, and shouts at me to run. She chases me, and makes me work out every day when I have nothing to do. And, not one person takes my side at home. In fact, everyone chases me along with that vile woman. How did my life become so hard? Someone even follows me to the aristocratic hall to supervise me. I still don't understand. After all, everyone is trying to get you to lose weight. Moreover, these are very effective and regular methods to lose weight. So, how are you still like this? Jun Moxie became even more puzzled. Exercise is exercise, brother. But, I get hungry after I exercise. In fact, very hungry. I almost starve. Tang Yuan gnashed his teeth and shouted, I get hungry after every workout. I used to have 3 meals a day before I started this weight loss thing. And, one meal used to contain 6 steamed buns back in the day. But, I have 9 meals a day nowadays. And, one meal has 10 steamed buns. And, that doesn't include the midnight snacks. Jun Moxie nearly fell down. A black line appeared across his face. This man must be a legend, right? Of course, getting fatter makes sense. Jun Moxie nodded repeatedly. His face was full of amazement. No wonder you've become so wondrously huge in this short period of 3 months. It is very reasonable. After all, you have such a strong justification for it. In fact, it would have been bewildering if you hadn't gotten fatter. Exactly. Tang Yuan sighed as he comforted his belly. I could at least hold my belly in my arms in the past. But, I can't even do that now. It seems that we still need some tougher exercise. Jun Moxie's face was full of regret. You still want to toughen the exercises? I'll break through 300 kilos if you make them any tougher. Tang Yuan looked unhappy. He gave a lowly look to Jun Moxie. Then, he again became very excited. Anyway, we've created a miracle, third young master. Your pills have sold for extremely high prices in these past 3 months. Moreover, it's unceasingly breaking records these days. The bottles you had left behind have turned into a treasure trove. We've made about 900 million shining white silvers. And, this is only aristocratic Hall's share. The little prince's share isn't included in this. His share has already been delivered to him. What the? 900 million. 900 million. Jun Moxie was thoroughly shocked by the immensity of this number. It's not that he had never seen money before. In fact, he had expected that those medicines would sell for a lot. But, he had never expected them to be so popular. I can conveniently prepare 8 to 10 bottles of those medicines. But, wouldn't I be able to make hundreds of million with my fingertips if genuinely got down to business? Has this world lost its mind? Isn't this too much of an exaggeration? Moreover, I haven't even auctioned the medicines you sent recently, the bone-tempering pills. Tang Yuan mysteriously raised a finger. Would it work out, young master? Are you sure that it's fine to auction it? It's only a medicine, isn't it? We have plenty of it. Jun Moxie's lips curled in disdain. Sell it off. The more popular, the better. I feel relieved since you've said this. I'm describing this bone-tempering pill as a dream medicinal supplement that remodels one's entire bone structure, restructures one's entire muscles and meridians to give them a stronger body, and advances their xian levels very quickly. How about this? Isn't it trendy? Our medicine can be described in big words on paper now. Your medicine is magically effective, my brother. Us 2 brothers will work together. We'll work our hearts out. And, we will provide the public with a divine medicine they had dreamed of. Tang Yuan laughed and slapped his belly with a bang. He then spoke with joy, I have made up another tagline for this medicine. You listen to this, are you worried about your mediocre aptitude? Are you worried that you can't match up to your peers despite your great efforts? Are you worried that you can't advance? Are you worried that you can't become strong? Come take this pill. It remodels one's entire bone structure, restructures one's entire muscles and meridians to give them a stronger body, and advances their xian levels very quickly. It'll have the desired effect. You will become a talented genius. Silver and gold will rain from the sky. Take it now. Come. What are you waiting for? There's no time to lose. Or, the opportunity will be lost. The divine medicine has arrived. It'll be on auction for only 7 days. You simply can't be late. Don't miss this and regret it your entire life. How is it? Isn't it good? Tang Yuan seemed very satisfied as he finished speaking. He then saw that Jun Moxie's frozen eyes were looking at him. Fatty Tang, you've come from planet Earth, haven't you? Damn! Why didn't you tell me? Jun Moxie grabbed his shoulders. His eyes were brimming with tears now. What? What, planet Earth? Tang Yuan was stumped. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You are a planet. You think I want to be fat? I don't want to be fat. Ah. So, you're not. Jun Moxie sighed with disappointment. It's just you have immense talent. You can come up with such great advertisements. You'd have great prospects in advertising if you went to Earth. Advertising. Right. We will only be able to sell these things if we spread the word far and wide. Tang Yuan suddenly realized the meaning of those words. However, he didn't stop looking reverently at Jun Moxie. Third young master, you're the one with the greatest talent in reality. That one line embodied everything. This brother's admiration for you is as endlessly as the water of a large river. My mind moves like a violently surging gale on the ocean when my eyes behold the sight of you. Bullshit. Stop talking nonsense. How do you plan to sell these? What minimum price do you estimate for them? The young master didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he waved his hand. The efficacy of these pills is likely to be the same as those previous ones. And, they had sold for a base price of around 500,000 silver for 2 pills at the auctions. Tang Yuan flashed a ruthless smile. He had extended 5 of his fingers. My initial estimates suggest that the price can also go over 5 million for 2 pills. It's important to know that the invitation cards should be addressed to the Xian-based families of the society. After all, these medicines are what they need the most. Jun Moxie was rendered speechless. He had suddenly realized that the person facing him was an out-and-out businessman. This chap is asking an exorbitant price of 5 million for 2 small pills. Moreover, this is for 2 pills which aren't even important to me. It must be mentioned that only 10 silver taels could treat an average household of 3 to a comfortable lifestyle for half a year. This is going to be so much fun. This **King fun. Tang Yuan was excited. His eyes were filled with the gleams of glittering silver. I had always dreamt of such a day, when I would sit comfortably and count the money. Damn! But, I had never expected that I would get to count silver notes instead of silver coins. In fact, I sometimes even pull a muscle in my hand while counting the money. This is so much fun. I count it every evening myself, and the counting continues till midnight. This is great. You are too great. Jun Moxie felt defeated. He had never imagined that he would ever be left so speechless. The entire wealth of the aristocratic hall couldn't even be replaced for silver coins. In fact, it can be estimated that even 1/10 of our money would be enough to fill a room. And, Fatty Tang would probably lose a good amount of weight over one night's counting session. In fact, he would tire himself several times in one night since that much silver would cover the entire room. I guess he'd lose about 10 kilos of weight in one night. Even the food he'd eat wouldn't affect his weight. Hang on. Jun Moxie was thinking along these lines when he suddenly hit upon an exceptional idea that could make Tang Yuan lose weight. And, he couldn't help the corners of his mouth curling into a slight but extremely sinister smirk. Tang Yuan was struck dumb when he saw this, and stood shivering at this side. Is someone scheming against me? Do people still wish to scheme against me? I have Song Shang to protect me. Should I still worry about someone scheming against me? Fatty muttered to himself in a low voice. Ah, Fatty. Tell the buyers that the transactions in the coming auctions will be done in either gold or silver coin. We won't be accepting silver notes anymore. Moreover, the auction will be postponed by 10 days so that everyone gets enough time to mobilize the funds. Jun Moxie suddenly remembered his golden technique. He figured that he could use the metal from those coins to temper and improve his blood of yellow flame sword. Moreover, this would also make Fatty Tang lose weight. Huh. We're transacting in silver and gold coins from now on. Tang Yuan was confused. What do you want with those, third young master? We'd end up with a lot of coins. I have a lot of use for them. Just do what I've said. Jun Moxie replied in a serious manner. Okay. You must have your reasons. I'll go and get it done. Fatty Tang was somewhat puzzled, but he still agreed to it. But, I asked the third young master to do me a favor first. What happened? It's still that vile woman, Sun Xiaomei. Ah, you don't know. This about that bottle of pills you had given me to give to that woman. Sun Xiaomei took half of it. But, a problem arose when she finished it. Tang Yuan issued a prolonged sigh. What happened? Were there any side effects? Jun Moxie's interests were suddenly raised. Tang Yuan's appearance makes it seem that something must have gone wrong. Ah, the medicine is very effective. That vile woman has become slim now. She can nearly be compared to Princess Ling Meng in that regard. But, the problem is that, her face looks even uglier now. Tang Yuan tried to cough up tears. He said, Third young master, you see. Sun Xiaomei can make anyone lose their wits if you look at her from behind. But, she can scare away 1,000,000 men once she turns to face you. This kind of a contrast makes me crumble. And, this is particularly true when I think that she's going to be my wife in the future. The face. How is it ugly? Jun Moxie became very puzzled. That pills he had supplied should have helped in getting and maintaining a nourished and youthful appearance. So, how could her face become ugly? This obviously defied the common logic. Xiaomei had eaten some unknown thing when she was a child. Then, she suddenly started to become ugly, and also started to lose shape. That's why that woman wasn't easy on the eyes. But, her body started to change after she took your medicine. In fact, it seemed that even her bones were slimming down. Ah, she became increasingly slimmer. I looked at her, and used my position to give her another half a bottle from the hall's quota. Tang Yuan embarrassingly scratched his head as he looked at Jun Moxie. I saw her again after a few days. And, her rear profile had started to look even more fascinating. In fact, it had become far more elegant. But, her face, had become even uglier. Moreover, there were many kinds of swellings, lumps, and warts. Ah, third young master. You don't know of the pain in my heart. It's such a good figure, it is a pity that. Jun Moxie understood the matter when he heard this. It seemed that Sun Xiaomei's huge build wasn't her natural one. That unknown thing she had eaten had somehow wrought damage to the hormonal balance within her body. Consequently, her constitution had started to lean to a more manly form. But, the young master's pill had become an antigen to that. Therefore, Tang Yuan had unintentionally forced that poison out of Sun Xiaomei's body by giving her more of the medicine. However, this had resulted in a drug abuse. And, that poison had moved towards her face, and had left it to look horrible. This had then resulted in the current scenario where one would harbor nefarious thoughts when they'd see the rear, but retreat in fear and self-defense when they'd see the face. It was a subtle situation. It's not that serious, I'll go and take a look. I don't think it's that big a deal. I'll return you an undeniably beautiful wife. But, you must be careful, Fatty. Sun Xiaomei will trample you if she becomes beautiful. Huh? Tang Yuan said shocked, don't mention about. It's not that I don't know. That woman has a fierce character. And, she'll probably get worse if she looks better. But, it wouldn't kill me, right? He thought for a moment, and became distressed. He then said in agony, but her face will kill my desires at this rate if she doesn't. Ah, I've got to admit that you've got a point. Jun Moxie consoled. Then, he rolled his eyes and said, but, my dearest brother Fatty, let's be honest for a second. I understand that your wife has this peculiar condition. But, wouldn't it be considered cheating since you had misused your position at the aristocratic hall to get those medicines? Tang Yuan rolled his eyes. You also know the strict rules of our aristocratic hall. We sell our items many after increasing their prices by many times of the highest market price. And, we'll deduct the cost of those pills from your shares. Jun Moxie showed no quarter, and, I'll confiscate your shares if these things happen again. Don't. No. No. Don't do it, third young master. That's only shining money. But, that shining money is my life. You plan to take your brother's life? I'm your brother. Tang Yuan let out a miserable and mournful shout. It was like the man's heart had been ripped out. He teared up, and his nose ran as he retorted, you can't do this. You're very cruel, boo-hoo. I had never imagined that this would happen to me. I've been robbing the whole world with my tricks. But, I never thought that Jun Moxie would rob me upon his return. Is it karma? Then, you take your pick, do you want a pretty wife or do you want money? Jun Moxie held his hands behind his back as he ignored Fatty's pleading. This, money is my life. But, a wife is like a lifeline. A lifeline is more important. Of course, I want the wife. Tang Yuan grunted and grumbled as he rolled his eyes at first. Then, he finally made a determined decision. Isn't that right? Jun Moxie opened his eyes wide, and stared at him. Don't think I won't get to know if you stuff your pockets, you brat. This is only a small lesson. One bottle contains 100 pills, and each is worth about 1 million on an average. You've taken away 50 pills. And, we usually consider double the prices under these circumstances. This means that you need to cough out 100 million right now. There was a bang, as Tang Yuan fell face up. His mouth was foaming, and his body was twitching. However, Jun Moxie ignored it, and continued, I'll count to 3, and I'll double the amount if you don't get up by then. So, it doesn't matter to me even if you remain dizzy for a long time as long as you have the funds to afford the time. But, Jun Moxie hadn't even begun counting when Tang Yuan nimbly jumped to his feet, you needn't trouble yourself with the counting. I admit to it, fine. You're very fierce, third young master. You opened your mouth, and spoke of 100 million straight away. I barely have 300 million in total. Tang Yuan gnashed his teeth hard as he spoke up in a hateful tone at first. He then suddenly felt that he had lost his tongue. 300 million. Fu *k. Damn it, you're quite the businessman, Tang Yuan. You filled your coffers pretty well. I'm your dad. And yet, you've coveted 300 million from me. You have two choices now. First, you cough up that 300 million you've embezzled from me. Or, second, you accompany me to the Dugu family in the evening. Jun Moxie spoke up ferociously with a desire to exploit. It needed to be mentioned that Tang Yuan owned 20% shares in the aristocratic hall. And, the aristocratic hall had made profits worth 900 million till date. This meant that his share was about 180 million. However, Jun Moxie had never expected this fatty would have siphoned off 300 million for himself. There would be no other person in the entire Tianxiang who'd have such a freakish net worth. Jun Moxie would feel very uneasy at heart if he didn't exploit this fat pig in any manner. Isn't that easy to choose? We two are brothers. So, I will obviously follow you wherever you go. In fact, I will follow you to a tiger's den without hesitation. So, what's the big deal with the Dugu family's house? Shit. The Dugu family. Tang Yuan hit his chest vehemently and hurriedly promised. He suddenly realized that he had spoken of the Dugu family just when he finished talking. He couldn't help but shiver. Then, he raised his head bitterly. "Third young master, your brother can't uphold his promise." "I can't help it. I just remembered that I've something important this evening. And, I must handle this matter." "Is that so?" "I'm sure you'll make the right decision. And, I'm sure you'll decide to accompany me," Jun Moxie chuckled as he replied. "I'm genuinely busy. And, I seriously can't delay this matter." Tang Yuan smiled as he looked at the young master. He thought that he could still get the better of things. "I won't force you since you're busy. So, give me the 300 million instead." Jun Moxie raised 3 fingers. "Oh. That matter is very trivial, eldest brother. Hee, it's not that important. Anyway, it's my duty to accompany you to the Dugu household. How can I even say that I won't go? Damn. Will it still be no good? Damn it. I'm even willing to sell my fat self to that terrifying Dugu family for you. That should be enough, right?" Tang Yuan's face was tragically heroic and solemn. "Well, that's almost okay. In fact, I nearly believed that you were busy after you said it with such a flustered face." Jun Moxie clapped and laughed. "Oh, and that 100 million. Tang Yuan's spirits rocketed. After all, there was a chance that even his 100 million silver taels could be exempted if he accompanied the young master to the Dugu family. How good would that be? It would be worth it even if I was bullied at the Dugu household. Therefore, he looked at Jun Moxie with excitement. However, he only heard the young master say, "I think I'll live to see a fine tomorrow in that case. Anyway, I think even the Dugu family might not be able to eat the amount of fat you've got on you." Tang Yuan fell loudly on the ground. Even his gulp was audible. Jun Moxie noticed that there was still a lot of time left. So, he made Tang Yuan wait for him in his area, and asked him to chat with Yi Gu Han. Then, he quietly slipped away. And, that's because chatting with Yi Gu Han was a difficult assignment on its own. This was because that man always spoke to himself, and never paid attention to anyone else. He would talk with passion about the topic that interested him. Moreover, he'd get angry if his audience didn't listen to his words. The man's Xian strength was crippled. Even Tang Yuan could beat him if he were to get angry. But, could anyone have the heart to beat up a crippled man? However, one would have to listen to him if they didn't have the heart to beat him. Therefore, Jun Moxie pushed Tang Yuan up to the task on this day. Fatty Tang was very excited at the beginning. After all, Yi Gu Han's passionate story had circulated amongst every youngster of the capital. Yi Gu Han's attachment. Yi Gu Han's love. Yi Gu Han's legend. However, Tang Yuan hadn't even spent 5 minutes when he started to regret it. Yi Gu Han was clearly immersed in his own world. He spoke about it again and again. The man told the story from start to finish, but it seemed as if he was narrating it to himself. In fact, he didn't seem to care if anyone was listening. After all, he was only responsible for narrating it. But, he would get upset if Fatty would leave. Then, he would stare wide-eyed at the Fatty while abusing in a loud voice. The other party would have gotten very angry if they hadn't seen his deformity. Tang Yuan wanted to cry, but was devoid of tears. "I've given up 100 million, and I've also promised to accompany the third young master to the Dugu household. The Dugas are the nightmare of this city. But, I'm still being made to sit and chat with this madman. This is unfair." Then, the sharp, whooshing sound of a wind from the outside attracted Yi Gu Han's attention. Yi Gu Han stood up, and moved forth to see out the window. And, he couldn't move his eyes away from what he saw. He then quickly walked out. The 2 kids were training outside. One was practicing with his blade, while the other was using his sword. Their movements were youthful and inexperienced, they weren't skillful by any means. On glance was enough to tell that they had started to learn martial arts very recently. However, the child who was using the blade had still attracted Yi Gu Han's gaze. That child is using a left-handed blade technique. Moreover, this is a purely one-armed blade technique. After all, the slashes are going towards the direction of the right arm. So, the user will chop off their own arm if they use it with the right hand. Yi Gu Han was a veteran expert. So, he could obviously tell this at a glance. This blade technique was designed by a one-armed man. There's no other way anyone could have come up with such a technique for the disabled to use. However, his right hand had also been chopped off. Consequently, he was also someone who could only use his left hand. Yi Gu Han knew that he was finished ever since he had lost his right hand. His sword had been his lifelong companion. And, he had certainly tried to use it on the odd occasion. However, he could no longer use his sword style since he had lost his right hand. Moreover, he had somehow survived that tragedy by a twist of luck. But, his meridians were still a mess, and he couldn't use his Sky Xian strength anymore. And, these blows had gradually left Yi Gu Han to despair. However, Yi Gu Han had suddenly found a new hope. Other people can create such a left-handed blade technique, and, that too presumably after suffering from injuries. So, why can't I create a sword technique that suits my left arm? Wouldn't it make for a formidable skill if I can develop it on the base of this unconventional blade technique? Yi Gu Han watched on as that kid stubbornly trained with his blade. He was continuously slashing it over and over. However, he seemed like a fool. That youngster kept training with his weapon. But, he had seemingly failed to grasp the main points. However, he heard someone speak up just as he became vexed, that move should be done like this. A hand suddenly took over his blade, and demonstrated that move with ease. The kid simply couldn't tell who had managed to perform this technique with such brilliance. Moreover, that person had also used his left hand. Therefore, the kid turned his head, and found that this person was Yi Gu Han. Yi Gu Han's face shone with a fervent splendor. His eyes gradually became red as he looked at the blade he held in his hand. He then calmly stuck that knife to his face for a long time. Then, he softly said, "Thank you. Thank you for letting me know that I'm still useful. I'm not a downright waste yet." Then, he stood up, and, stood up straight. The pride and heroism of winning 1,000 difficult battles had suddenly returned to him. Guan Qinghan was frenetic and confused by the time Jun Moxie arrived to see her. "How are you doing?" Jun Moxie smiled and sat down beside her. "Not bad," Guan Qinghan smiled lightly. "We will sometimes think excessively about a terrible thing until we come to confront it. But, we'll find that it wasn't necessarily awful when that time of reckoning arrives. In fact, there's nothing that can make our life horrible. Everything is the same, and everything is nonsense. It'll become much easier when you stop fearing it," Jun Moxie pondered and said, "and, this is no exception, understand? Yes, I didn't expect this. I had never even dared to harbor such excessive expectations. I had never hoped that things would go away like this." Guan Qinghan nodded gently, and gave a melancholic smile as she spoke. "I had thought that this problem would make life difficult. I had believed that I wouldn't make it through. No. This matter isn't fully over yet," Jun Moxie smiled, "that's because you haven't faced your own problems yet. Third uncle is preparing to accept you as his daughter in front of the whole world. You will be a daughter of the Jun family once that happens. You won't be the eldest daughter-in-law thereafter. And, anyone who tries to use that matter to defame you will become an enemy of the Jun family. And, they would then have to accept the ruthless fate of being eliminated since they will become our enemy. Foster father is a good man." Guan Qinghan sighed emotionally. Her eyes shone as she looked at Jun Moxie. "It's you, who lacks consideration. Where does this come from?" Jun Moxie was stunned by this. "I heard that Mei Gao Jie and Calm Ling Yang were killed. Did you do it?" Guan Qinghan gave him a somewhat accusatory stare. These two scholars were somewhat conservative, but they were still upright men. Moreover, their knowledge was amazing, and they had served this nation with all their heart throughout their lives. So, it's still excessive to kill such great men. Hee, you still don't understand. Good men can sometimes bring about great harm when they do bad things. And it doesn't matter what their convictions may have been, or what their purpose was. Moreover, the disaster wrought is greater if the moral character of the person is nobler. In fact, they may even directly or indirectly hinder the progress of all mankind. You won't understand what I'm saying. Jun Moxie sighed as he spoke. He couldn't help but think of his deeply missed motherland. China. The 4 great inventions of ancient China had been game-changers. The people had flourished as 100 schools of thought had contended. The heavenly conqueror Genghis Khan had proudly conquered most of the world once. However, the arrogance of the scholars had directed that great country with their narrowed wisdom in the era that had followed. And, they had closed the country off to the rest of the world. The enemy outside had made tremendous improvements as time had passed. However, these scholars had remained unaffected even though they knew. They allowed others to take advantage of their very own inventions. And, they were later attacked using these very inventions, and were forced to suffer great losses. They were thus left to lag behind in both military and economy. And, this same condition had continued to prevail since. Therefore, they were forced to put their efforts into chasing others instead of leading the world. These causes and effects were the result of those scholars' arrogance. But, were they bad people? No. Each of them only had old-fashioned and arrogant mindsets. But, their moral characters were better than many men. In fact, each of those men could be called pure and good people. But, they were still the main reason why the country had lagged behind. Jun Moxie could only sigh whenever he'd recall this extremely sorrowful and helpless history. A good man turned bad is much worse than a bad man. What kind of reasoning would this make for? Most people would be left flabbergasted if one were to speak of these things. However, this is a fact of time. It can't be erased. In fact, it's impossible to erase. So, were Mei Gao Jia and Kong Ling Yang good men? Yes. And, nobody could deny it. Even Jun Moxie couldn't deny it. But, these 2 men wanted to leave their names in glory for eternity. And, the decisions they made for this reason had caused harm to millions of people in Tianxiang. However, what would be the criteria for evaluating the pros and cons of their work? Jun Moxie was a bit disappointed as he muttered, or maybe that's only a change of perspective. What every person does seems correct in their opinion. But, who could have thought so far ahead? No one would be able to do anything if they were to put so much thought into their actions. And, the people who don't do anything are only mediocre. So, we can only abide by our hearts, Jun Moxie said in a heavy manner. You needn't worry about those useless people. There isn't a single man in this world who'll interfere with our decision. Not one. So, you be at ease. I'll never let you be sad. Nor will I let others off easy. Guan Qing Han sighed softly. Jun Moxie is wrong, but he still seems to make sense. He seems to be full of rebelliousness as well. I can only understand half of it. Let's not speak of these things. You came to look for me. What's the matter? What can I do? Guan Qing Han raised her spirits and asked. Nothing in particular. I heard you play some music earlier. So, I thought about seeing you. But, I had to visit grandfather in his study first. Jun Moxie briefly spoke about the Jun family's information networks as he said, we may have become powerful these days. But, we're also standing opposite to the imperial family in some ways. In fact, we may end up in a battle of life and death against them if some conjectures turn out to be true. However, I believe that this hidden intelligence network could be a big problem. In fact, it's giving me a headache. This has made things very complicated. Oh. So, that's the issue. Guan Qin Han frowned. She then thought for a moment and said, "How will the imperial family deal with the people commanded by the Jun family if we become enemies? Will they trust those people? I don't think so. They will plan kill those people instead. They would even be willing to kill some of their own by mistake, but they won't let anyone suspicious off. In fact, this would be more of a possibility given the current emperor's extremely suspicious mindset." That's right. These words have roused me from my dream. Jun Moxie suddenly brightened up. He then said while smiling, "I have bewildered the authorities. The imperial family won't let them live. I'm suspicious. Then, this analogy makes them even more suspicious. I've finally figured it out. This puts me at ease, aha. It's all thanks to you, my darling." Guan Qin Han's face reddened. The first half of that guy's words was quite serious. And, she also felt happy that he had figured out his problem. However, she hadn't expected that man to come up with those final words. Who is your darling? Don't talk nonsense. Guan Qin Han rebuked. She then became embarrassed, and started to feel her body's temperature rising. I'm my darling, alright? Ha ha ha. Jun Moxie laughed heartily and escaped. He left behind a furious Guan Qin Han to stamp her foot. She eventually calmed down after a while. However, her face still remained red with a blush. The sun was setting as Jun Moxie set out carrying a gift box. He was accompanied by Fatty Tang, and a number of guards. The entire retinue then journeyed towards the Dugu family's household. The young Master Tang sat swaying on a summer palanquin, and followed young Master Jun. This palanquin was mainly used during the summer time. No one in Tianxiang would use this palanquin in the winters. In fact, Tang Yuan was seemingly the only person in the entire scope of land who was using this palanquin in the winters. However, Tang Yuan had no other choice. His body had become too huge. And, the palanquin he had brought couldn't be used anymore. Plus, the new palanquin hadn't arrived yet. There had been a small incident the last time he had sat in a palanquin. The palanquin bearers hadn't even carried him halfway when the palanquin had broken from below. This was then followed by a crashing sound as he had fallen down on the ground. The reason was obvious, the palanquin structure hadn't been able to put up with his terrible weight, and had broken. Jun Moxie increasingly felt that Fatty Tang needed to lose weight. He will die of excessive fat if he continues to put on weight like this. His bodily fat could still be considered normal in the past. But, it had reached the point of obesity by now. In fact, an extreme degree of that. This could possibly even pose a threat to his life. The Hongjun Pagoda couldn't provide a weight loss pill. And, this had left Jun Moxie to feel very helpless. Would I need to use a knife to cut out his fat? The four bearers were left to pant and drip with sweat by the time they completed this journey to the Dugu family's gate. The four bearers felt that they would collapse by the time Tan Yuan slowly wriggled out from the palanquin with difficulty. Lifting a palanquin for other people was a means to make money. And, one could get paid for their hard work. But, lifting this person's palanquin was nothing short of excruciating. The four bearers momentarily had an urge to resign. After all, that fat man's weight had increased at a frightening rate. His weight had been around 150 kilos a few days ago. It was surely more than an average person's weight, but the four bearers had still agreed to lift him. After all, the fat man didn't pay a low wage. In fact, he paid thrice the amount anyone would. The four men were surely left exhausted at the end of the job, but were still the objects of envy for their peers. However, the fatty's weight had increased by almost half his original number. In fact, the four men felt that carrying a bison would feel lighter than Tang Yuan. And, that's because even a bison's weight couldn't match that of Tang Yuan's. Their peers no longer looked at them with envy these days. Instead, it seemed like they were watching a play. However, what happened next was rather unexpected for Jun Moxie. The Dugu family is surely showing some guts. He was welcomed by an unmanned gate. He held out his invitation, and waited for a long time before a guard came rushing. The guard then gasped for breath, and said, "The old lord has bidden the young master to enter." Jun Moxie exclaimed and, "Oh," before he spoke up, "how come there's no one to greet me here?" The guard rolled his eyes and thought, "I've already told you very clearly. But, you still want someone to come and greet you?" Therefore, he only replied, "The old lord has said that the young master isn't an outsider anymore. So, there's no need for formalities or false welcomes." Jun Moxie nodded and said, "That's very good. Everyone here is one family. So, I also won't regard them as outsiders. I have something else on my mind today. And, I'm sure that everyone in the family will understand if I come again another day." It seemed like the young master had heard, "The old lord isn't home. Can the young master come later?" He then turned around without delay, and started to walk away. "Damn you. I was willing to come here because you invited me. And, you're treating me like this now. You think you can bully me like this? Anyway, you're the one who's anxious. I don't care. Let's see who's afraid of who. Don't you provoke me. I'll marry your granddaughter. Then, I'll take her back, and hit her 8 times a day." The guard stared at him stumped as he turned to leave. It wasn't like he had never seen anyone acting arrogant in the past. However, he had never seen anyone daring to be so arrogant towards the Dugu family. Tang Yuan's palanquin bearers nearly started to weep. "You won't even let us catch our breaths, you brat. We pitiful chaps have carried him so far." Jun Moxie had moved quite far in a wink. And, it seemed that he had no intention of returning. However, a figure came flying out from the Dugu family's gate at this moment. "Please stay, third young master Jun." It was Dugu Chong. "Everyone in the family is waiting for you inside, third young master. Are you genuinely going back? Everyone is here. There's no need to worry. The food has been prepared with a lot of effort." Dugu Chong's expression was amiable and warm. He ran up, and grabbed Jun Moxie's hand. Come, come. Come with me." He then turned his head and scolded, "Didn't I say that I'll come and greet him myself? What's this about, no need to greet? How are you a gate guard? How can you talk such nonsense? Third Master Jun is a respected guest. How can you dare to offend him? You get 20 lashes for this. And, that's a small punishment for this huge offense." The guard begrudgingly shut his mouth, and hung his head. Jun Moxie almost laughed and turned around. He found that Dugu Chong was very interesting. After all, the youngster had betrayed himself the moment he had opened his mouth. Moreover, his ability to act and speak with righteousness wasn't small either. So, it wasn't surprising that there were rumors about the youngsters of the Dugu family being a pain in the neck. They weren't false either. He had first said that he would come out to greet Jun Moxie. Then, he had said, "What's this about, no need to greet?" Didn't this imply that he was listening when the guard was talking to Jun Moxie? Moreover, he even seemed proud of himself after he had said this. Jun Moxie had never seen something like this before. People don't understand propriety. Third young master shouldn't be bewildered. "I bid you to enter." Dugu Chong was aware he was talking big words, and he seemed to be admiring his own wit. However, he then saw the mountain of flesh a wink later. "Ah, young Master Tang. The young master is becoming increasingly mighty. This brother genuinely admires you." Tang Yuan snorted. However, that big piece of flesh managed to remain motionless as he laughed and said, "Ah, this Tang Yuan also admires young Master Dugu. I'm extremely honored." However, Dugu Chong couldn't help but get angry when he heard the weirdly sarcastic manner in which those words were spoken. Tang Yuan used to be a disappointing character in the past. In fact, he wasn't necessarily any better than the original Jun Moxie. And, he would have retreated in fear if he had seen any of the ruthless 7 Dugu brothers in the past. But, the fat man's self-confidence had inflated since his net worth had risen over 100 million. Consequently, he could even dare to speak up when he saw that Dugu Chom was acting wickedly. Dugu Chom led the way once he had chalked upon his rage. However, he had a dark line across his face as he thought, how can I bring shame to this fat man today? And, this Jun Moxie is also very unpleasant to look at. His appearance is so sloppy. How can my sister fall for him? Moreover, he's even going to be my brother-in-law. Our family is very unlucky. Dugu Chom thought of this, and lifted his big and chimpanzee-like face upwards since he had an urge to sigh. Jun Moxie felt like he had stepped into Yang Zirong's shoes as he entered the lobby. He felt as reluctant as that man had when he had entered the Tiger Mountain as an undercover spy. Dugu Zongheng was sitting on the Lord's chair. His shoulders were draped with tiger fur like the lead antagonist. His high-perched body slightly tilted downwards. He was looking down at Jun Moxie like a high lord would on a peasant. His expression was remarkably similar to that of the bandit warlord Hawk's character from the Tiger Mountains epic. In fact, it seemed that only a little adjustment in his expression would eliminate any need for disguises if he wanted to look the part. Dugu Wudi was staring wide-eyed with his ox-like eyes. His hand was pressed aggressively on his sword hilt, and he stood upright in front of old man Dugu. His expression was so vigilant that it seemed as if he was on the lookout for an undercover spy on the Tiger Mountains fortress. He didn't have any pockmarks on his face like the lead counterman from that epic had. However, he was certainly looking the part without it as well. The 7 burly and tough brothers stood at the 2 sides. Each one of them seemed ready to take aggressive action. This scene seemed so lifelike in depiction that one would have a hard time in defending the infringements. Jun Moxie felt that he would reflexively end up saying, "Our pagoda suppresses river monsters," if a Dugu had said, "Our master lords over tigers." And, the following jokes about the face being red and yellow would have flowed out even more fluently. However, it would have been impossible to recreate an "Our master lords over the tigers" dialogue even if the setting looked very similar. No one spoke for a long time. The atmosphere was quite stifling. Everyone in the hall was looking at Jun Moxie's face with a solemn and ferocious expression. The young master Tang was standing behind him. But, Tang Yuan seemed to be fighting his own battles. His lips were blue, his face was white, and he could barely stand up straight. A long while passed before Dugu Zongheng roared, "You! Jun Moxie!" Jun Moxie was still immersed in the wonderful reverie about the resourcefulness of the great Yang Zirong. Therefore, he subconsciously moved his right hand in front and blurted out, "The pagoda suppresses. N. May the old Dugu be safe and healthy. The pagoda suppresses." What is that? The 9 men from the Dugu family were left baffled. What pagoda are you telling our Dugu family about, you great brat Jun? What tricks are you up to? Ah, the pagoda, what I meant. Jun Moxie rolled his eyes and spoke in a hurry. What I meant was that I clearly felt your mountain-like imposing aura when I entered this hall. It felt like a huge pagoda that supports the heavens. It subdued me there and then. That's what I meant. Dugu Zongheng's face beamed with joy when he heard this. He wanted to laugh out loudly. But, he restrained himself, and maintained a solemn mannerism. He then appeared cold on the outside as he said, "Oh. Am I that mighty? You're overflowing with it. Respected old man possesses formidable might." Jun Moxie raised a thumb. "You're a good youngster. You possess discerning eyesight." Dugu Zongheng's laugh was refreshing. His steel needles like bread quivered as he said, "Your tongue also comes up with sweet-sounding words." A dark line covered Jun Moxie's face. "You don't need to rely on flattery and buffoonery. I can see that you're trying to look good." General Dugu Wudi saw his father laughing, and felt the atmosphere changing. So, he yelled out to remind him that the matter wasn't done with. After all, they couldn't let that brat get away with it. Ah, ahem. Ahem. Dugu Zongheng coughed and seated himself upright. How am I indulging in buffoonery? Isn't your father mighty? So, why would you say that I'm only trying to look good? Hee, you're too kind, Uncle Dugu. I never leave my name behind whenever I do a good deed. But, I always do good deeds. Doing good deeds isn't difficult for anyone. But, rarely does anyone persevere throughout their lives to do good deeds, like I do. Jun Moxie's words sounded sincere. He walked about the room. Then, he found an empty chair, and sat on it. Moreover, his seating position was directly facing Dugu Wudi. Dugu Wudi wrinkled his nose in anger. Many people think that our Dugu family's people are a pain in the neck. But, I'd like to show them that this brat here is a true troublemaker. My father and I made half an attempt to scare him, but this one wasn't stunned in the least. In fact, he annoyingly sat down. Moreover, he has been talking self-righteously, and has even dared to boast about persevering throughout his life to do good deeds. In fact, he didn't even blush while saying it. He's nearly as good as me. Who told you to sit down? Stand up. General Dugu was left to fume with rage. I, your future father-in-law, haven't given you permission to sit. But, you sat down so arrogantly. I'll kick your buttocks into the sky. Oh, ahem. Ahem. I was wondering while I was coming here, why would the old general call me over so suddenly? So, I thought about it, and recalled that, perhaps the Dugu family might be wanting to hand over that small amount of money which they've owed me for a few months now. Jun Moxie crossed his legs noisily, therefore, I came over with extreme anticipation. Ah. But, it seems that you don't have the funds. It hasn't been a short while since you've owed me. This matter shouldn't be dragged along any further. Anyway, the end of the year is a good time to settle debts. Moreover, it's only a small amount of money. It was 9 million, right? No wait. There's about a zero short in that. He spoke, and loudly snapped his fingers. Then, he pointed at a maid at the side, the lovely lady over there, can you please bring a cup of tea? Ah, that's my mistake. Please bring 2 cups, hee. And, it seems that the weather is a bit too hot for my brother. He's getting very sweaty. So, he needs to rehydrate very quickly. The maid knew that she mustn't smile. So, she hurriedly restrained herself. What are you saying? The weather is hot. It's midwinter right now. Besides, what are your eyes made of? Your fat brother is clearly very scared. Even I can see it. Jun Moxie's words led to a dramatic change in the situation. General Dugu was suddenly stumped when the talk came to debts. Small amount of money. 90 million in silver is a small amount. Doesn't it hurt when he speaks? Who in all of Tianxiang can bring forth such a small amount of money? However, General Dugu also realized his point. This boy is clearly threatening me. I'll straightaway talk about those 90 million if you treat me badly. I have the identity of an indelible creditor. Moreover, this is a creditor who can make the Dugu family go bankrupt. General Dugu gasped and wheezed in anger at first. Then, he eventually roared, come on. Bring the tea. And, bring a chair for young Master Tang as well. Then, he thought for a second, and added, bring the largest chair. And, something that can put up a fight when someone sits on it. Dugu Chong and his brothers assumed a very strange expression as these words were spoken. In fact, they had to restrain their impulse to laugh. Ah, fatty, this old man had invited the Jun family's third young master Jun Moxie for a banquet. So, why have you come along? Dugu Zongheng looked at Tang Yuan. He had glared wide-eyed as he had spoken this. His meaning was clear, I haven't invited you. So, why are you here? Jun Moxie couldn't help but admire that. This old man speaks very directly. In fact, he hasn't even ordered him to leave in a direct manner. Tang Yuan thought in the secrecy of his mind, you think I would have wanted to come to you? I would never have come here if third young master hadn't forced me with money. However, old man Dugu had asked him a question, and young master Tang was an experienced businessman. So, he knew that this wasn't the time to get scared. His stomach was still feeling the pangs of fear, but his mind had stabilized. Therefore, he braced himself as he replied, third young master and I are very close friends. However, we haven't been able to see each other in months. Today was the first time we got to meet. Moreover, we youngsters aren't very talented. And, I didn't wish for the third young master to be alone on this road. So, I had no choice but to accompany third young master while coming here when he decided to pay his respects to old Dugu. Tang Yuan was a true friend. He could be even called an unyielding one. He had surely been dragged there by Jun Moxie. However, he could also see that Jun Moxie was afraid of the Dugu family for some reason. Moreover, he knew that Jun Moxie would be at a disadvantage if he were to say something inappropriate. Therefore, he also raised his hands in support. So, that's the case. You're very loyal. Dugu Zongheng nodded and spoke, I'll take your word for it. Sit. Tang Yuan thanked him, and sat down on the huge chair that had just been brought for him. His nervousness had been expelled by this point. It must be mentioned that the quality of chair was outstanding, it merely creaked. Dugu Zongheng opened his eyes wide, and carefully sized up Jun Moxie and Tang Yuan. Then, he sighed after a good while, the two notorious debauches of the capital are two genuine men in reality. I had never expected this. He then looked at his 7 grandsons. They started to fidget and cower in fear under his gaze. Old man Dugu couldn't help but be disappointed at this. Dugu Zongheng had praised them by calling them genuine men. So, it was evident that Jun Moxie and Tang Yuan weren't lowly in his opinion by any means. And, that's because even his own grandsons hadn't received that praise from him yet. It needs to be mentioned that every aspect of this meeting had been specifically arranged in the Dugu household. The old man had created that solemn atmosphere himself. Then, there was the veteran general of 100 battles with his imposing aura present amidst this setting. An average person would have sunk under the pressure long ago. In fact, the said individual wouldn't even have been able to breathe. In fact, the fatty from 4 months ago would have probably pissed his pants if he were here instead. However, Jun Moxie had acted in a very natural manner after he had arrived here. In fact, he had even laughed and jeered. It had seemed as if it was the most common thing to do. No average debauchee could have had such bearings. Tang Yuan had surely felt somewhat restricted earlier. However, even he had become freer by now. He couldn't be considered to have the same bearing as Jun Moxie. But, Tang Yuan had still managed to act freely in such an atmosphere. And, that in itself could be considered an achievement. However, it was a bit arbitrary of the old man to consider his grandsons unequal to those two youngsters. After all, his grandsons, and even his son had been terrified of being chided by him their entire life. So, it was like cat and mouse with them. How could they act freely and comfortably when they'd see the cat? However, even these annoying men wouldn't act scared if went to someone else's house and weren't accompanied by the old man. After all, wasn't it these 7 brothers who had smashed Jun Moxie's wine jars that day? Then, there was a clinking sound. It was followed by sounds of footsteps as the great door at the back of the hall opened, and a group of women came inside. They were led by an old lady. She had a ruddy complexion, and was enshrouded in grace. She was leaning on crutches, and was being supported by 2 30-year-old women as she walked in. Dugu Xiaoyi had returned to her original slim figure behind the old lady. However, she stuck out her tongue, and gave a meaningful look as soon as she saw Jun Moxie. She had indicated, "Be careful. That is Jun Moxie." Stand up in front of this old woman. Let me see what sort of a hero has made my granddaughter so crazy and rebellious. The old lady came from the back and stood in front of Jun Moxie. She then started to look around in search for the lowly swindler who had cheated her granddaughter. Jun Moxie started to sweat. I had always heard that the Dugu family is a den of troublemakers. And, those rumors weren't without reason. Even this old lady is so dowdy. It wouldn't have been easy for Dugu Xiao to grow up in such an environment. In fact, it would have been hard for her to not be bold. He had no choice but to stand up and say, "That youngster is me." "Oh. And, is that Tang Yuan?" the old lady asked. The youngster, Fatty hurriedly bowed in reply. The old lady smiled slightly. The capital's new god of wealth is extraordinary. Huh? Capital's god of wealth? Fatty's got a trendy nickname. Jun Moxie was stumped. He then angrily glared at the grinning Tang Yuan. It wasn't surprising that Fatty had become well known due to the aristocratic hall. Moreover, his social status had also increased manyfold. Therefore, the title of God of Wealth wasn't baseless, to be honest. Jun Moxie cursed in silence as the old lady waved her hand. "You 7 brats go outside and play with young Master Tang. There's no work for you here. And, be a good host to your guest." The 7 heroes and legends hastily agreed, and escorted Fatty out. The speed of their movements could be called fast and urgent. In fact, it seemed like they were being chased by a dog. "Sit down, don't be so formal," old lady Dugu nodded. She then turned, and went to sit at the head chair beside Dugu Zonghang. Then, an army of women came and stood behind the old lady. However, those daughter-in-laws were watching and observing the young master very carefully. After all, they were curious about the ill-reputed young master who had bewitched their little girl, and had made her fall head over heels. It was particularly true for the lady on the old woman's left. She was glaring at him without end. Dugu Zonghang and Dugu Wudi had lost their fierce mannerisms when the old lady had arrived. In fact, they had become silent out of fear, and hadn't dared to speak loudly since. Jun Moxie. "Heir, this youngster looks very good. Very good. He's an attractive young man," the old lady praised. She then turned her head, and spoke to the others. "His nose, and his eyes, are placed like that of a mannequin." The other women nodded in agreement. A black line spread on Jun Moxie's face. Huh? Can these words be considered a compliment to a person's appearance? It suddenly seems that I'm not a man. I'm a mannequin that resembles a man. And, what's with the eyes and the nose? That's where a nose is supposed to be. Would this place be occupied by ears instead? Are they complimenting me, or disparaging me? Ah. Jun Moxie, you brat. You've already brought this matter about. So, I now wish to know what you plan to do with my Xiao. Old lady Dugu spoke up in a very direct manner. She even saved on the small talk as she straightforwardly raised this extremely sharp and obtuse question. Moreover, she didn't hesitate or avoid the issue. What do I plan to do? Jun Moxie was stunned for a second. The good lady's words are very startling. I don't even know what I've done. Therefore, I request the old lady to kindly explain the specifics of what I've done. Humph. Your eyebrows and eyes look good. But, your mouth is very crafty. You incited our Xiao to act pregnant in front of everyone that day. Don't you understand the consequences of that? Old lady Dugu's face was calm, and her tone was evenly tempered. Yes. That incident happened due to a lack of consideration on Miss Dugu's part. But, I didn't incite it. I've never done such a thing. I haven't even thought about it. I only saw. Jun Moxie hastily clarified. However, the young master hadn't finished speaking when the old lady interrupted. I'm also certain that you didn't do it willfully, you brat. But, it doesn't matter if you incited this or not. After all, the girl did it for your sake. Do you deny it? Jun Moxie had no choice but to nod. In fact, he couldn't even think about denying it. Young Master Jun had maintained a clear conscience throughout both of his lives. Therefore, denying this point would have tarnished his clear conscience. And, that would have resulted in immense guilt within his psyche. This has brought the greatest amount of harm to our Dugu family's reputation. Don't you know this as well? The old lady shot those aggressive questions back to back. Yes. But, this is the Dugu family we're talking about. So, it shouldn't be that serious a matter, right? Jun Moxie frowned slightly. The Dugu family's reputation has always been a byword for dowdy and shameless. So, it could be said that it was never the greatest to begin with. Moreover, anyone with a discerning eye would easily have seen through Dugu Xiaoyi's act. So, will it genuinely be that serious a matter if I don't marry Dugu Xiaoyi? But, this incident has had a huge impact on Xiaoyi's reputation. And, this is something which you should keep in your mind, right brat? The old lady snorted. She couldn't help become angry when she saw that this youngster wasn't on the same page. It will indeed have a huge impact, Jun Moxie nodded with honesty. So, what will you do now? The old lady turned her back, and turned back again. I don't have a concrete plan for now, to be honest, Jun Moxie told the truth. No plan. The old lady suddenly stood up. Are you saying that you won't own up after eating the platter clean? How am I not owning up after eating the platter clean? I didn't even eat anything. So, how could I have cleaned the platter? Jun Moxie thought that he'd die of being wrong accused. How could I even explain this to everyone? In fact, this little girl's actions nearly got me killed one time. I can't overlook her infatuation with me. But, I can't overlook the price I've paid for it either. Lady, you think I'm not capable of going round and round when it comes to beating the bush? Even I'm a bit angry because of this entire fiasco. And, why am I suddenly being bullied by everyone? Let me tell you where things stand, Xiao Yi is deeply in love with you. So, you mustn't fail her, you brat. Otherwise, this old lady will never let you off, the old lady said slowly. She then looked into Jun Moxie's eyes. You're worried about Guan Qinghan, right? Jun Moxie frowned and spoke. I asked the old lady to feel relieved. I won't turn my back on Guan Qinghan even if I do accept this proposal. And, I won't turn my back on Xiao Yi either. I obviously have my plans. You have a plan. Haha, having 3 wives and 4 concubines is a normal thing. However, there needs to be a distinction in status even if this is a common thing. The old lady smiled as she looked closely at Jun Moxie. Every house of men must have its leader. Similarly, there must be a leader amongst the wives as well. Wouldn't everyone struggle against each other if there's no leader? Won't that be a chaotic situation? How would that be good for you? And, that's why I've called you today. I wish to ask you, who is your first choice for a wife? Is it Xiao Yi or that girl? A well-stabilized harem can bring peace to the world. These words are for the emperors. But, they also apply to regular families. And, a peaceful family is the way to move up in life. The old lady slowly looked at Jun Moxie. Moreover, it is good to fix these things as soon as possible. Otherwise, it can give rise to long nights of big dreams that may be shattered in the future. What does the old lady mean? Jun Moxie raised his eyebrows. Our Dugu family has only one daughter. And, won't permit her to become a concubine. Our Dugu family won't stand to lose our reputation. Therefore, it is important that Xiao Yi is married. Moreover, she has to be married as the first wife. The old lady snorted. The first wife. Jun Moxie couldn't help but smile. The old lady still seems to be joking. But, this isn't funny even if it was intended to be a joke. A joke? Don't tell me that you still wish to make Xiao Yi a concubine. How preposterous of you. The old lady glared wide-eyed. and gripped her crutches so tightly that they broke. Dugu Xiaoyi suddenly became panicky for the fear of a fallout between her crush and her grandmother. So, she suddenly came up and grabbed the old lady's arm. She then shook it, and threw a tantrum, "Grandma." She also gave an impleading look to Jun Moxie. It seemed that she was imploring him to stop being confrontational with her grandmother. After all, her marriage made in heavens would be ruined if these two had a fallout. I've had to do so much for the both of us to be in such a good situation. Jun Moxie was about to explode a moment ago. But, he calmed down when he heard Dugu Xiaoyi speaking up. After all, Jun Moxie had been reminded of the deep feelings she harbored for him. Therefore, he took 2 deep breaths, and controlled his anger even though it was on the verge of exploding. But, his expression had become extremely solemn and dignified by now. Let me explain something very clearly since old lady Dugu has brought up these topics. Jun Moxie's gaze became as sharp as swords. He swept his eyes over everyone present, and they all felt their hearts stop. "I believe that my marriage is my business. It's my business, and my business alone. Moreover, it is a big decision of my life. So, it's important that I carefully choose the woman with whom I wish to spend my life. After all, my carelessness could result in a lifetime of hatred between 2 families instead of only 2 people. Therefore, this decision can't be taken lightly. Xiao Yi has always been deeply attached to me. And, I knew this since the very beginning. But, I've always thought she is too young and naive. Thus, her nature hasn't been fully formed yet. Therefore, it was possible that she may have run into a more ideal husband in the future. And, this is why I had never given a straight reply. However, that trick of hers on the way back nearly got me killed. I was very angry with her over that matter, to be honest. But then, she came out with that big stomach in front of everyone at Tianxiang City's gates. And, that moved me. It genuinely moved me. And, I decided to make Dugu Xiaoyi my wife as a result, my Jun Moxie's acknowledged wife. The old man Dugu and his lady's expressions and minds were eased when they heard these words. However. But, this doesn't mean that I'll accept this overall proposal. Jun Moxie's words stopped the old lady on the verge of asking a question. Xiao Yi administered me that medicine in the southern city. And then, she showed up with that belly at this city's gates. She did those things out of love for me, Jun Moxie. A man isn't a plant. So, who wouldn't be touched by it? I was genuinely and deeply moved by the reckless actions she took for my sake. But, we also have to look at the other side. These 2 events are evidence of her selfish actions at the end of the day. She acted selfishly out of her feelings, and took extreme actions. This has forced me and even the 2 families to accept this situation. Her actions left us with no choice. I'm sure that no one can deny this. And, I'm sure that you're also very bitter about it. However, she did both these things on her own initiative. And, the consequences it led to were irreparable and grave. What had happened that day was very unlucky for me, but it didn't harm me much. But, Guan Qinghan was nearly forced to commit suicide by those rotten scholars' accusations. What would happen to the relationship between our 2 families if that issue was brought to the table of discussions? There wouldn't be any margin for leeway in that case. I'll be faced with an existential question if I accept this wedding. But, the 2 families will fall out if I don't accept this marriage. It's fortunate that I've always had a favorable opinion of this little girl. So, accepting this marriage wouldn't be too difficult. But, what if I hadn't liked her in the first place? It could be assumed that our families would have become mortal enemies, and would have skirmished for years without an end. And, that wouldn't have led to the Jun family's end. However, it would have marked the end of the Dugu family. And, these consequences are something which neither of us could bear. Moreover, this is something that can be avoided. And, I must say this even though Xiao Yi is here right now. She's willful. She acts rashly without caring about the consequences. So, how can I ever be relieved while leaving the first wife's position in her hands? Jun Moxie had spoken these serious words in a very gentle yet solemn manner. Dugu Xiaoyi had lowered her head in shame. In fact, her small head was nearly buried in her chest right now. After all, she was a very smart girl. And, she had long ago realized that her rash actions had brought about very vile consequences. Therefore, she didn't have much to say in her defense. Old Lady Dugu opened her mouth with the desire to speak something. She wanted to give an explanation for her granddaughter. But, she couldn't say a single word, and only sighed in the end. Dugu Zongheng and Dugu Wudi also looked at each other. They tried to put themselves in others' shoes, and realized that even they wouldn't want such a bold wife. But, Xiao Yi is still young. It was the lady at the old lady's side, the same one who had been staring at Jun Moxie the most intently since the start. She was Dugu Xiao Yi's mother. So, she had hastily butted in to give an explanation for her daughter's actions. Yes, this girl is very young. But, that isn't a reasonable excuse for what she has done. She's the youngest child of the Dugu family. The Dugu family has spoilt her, and that has led to such terrible and lamentable consequences. This little girl's behavior represents the very upbringing of the Dugu family. Kindly pay attention to what I'll say now. Jun Moxie sternly continued, let's suppose that your 7 grandsons create a huge disaster and land themselves in a lot of trouble because of it. The older generation of your family wouldn't get involved in that mess. They would let these youngsters handle things on their own unless the matter is extremely serious. Now, let's suppose that something bad happens to Xiao Yi instead. The Dugu family wouldn't even care about right or wrong in that case. In fact, the young and old would rush into battle alike. Moreover, it wouldn't even matter if it's right or wrong. It would be justifiable to get involved as long as it concerned this little girl. However, it's fortunate that this girl is good-natured. Otherwise, she would have given rise many irreparable consequences by now. Furthermore, Dugu Xiaoyi's present behavior stems from the fact that the Dugu family's power is supporting her at the back. But, imagine what will happen if she marries into my Jun family, and gets our power and her support her as well. Her support will have increased by many folds. I reckon that a few noble Xian families might be able to resist. But, most noble families would be pushed to destruction because of her rashness in case she foolishly did something against them. Perhaps she has the potential to be a first wife in the future. But, I can't agree right now. In fact, I can't dare to agree. Jun Moxie spoke upright and unafraid, let's exchange our positions. Would you ever agree to it if you were faced with something like this? So, why should I be forced into doing so? I won't take another wife for now. And, I already have Guan Qinghan. Guan Qinghan was forced to pay the ultimate price to save my life because of Xiao Yi's mistake. And, that has resulted in such a tangled situation. It won't sound pleasant. But, I would have died if it weren't for her. And, how would you have faced the Jun family if something like that had happened to me? Moreover, how unfair would it be to Qinghan if I decided to take Xiao Yi as the first wife? Qinghan ended up at the receiving end of those rotten scholars' accusations because she covered for Xiao Yi's mistake. In fact, she could have been consigned to eternal damnation. Would she be able to withstand if we still propped this little girl above her? But, Guan Qinghan has always been known as your elder sister-in-law. So, how can she be your first wife? Old Lady Dugu pondered on Jun Moxie's words at first. Then, she asked him that question. The old lady speaks of what was before. But, that is a matter of the past now. Guan Qinghan is now my third uncle's adopted daughter. And, I'm sure that this isn't a secret anymore. So, why can't I marry her now? Moreover, I don't wish to divide their standings. The aspect of elder and smaller are akin to fighting for a position. However, you'll be considered an elder sister as long as everyone accepts you. And, this stands true even if you're the youngest. Jun Moxie smiled faintly, I've always had a passive position on this matter when we come back to main issue. And, I don't wish to be this passive. But, the talks for this marriage are happening too hastily right now. So, what you mean to say is that, you won't make Xiao Yi your first wife? Dugu Zongheng looked very fiercely at Jun Moxie. His body slight stooped forward, and he emanated huge pressure as he spoke up in a dangerous tone. He. I've tried to give a reasonable analysis. I'm a man who handles things with principle. I don't like being threatened no matter what. Nor do I care where the threats come from. Jun Moxie replied in a subdued voice, I'll lose interest if people start giving me threats in matters that are so important as far as my life is concerned. So, I might as well break the marriage instead. Jun Moxie's tough and unyielding reply upset Dugu Zongheng. So, he glared back wide-eyed with his ox-like eyes. In fact, it seemed as if his beard would burst into flames. Good. That's very good. Let's not entangle ourselves in this issue any further. The old lady suddenly broke into a smile. She then continued while beaming, Xiao Yi's position hasn't been determined yet. But, I'm sure that Moxie won't think about this matter any time soon. So, this matter is like getting engaged for now. And, I'm certain that the young ones will do fine on their own when it comes to matters of the future. So, why should we worry so much? Everything will be fine as long as Moxie is good to Xiao Yi. It'll be fine as long as he loves Xiao Yi. Moreover, Moxie hasn't yielded despite facing the pressure from the entire Dugu family at once. His words were certainly unpleasant to hear. But, it has to be said that we can't deny any of them. Everything he said was true. And, everyone has heard them very clearly. However, this leaves me to see him as a praiseworthy man. He's mighty and unyielding, he's a real man. I would have considered Moxie to be a spineless man if he had gotten swayed by our roars and had agreed to anything we would have said. In fact, I would have had doubts about going ahead with this marriage in that case. This boy Moxie looks good to me. He looks very good to me. My old self can't help but admire him. Dugu Zongheng and Dugu Wudi were left baffled by this. Make up your mind. It was you who had said that he isn't good. But, what can we father and son do in any case? It was your idea to test him here. Now, you're only telling us to not test him. But, who'll dare to say anything even if they have something to say since you've passed this notion? You two men will make an appointment with Jun Zhantian in a few days. And, you will settle this matter quickly. The first or whatever else can be left for later. But, we must quickly seal this engagement first. The old lady made slight gestures towards the two men while she made her plans. But, she didn't even look at them. You will personally go in order to show good faith. Then, you'll send a wedding planner after you've made a proper agreement. You'll then exchange the relevant documents, and set an auspicious date. You must see what time is most suitable. But, we must quickly arrange an engagement ceremony. She pondered for a while. Then, she again spoke up, this ceremony will mean a great bustle since the imperial family, the nobles, and officials will arrive for it. Moreover, we'll be recovering the money we'll have gifted them for a few years. However, I'll record the names of everyone whom we will have gifted something. And then, you two will go and recover the money we've spent on these gifts over time. It'll be a very thick and detailed record. You'll memorize the names of everyone we'll gift something on Xiao Yi's wedding. And, I'll write each one of their names down. We won't let even one of them off. We must at least recover the money we'll have spent on the celebrations. We'll also make a list of people whom we don't consider important. After all, we'll have to give them some face. Therefore, the way to deal with this matter is this, we'll wait for these two to get married. Then, we'll send out the invitations to those not so important people. But, we don't need to make it extravagant for the wedding. We'll only invite a few hundred people to the marriage. But, we can expand the scale if the Jun family also pays for the marriage. After all, this is also related to the Jun family's honor. The number we invite must be clear. Let's say that we could have given 400 gifts. But, we'll only make do with giving out 400 gifts by that analogy. And, there's no need to call people who won't be able to return the gifts. Moreover, we'll invite everyone who has birthdays or name days in the coming weeks. We'll go and say, hey, isn't it your birthday as well? Great, we'll just be exchanging gifts in that case. After all, the dates are very close. Even Jun Moxie's head got drenched in cold sweat this time around. This old lady thinks things over to the greatest extreme. This isn't a family, this isn't a normal family by any means. They're insane. Dugu Wudi's big mouth curled into a smile. He continued to nod with the expression of a miser. Correct, that's absolutely correct. Mother is brilliant. We can quickly repay the debt we owe to the Jun family once we've collected some money in this manner. Inform the astrologers to select a propitious date. And, you must tell him to stagger that date with the time of birthdays. Then, inform Kong Ling Yang to come and preside over the wedding. Dugu Wudi interrupted her the moment she said that, Mother, Kong Ling Yang is dead. He glanced at Jun Moxie as he said this. Kong Ling Yang's murder was either this kid's doing, or it must have been a ghost's. He's dead. That's such a pity. He was a talented person. However, the old lady's expression didn't even change when she sighed. It seemed as if she didn't pity that a great talent had been lost. In fact, she was more mournful on the passing of the best wedding overseer instead of the death of an excellent scholar. Go and find someone from the greatest institutes of learning in that case. And, be courteous to them. Dugu Zongheng nodded and replied, this is easy. We don't get along with those chaps. But, it doesn't matter in this case. We'll tie them up with a rope and bring them here if they don't agree willfully. And, I'd like to see if they have the guts to not show us respect once we bring them here in ropes. That's good. Old Lady Dugu nodded in a relieved manner. You men must sort out the other matters on your own. After all, mixing women with those issues isn't a good thing. Jun Moxie violently rolled his eyes. What's all this? And, you still call it not mixing in matters? You're basically running the show here. Moreover, that Dugu Zongheng ordered to bring those people by binding them with rope. And, this old woman has commented, that's good, to such an outrageous thing. Jun Moxie collapsed. You men go and drink. We women have no reason to join you. Come with me, Xiao Yi. The last part was spoken a bit harshly. And, that was because Dugu Xiao Yi had begun to move towards Jun Moxie for a chat. However, she came to a stop when she heard this. The old lady suddenly stopped while she was leaving. She then turned to look at Dugu Zongheng and Dugu Wudi. I forgot to ask you one thing. Didn't you say that Jun Zhantian's grandson was an unbearable debauchee, difficult to educate, extremely rotten, and worth less than a dog's meat? These were the words you two had spoken. But, how is everything so different when I see him today? I think this one is much better to behold than those 7 idiots out there. You two will give me a proper explanation for this later. Dugu Zongheng was stunned. Dugu Wudi was stupefied. Explanation? What explanation? How can we explain? We also want an explanation for Jun Moxie's rapid growth over these few months. But, who will explain it to us? He's such a good youngster. He possesses a strong character, and doesn't submit to tyranny. He has an unwavering mind, doesn't speak out of place. So, how can he be called a debauchee? Did the two of you deliberately distort the facts for me because you don't think much of the Jun family? Or are you worried about the emperor's opinion? Are the two of you worried that the union of 2 military families through marriage will look suspicious to him? Humph. Let me tell you that your narrow-minded fears have messed with my precious granddaughter's marriage. Is my granddaughter's lifelong happiness determined by your likings or fears? In fact, I find this Jun Moxie to be far better than the two of you. And, let me tell you that I'm very angry about this matter. I'm not done with this yet. This isn't finished for the two of you. The old lady roared before she finally left. The Dugu father and son looked at each other. They wanted to cry, but couldn't conjure the tears. That army of women slowly retreated. However, the men could still hear the old lady's harsh voice echoing as the women left. It sounded like a battle cry, "I don't care how you go about it, but we have to turn this little girl into someone worthy of being a first wife. And, as soon as possible. You've spoiled her. What have you been teaching her? She is supposed to behave like a girl from a powerful family, don't you agree? Would you ever want a girl like this one as the first wife for your own son? I'll leave this matter to the 11 of you. And, I personally sweep your bodies outside the family's door if you're not successful at this task. Xiao Yi, why are you frowning, my dear one? Come to Grandma and smile. Don't fear, leave everything to Grandma. Grandma will fix everything for you. She'll take of everything." The 11 ladies who had been scolded by the old lady a moment ago became silent when they heard this last part. Dugu Zongheng, Dugu Wudi, and Jun Moxie also felt powerless. She had given a harsh chiding to the ladies on one hand. And, she had fiercely protected her granddaughter on the other. How can you teach her anything like this? What can one achieve in their life with this? The three men looked at each other in silence. They were quiet for a long time. Old man Dugu Zongheng was the first to react with a shout, "Get some *king wine. Serve it. Serve it. Are you people *king dead? Hurry up." Dugu Wudi also jumped into action when he saw his father yelling. He didn't yell himself, but he moved his hands and made a few gestures to help. The table was filled with good food and fine wine in no time. Dugu Chong and the others had also returned with Tang Yuan. Their timing was also good, they were truly well trained. The 11 men sat down around 2 tables. They had initially wanted to merge their tables. But, everyone had a big body, except Jun Moxie. In fact, they could be regarded as huge from the standards of an average person. And, Fatty Tang was particularly huge. In fact, he took the place of 4 men when he sat down. Everyone was silent. It could be assumed that they wouldn't have been able to move their hands to eat their food if they had sat around the same table. Dugu Zongheng drained his cup of wine in a toast, and wiped his mouth. "Jun brat, it needn't be mentioned that you must take very good care of my precious granddaughter. This man won't leave you alone if you hurt her even a little. Others might be afraid of that old Jun Zhantian, but this old man isn't." Jun Moxie couldn't even force a smile since he understood this very clearly. These words had been meant in a good way. However, everything coming from the mouths of this family's people sounded like a provocation or a threat. After all, the people of this family could never speak gently. "Yes. Jun Moxie, I'll flay your skin if you dare to trouble my daughter." Dugu Wudi raised his glass and clanked it against Jun Moxie's. Then, he looked up and gulped. And, the wine disappeared from his glass. "Brother-in-law, haha. Brother-in-law. Come and drink." The towering heroes and legends rushed forward, and toasted with their wine glasses. Their attitude had made it evident that they wanted to get the pretty boy drunk. Dugu Zongheng looked at the youngsters and sighed. He couldn't help speak up in a desolate tone, "You boys drink up. I won't accompany you, this old man can only drink 3 glasses now. But, I could have drunk 1,000 of these without getting drunk in my youth. I used to be an elegant and towering hero." Dugu Wudi hastily comforted him, "Father, you needn't be worried about it. The injury on your lower back is serious. But, your injury won't inhibit you once we find that snow ferret's fur. Then, you can also drink as much as you like. The snow ferret's fur, it's easier said than done. That thing is amongst the hardest to find in this world. I've already searched for it for 10 years now, and I still haven't found the slightest of clues in this regard. Capturing a snow ferret is more difficult than getting a level 9 Xian beast's core. It's even rarer than that. Dugu Zongheng's enthusiasm was waning. The old grandfather's lower back is injured. What kind of an injury is it? Jun Moxie stared blankly for a second. He then asked in an inquisitive manner. Dugu Wudi stared stumped at first. Then, he recalled that this guy was the same great doctor who had cured Jun Wuyi's legs. So, he couldn't help but look with hope as he said, "My father had sustained injuries in battle when he was young. He had injured his meridians. And, he hasn't been able to drink properly ever since. In fact, drinking a little extra can often give rise to difficulty in breathing. We still haven't found an effective cure for it. Would you like to examine it?" "Let me see." Jun Moxie impolitely grabbed Dugu Zongheng's left hand. He then extended two of his fingers to check the old man's pulse, and initiated the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune. This instantly enabled him to visualize the condition of Dugu Zongheng's meridians in his mind. His meridians are fractured and withered. Don't tell me there was no cure to treat this. Jun Moxie contemplated for a long while before he withdrew his hand. He then said, "It must have been an arrow wound on his body. It had injured his lungs. It wasn't that serious in the beginning, but it has become a perennial disease over the course of time. So, I fear that the legendary snow ferret's fur will also be a temporary solution only." "Huh? It's that serious? Do you have a cure?" Dugu Wudi was shocked. "It's not that I don't have a cure, it's comparatively difficult. Moreover, it'll require at least half a month of skill and effort." Jun Moxie frowned. However, he had spoken with assurance. "It'll be cured in half a month? That's not long." Dugu Wudi's voice trembled as he stood up. He then suddenly grabbed Jun Moxie's shoulders. "Worthy son-in-law, I won't have any objections in the matter between you and Xiao Yi if you cure my father's injury." This had been extremely effective. After all, Dugu Wudi had straightaway called him a worthy son-in-law. "You obviously won't have any objections." "It's I who has objections." Jun Moxie rolled his eyes and replied, "It's nothing major for the time being. I'll give you a prescription. You go and get those medicines. Have him take them every morning. Then, come to my place every day from the third day onwards. I'll put him under a needle treatment. It should most likely heal in about 10 days if the treatment is regular." Jun Moxie smiled as he spoke. Then, the young master took a pen and inscribed the prescription. Dugu Wudi took it from him like it was the most treasured gem in the world. In fact, his fingers had trembled with emotion when he had done so. He then quickly kept it in his chest pocket, and continuously patted it to ensure that it was there. Old man Dugu's injury was one of inconvenience in reality, but it wasn't too severe. His meridians were merely damaged. It may have seemed like an incurable disease to medicinal experts of that era, but it was nothing to the young master. The old man had been living with this injury for around 10 years. But, it wasn't nearly as serious as the poison paralysis of Jun Wuyi's legs. It would be fine after he had used the Hongjun Pagoda's aura to treat it. After all, it was the purest aura from the origin of that world. A vague plan had already begun to form inside Jun Moxie's mind. How can I let the Dugu family off so easily after I help them with this? I'll obviously make these two generals pay a fitting price. I'll talk to them about that wine money's matter when the time is ripe. However, Jun Moxie didn't have any plans when it came to the relationship between him and Dugu Xiaoyi. After all, this matter was about his private relationship with that girl. So, he didn't wish to exploit that matter. Moreover, that would go against his own feelings and interests. Everyone began to party after the matter at hand was settled. Dugu Zongheng was especially grinning from ear to ear since he had found hope of full recovery. He couldn't drink, but he had become extremely jovial. Therefore, he strongly urged everyone to drink more. In fact, his widened eyes were surveying for anyone who drank less. Tang Yuan had drained more glasses in comparison. He was fat, but his capacity for drinking wasn't very good. In fact, he had stealthily gone out, and had vomited out 3 cups worth. But, he continued to drink after he returned, and had somewhat lost consciousness as a result. Then, he got up with the final bit of soberness left in him, and went out trudging and swaying towards the latrine pit. He didn't return after that. Jun Moxie heard a loud splashing noise later. It sounded as if it had come from a pond. It seemed like a huge monster had fallen down a lake, and had created an immense splash with his fall. But, he didn't take it very seriously. After all, this was the Dugu household, not the Jun household. Who knew what the Dugu family was up to in there? General Dugu didn't know how much he had drunk. The 8 men of the Dugu family were baffled in the beginning. How come this Jun Moxie isn't getting drunk even after he has drunk so much? However, everyone later came forth, and stopped caring about Jun Moxie. So, they raised their cups high, and roared, "Cheers!" Then, they raised their necks. Dugu Wudi eventually narrowed his big eyes, pulled out his huge tongue, and put his big bar-like arms around Jun Moxie's neck. Then, he slurred drunkenly, hic. "I truly, trust you with this matter, elder brother, hic." A pained color spread across Jun Moxie's face. He didn't know if he could accept this hierarchy of address. Dugu Zongheng quickly gave a harsh slap to his son's head and started to abuse, "Your mother. That's your son-in-law." The 7 heroes and legends bravely rushing forward shouted loudly in their drunken state. They cried themselves hoarse while singing songs. Their intoxicated eyes eventually started to narrow, and the 7 brothers finally rolled onto the ground. They then shook the heavens with their snoring. Everyone had drunk so much that they couldn't even hear what the maid said when she came in. Even the young master didn't escape the scene. He spent the night at the Dugu family's household. He had no other choice, he was also quite drunk. The young master had forced out a lot of wine from his body by cheating. But, the amount that had remained was enough to be compared to drinking an entire vase. The wine had eventually started to take effect, and he became drunk as a result. He tried to find Tang Yuan, but was unsuccessful. So, he merely went to the guest room in his drunken state, and fell asleep. He heard 2 maids whispering outside when he got up the next day, "Hey, do you know about the esteemed guest, who had come yesterday? He had drunk too much." "Ah, I've heard about it. But, not in detail." "I'll tell you. But, don't tell anyone else." I swear I won't tell anyone else. I heard that the fat man went to the latrine yesterday. And, he vomited there for a long time. Then, he jumped into something. Can you guess what it was?" "What?" "He jumped inside the latrine pit. It seems that he wanted to catch some fish in there or something." "Ah, good heavens. And, that was after the heavy rains he had poured in there. So, everything splashed out. Ah. It's so disgusting. Did he fall in for real? What was done afterwards? It took many men to get him out. The smell was terrible, and the entire place was in a horrible mess. That fat man had properly gone into it. It took more than 10 men to pull him out with a rope. And, all of them also got covered in it. Blurk. Then, they dragged him to the pond, and washed him 5 times. After that, they took him to the guest room. But, they said that the room was still stinking. So, they had no choice but to bring 7 or 8 buckets and wash him twice more before it was clean. That young master was being tossed around, and he still didn't wake up. He didn't wake up. Moreover, he kept shouting that he wanted to catch the fish. Wow, this is too much. There's more to it. I heard that one of our young masters was squatting in there when young Master Tang had gone in. However, young Master Tang simply grabbed our young master and tossed him out. I guess that's a good thing. Else, young Master Tang may have taken him along into the latrine pit. Our young masters are surely big. But, they can't match up to young Master Tang. Then, our young master was still lying perplexed on the ground outside when he heard young Master Tang talk about going for fishing. And, he jumped into it after that. Ah. Ha ha ha. But, I still find it funny. Ha ha ha. I'll die of laughter. Jun Moxie guffawed as he overheard that. He fully understood that this was embarrassing for his brother, and he shouldn't laugh at it. But, the fatty had overdone it this time. In fact, even the heavens would have heard the sound of his fall given his weight. The two maids were startled when they heard the young master laugh. But, they relaxed when they saw him walking out while laughing to ask about Tang Yuan's whereabouts. It was important to know that this family's household rules were extremely strict. In fact, the maids couldn't even let the guests learn that they were discussing about their matters. Fatty was sleeping wrapped in quilt when Jun Moxie found him. The entire room reeked of alcohol. Jun Moxie couldn't detect any trace of what had happened last night when he saw Fatty like this. Young Master Jun had found that matter very funny. Fatty had gotten too drunk. He had then had some more wine, and had run to the latrine pit in order to catch fish. But, doubts had suddenly begun to rise within Jun Moxie's mind when he saw Fatty Tang lying down. Tang Yuan may not have been a respectful character. He may be thoughtless, or disappointing, maybe even tacky. But, he shouldn't have lost his head to that extent. He may have gotten extremely drunk. But, he wasn't weak-minded enough to have gone fishing in the latrine pit. Moreover, what kind of a pit would be big enough to fit Tang Yuan's massive body inside it? Could he have fallen inside it? Moreover, could he have gone that deep into it? It isn't a *king swimming pool. Jun Moxie didn't know how the other family's latrine pits were designed. However, he knew the Jun family's latrine pits. There were a few pits for the family's members. Some pits were reserved for the guests. And, there was a large pit for the family's guards. The pit for the guards was fairly huge and low quality. However, the other pits were high-quality setups. So, there was no chance that someone could accidentally fall into it. Moreover, one had to reckon Tang Yuan's body size. And, young Master Jun estimated that the fatty would have had to put in a fair amount of struggle to make his way in. Moreover, he still wouldn't have been able to fit his entire body into it. Therefore, the issue was: how could Tang Yuan fall inside? And, the sole explanation was it planned? Jun Moxie gently tapped into Tang Yuan's qi stream, and carefully examined his whole body. But, he couldn't see anything peculiar. So, he stood up and muttered for a while. He then walked out and lazily gestured to the guards, "Take me to where I was drinking last night." The guard was in front of the family's future son-in-law. So, he didn't dare to ignore. And, he took Jun Moxie to the place where they were drinking last night. The mess had been cleaned up long ago. But, the faint smell of alcohol still hadn't dissipated from the surroundings. Jun Moxie went to the place where Tang Yuan had been seated the previous night. However, Fatty's special seat had been taken away by now. The young master then asked, "How many toilets are there around this place?" The guard was stumped for a second. "There are a few around here. The others are further away." "Take me there. I want to see them." Jun Moxie waved his hand. The guard was extremely astonished by this. He thought, this future son-in-law is very strange. Everyone has visited the rock gardens and similar places before. But, this is the first time someone is visiting the toilets. However, the guest had made a request. Moreover, this youngster was no other than the family's future son-in-law. So, he didn't have any choice but to agree. He then took the young master there. Doubts continued to arise in Jun Moxie's mind as he saw 3 toilets in succession. There wasn't a trace in those 3 toilets. However, these were only 3 of the toilets in this area. So, where was the one Tang Yuan had used? Are there any other toilets here? Jun Moxie pensively asked in a faint tone. There are more. But, they're a bit far off. And, that place is used by a lot of people. So, it's unbearably filthy. The guard felt an indescribable touch of chill. This young Master Jun is very strange. An ordinary person would hold their nose in such places. But, he goes there so calmly. In fact, he doesn't even frown. Damn. Take me there. Jun Moxie's face remained calm as he walked out. The guard became nervous. He had realized that something was wrong. I fear that this future son-in-law is investigating the matter of Tang Yuan and the latrine pits. So, he led Jun Moxie to the scene of the incident. But, he gave a meaningful look to several guards along the way. He had bid them to bring the young masters and the lord. After all, this could be a big deal. Jun Moxie paid no attention to it. Let him spread the news. After all, it's important that this matter is reported to the Dugu family. So, this man is only saving my time by doing this. Jun Moxie moved his hands to his back as he arrived at the latrine which was the scene of the previous night's incident. He then attentively looked around. It must have happened here. There's a deep pit after a few steps. However, there's a small protrusion of about 40–50 centimeters at the edge of the stairs. This ought to be here to ensure that no one would fall drunk inside. In fact, this would even prevent the kids from falling inside. I must say that the Dugu family has done an efficient job. But, how did Tang Yuan fall inside? There was still a pond somewhat far away. But, it was slightly frozen because of the winter. Jun Moxie's expression continued to become colder as he looked around. Eventually, he snorted and stepped out. He then asked, I heard that there was another young master who had availed this toilet last night. May I ask who that person is? Yes. That's the second lady's nephew. He's been here at the Dugu family for many days. Call him over. Tell him that this young master wants to ask him something. The guard hadn't even finished speaking when Jun Moxie interrupted him. Moreover, young Master Jun's voice was cold, and his words seemed to be full of killing intention. General Dugu arrived outside the latrine by now. He seemed to be burning with anxiety. He was accompanied by 3 Dugu brothers, Dugu Ing, Dugu Xiong, and Dugu Hao. Dugu Ing spoke up when he saw Jun Moxie coming out of the toilet. Why are you looking at the latrine so early in the morning, brother-in-law? Haven't you found a place to squat yet? However, Dugu Wudi noticed that Jun Moxie's expression was dark and murderous. And, he figured that something was wrong. So, he asked, what happened, Moxie? Tang Yuan got drunk on wine last night, his luck is bad. He then fell into this latrine pit. That's what has happened. Jun Moxie stretched his finger and pointed at the latrine pit at the back. Then, his glare became cold and electric as he turned to look at the Dugu father and sons. He fell in this latrine. Dugu Wudi was a straightforward person, but he wasn't a fool in any way. How could he have become a renowned general if he were? His mind worked quickly, and he understood the matter. How could he have fallen in it? So, General Dugu also wonders about it. I also have doubts about it. There are many latrines in your house. So, why would he wish to come so far? Moreover, this isn't his home. So, he would have been unfamiliar with this place. And, he had also been drinking. However, he came here to jump in this pit an entire kilometer away from the banquet hall. Jun Moxie sneered in a mischievous manner, don't tell me that fatty was possessed by a ghost. Dugu Wudi's face looked like he had drowned. Tang Yuan may not have looked much. But, he was still the next confirmed heir of the Tang family. Moreover, Tang Yuan wasn't like before anymore. He was the main operator of the aristocratic hall now, and he was known as the God of Wealth in the Tianxiang city. It could be said that his social status had improved by many folds. Moreover, he was also young Master Jun's acknowledged brother. How could that be ignored? They would have to deal with extremely grave consequences if there was even a little mistake in handling this situation. General Dugu turned to his 3 large sons, who can tell me what's going on here. It's very common, Dad, what doesn't happen when someone gets drunk? Fatty Tang has a cumbersome body. He drank a lot, and fell into this pit. I don't think there's a need to make a fuss out of it. The corner of Dugu Ying's mouth curled slightly. He wanted to laugh. After all, this matter was very amusing to him. You're disgraceful. You want to laugh. Don't you have any brains? Does your brain have fungus in it? Dugu Wudi nearly vomited blood at his son out of anger. It's not worth fussing about. Don't you see that your brother-in-law is nearly ready to go on a killing spree? Oh, and then there's Tang Yuan's cumbersome body. Do you think he would have run a kilometer after having so much to drink? I've heard that there's another young master here. Jun Moxie narrowed his eyes and smiled. However, he had unexpectedly spoken up very gently, and he was squatting in the same toilet with Tang Yuan for some reason. I would like to see this person. Dugu Wudi's expression became pained. That young master was his second wife's nephew. And he hailed from the Huang family of the Golden East City. The Huang family was also considered to be somewhat of a Xian family. But it was still far beneath the great families like the Jun and the Dugu families. That young master had overestimated the Huang family's prestige, and had come here with an odd request. Even the second lady didn't know how to handle him. So, she went straight to Dugu Zongheng and old lady Dugu behind Dugu Wudi's back. However, both of them had refused him on the spot. This was because his family was an unsuitable match. Moreover, he himself was a worthless man. In fact, Dugu Zongheng had said, "What? This little shrimp has come to our Dugu family to seek a marriage. We might as well marry her off to Jun Moxie. After all, at least the Jun brat's family's status is good." However, that youngster was very thick-skinned. And, he made use of his aunt's status in the Dugu family after he was rejected by the old couple. He wanted to wait until Dugu Xiaoyi had returned since he wished to ask her opinions on this matter. After all, those two had played together in childhood. In fact, they had grown up as childhood sweethearts. The two of them hadn't had any connection for many years. But, they still had that childhood connection as an emotional foundation. Then, he heard that the Dugu family had once rejected the imperial family's proposal for marriage. So, it seemed to him that the Dugu family was looking for a good family for their girl, and weren't very particular about status of the family. Moreover, he heard that the young girl had fallen for Jun Moxie, a thorough hoodlum and debauchee. And, the entire Dugu family was against this. So, this youngster's heart became even more elated. Therefore, he shamelessly waited for Dugu Xiaoyi to return. The second lady had beseeched Dugu Wudi when it came to this. So, General Dugu hadn't paid much attention when it came to the matter of giving shelter to this youngster. After all, the Dugu family was big, and could take care of the food and lodging of many people. However, the matter of Dugu Xiaoyi's marriage came up again very recently. Moreover, it could be said that her nuptials had been fixed with Jun Moxie. Therefore, Dugu Wudi had obviously started to find the presence of his wife's nephew somewhat irksome. After all, it would be terrible if something bad happened at this stage. The general had been planning to send that youngster back for a few days. But, he had never expected Jun Moxie to spit that name at this moment. This was the Dugu family's household, not the Jun family's. But, Jun Moxie had still spoken these words. So, this meant that he was extremely certain about this matter. Moreover, it seemed that he had the means to determine that it was that other young master who had done this. The Dugu family's reputation would melt like candle wax if this turned out to be true. After all, that woman from the Huang family was Dugu Wudi's second wife. She wasn't some common concubine either, she had come here with a proper wedding procession. She certainly wasn't his first wife, but she was still considered his wife nonetheless. However, Jun Moxie's current expression made it seem as if he wouldn't care about the Dugu family's reputation if this turned out to be true. In fact, it seemed that he wouldn't be appeased even if the entire family were to kneel in front of him. When has this youngster Jun Moxie ever shown care for human life? That little bastard. He has created such a big trouble for me. Dugu Wudi spoke those words in resentment. He was extremely annoyed. Why didn't I send him back earlier? I shouldn't have listened that woman's blabbing. Damn it. Isn't this a disaster? And, that woman has brought this upon us. Her love for her nephew has brought us to the gates of hell. Can you provoke this brat Jun Moxie? He'll slaughter everyone in your family by merely looking at them. In fact, your insignificant Huang family can't even provoke that Tang Yuan. And, it doesn't even matter if he's a member of Tian Xiang's Tang family. He himself is enough to deal with you people. After all, he can simply put a bounty on your heads to have you guys killed. You've got some guts. Everyone present was either embarrassed, or at their wits' end. However, the three Dugu brothers' case was slightly different since they had thoughtlessly folded their arms, and were waiting to watch the drama with indifferent expressions. Dugu Wudi quietly beckoned a guard. He then ordered him to find the old man Dugu, and request him to come over. After all, Dugu Wudi knew that he wouldn't be able to stop his good son-in-law if Jun Moxie went mad. That young master was finally brought swaying to the end of the path under everyone's watchful gaze. He had been smiling wholeheartedly as he came over. But, he looked stumped for a moment when he saw that everyone was standing in front of the latrine. However, he reinstated his composed appearance very quickly. Jun Moxie's drooping eyes moved slightly as he looked at that not-a-Dugu young master in the distance. Young Master Jun's eyes were like binoculars, and he could easily see the other young master's expressions even when he was over 30 feet away. In fact, Jun Moxie could see each bit of his face very clearly. That included the flash of alarm on his face, and the panic in his eyes. Moreover, young Master Jun had also seen how that youngster's open palms had turned into closed fists as he walked towards them in a cautious manner. Also, the twitching of his neck's muscles had given away how stiff he had become when he had seen everyone. Right, it should be this youngster's doing. That's ample evidence. Are you looking for me, uncle? That youngster had finally arrived close. He respectfully and cautiously walked towards Dugu Wudi. His figure was slim and straight. He looked elegant and handsome at first glance. But, his eyes drooped, and his expression was evil. Moreover, his lips looked cruel, thin, and merciless. Moreover, he had a very perverted expression on his face. I'm not looking for you, young Master Jun is. Dugu Wudi calmly turned his face to look at Jun Moxie. You will give honest replies to any questions the young Master Jun has for you. Is that understood? Young Master Jun. Young Master Jun Moxie. That young master quickly looked at Jun Moxie and nodded. He then smiled and spoke, my family name's Huang. I'm Huang Shu Lu from the Huang family of the Golden East City. His eyes had a small flash of amazement. After all, the debauchee with such a loathsome reputation in the entire Tian Xiang had turned to be an extremely good-looking youngster. Huang Shu Lu. This name means, a man who looks perverted. It suits you well. Jun Moxie nodded before he turned his eyes. I've heard that you saw young Master Tang go to the latrine last night. Or, he seemed to have pushed you out of there last night. Huang Shu Lu was stunned at hearing those words. He said, yes, that mishap had happened last night. I still have lingering fears from it. But, what is young Master Jun getting at? I'm not getting at anything. I only wish to ask where you saw young Master Tang last night. Was it on the path, or was it inside the latrine? Jun Moxie smiled gently and asked. However, Jun Moxie was feeling very impatient within. In fact, he would have straightaway used his hypnosis technique to look into this youngster if it weren't for the respect owed to Dugu Wudi's presence. After all, he was merely at Silver Xian level. So, how could he not be an easy target? However, they were at the Dugu family's residence. And, Dugu Wudi was at his side at the moment. Moreover, Jun Moxie genuinely wanted to preserve the Dugu family's reputation in this matter. I'm stuck. It was here in the latrine, hee. I like staying clean. I had some stomach problems last night. But, I didn't go to the guest room's toilet for the fear that the sound of my bowel movements would disturb the honored guests. So, I came here, hee, since I was ashamed that someone would hear me. Huang Shulu's eyes didn't change expressions as he smiled. Is that so? But, I must ask you take note, young Master Huang. I had only asked you where you had seen Tang Yuan. I never asked you why you had come so far to relieve yourself. Jun Moxie looked at him with a cold glare, and slowly attacked him by surmounting pressure. Please answer my question. I had come here and squatted down when he suddenly burst in. He then grabbed my neck, and threw me out. I got so scared that I jumped with fright. Hee. Huang Shulu laughed and spoke smilingly. I'm sure that everyone can understand how bad a situation I was in. After all, I had barely dropped my pants when I was suddenly picked up. It had scared me so much that I nearly got a diarrhea. Hee. He laughed twice at first. Then, he realized that no one else had found it funny. So, he awkwardly stopped laughing. After that, Jun Moxie asked in an unfeeling tone. I reacted to it after that, and saw that it was young Master Tang. So, I started to beg for forgiveness. I said, please wait a moment, young Master Tang. Let me pull my trousers, hee. However, young Master Tang was very drunk, and he couldn't understand me. He then threw me out. And, I fell down on my ass when he threw me out. My butt was nearly torn to flower petals. In fact, I hadn't even pulled my pants up by then. After that, my belly started feeling unwell again, and I nearly disgraced myself. It was midnight when Tang Yuan had come here last night. And, there were no stars or moon in the sky. So, the visibility must have been very low. Moreover, you had come to the latrine, and were caught off guard by his actions. So, it must have been even more difficult to see. And, this is particularly true when your neck was held like that. After all, your head must have been facing downwards at the time. So, how were you able to see that it was Tang Yuan? Do you even know Tang Yuan in person? Moreover, it seems that your Xian strength is at the Silver Xian level. Tang Yuan is big in size, but his strength is meager. How is it possible that he was able to throw you out so easily? Jun Moxie ignored him, and continued to speak in a grim way. Obviously. But, I had seen young Master Tang when he had come. So, how could I dare to resist him? Huang Shulu looked away as he hastily replied. But, the Dugu family had only invited me last night. Only Jun Moxie. So, didn't you find it strange when you saw Tang Yuan? Jun Moxie looked at him with pity. Huang Shulu, this is your last chance. You'll still find it difficult to escape death even if you hide behind your uncle's trousers in case I investigate and find something strange. So, think clearly. Young Master Jun had stopped his pressure as he had asked that question. And, Huang Shulu had felt a little relieved as a result. However, he suddenly felt an aura pressing down on him a moment later. And, this aura was 100 times stronger than the one he had felt before. In fact, young Master Huang felt like kneeling in respect for a moment. I really saw him there. I'm telling the truth. Huang Shulu felt that his head would burst from the chaos in his mind due to Jun Moxie's pressure. He was drenched in cold sweat now. He wanted to give explanations in his defense. But, how could his mere Silver Xian strength ever compare to Jun Moxie's? He had been calm a moment ago. But, Jun Moxie's imposing aura had drawn his mind into chaos by now. Consequently, he got panicky, and couldn't come up with words. I can testify with my character, and I'm sure that uncle and the others can also testify for me. Moreover, how could I have pushed him down that pit? The three Dugu brothers also sighed when they heard. Even they had found these words fishy. After all, Jun Moxie had never asked how Tang Yuan had fallen into the pit. But, that man had replied, how could I have pushed him down the pit? Wasn't that a confession? Now what? Jun Moxie looked at Dugu Wudi. Dugu Wudi sighed, and closed his eyes at first. He then spoke up after a long while, Jun Moxie, he's still my nephew. Can you at least leave some honor for my sake? But, he has insulted my brother. Jun Moxie coldly interrupted his future father-in-law. And, no one in this world can insult my brother. Jun Moxie's tall body was straight, and his face had a sneer as he set his gaze on Dugu Wudi. Don't say that I must do this for the Dugu family's reputation. In fact, I won't even do it even if it was the emperor's request. I won't save anyone's face now. In fact, I can't do it. Dugu Wudi's lips squirmed. He felt very exhausted. You can't do it? Can't even young Master Tang do it? I request you to not speak of it. You and my third uncle are friends for life and death. So, I only ask you this, what would you do if you went out with my third uncle and someone pushed him into a dung pit? Jun Moxie asked coldly. Fu *k that. Who'll dare to do it? I'll destroy his entire family. Dugu Wudi became enraged. Who dares to mess with my third younger brother? Would you still ask me to stand down in that case? Jun looked at him in bafflement. His face was cold, but he was still elated. General Dugu has always been a great friend. Dugu Wudi was left tongue-tied. In fact, he wasn't even able to say a single word. Honestly, I would also feel the same way if I were in his shoes. Jun Moxie turned his knife-like glare towards Huang Shulu. Moreover, he must have had a reason since he has done this. Don't tell me that you don't want to know what that is. No. I didn't do it. Why are you arbitrarily saying that I did it? Tang Yuan had fallen inside the pit due to his own carelessness. How does it involve me? Why are you levying these accusations against me? Huang Shulu suddenly jumped up. His spit was flying everywhere. After all, he knew that his Huang family couldn't provoke the Dugu family, or the Jun family, or even the Tang family. This meant that he would be done for if he sat on those charges. In fact, his entire family could face the danger of being destroyed. Jun Moxie reached out with his hand, and pressed Huang Shulu's head. Jun Moxie's movements were dull and slow. And, Huang Shulu had clearly seen Jun Moxie's hand approaching, but he couldn't have avoided it even if he had wanted to. He looked stumped at Jun Moxie's right hand on his head. He then felt an abundance of powerful and hard-to-resist surge of energy seeping into his body. This energy then took control of each part of his body. In fact, he couldn't even close his eyes of his own desire if he wanted to. Then, he heard Jun Moxie's voice echo in his ears, open your eyes, and look at me. Huang Shulu couldn't help but open his eyes and see. However, he only saw a pair of eyes right in front of his own. Then, these eyes squinted and slowly turned into pools of inviolable depths. He suddenly started to feel a subtle sense of drowsiness. And, everything started to seem like a dream to him. Huang Shulu did his utmost to struggle, but only to find that the two deep pool-like eyes had somehow turned into vast and starry skies by now. The brightest of starry skies, the most brilliant of starry skies. That cluster of stars glittered as he felt himself floating. He felt that he was lost in the boundless sky, and had no goal or direction to look towards. Then, he heard an exceptionally mild and amiable voice. However, the voice seemed quite unclear and remote. In fact, it resembled an extremely warm lullaby. It unexpectedly made him relax. In fact, it made him lower his guard. This voice in his ear made him feel as secure as he used when he would lie down on his mother's lap in his childhood days. Huang Shulu's expression turned from incredulous exhaustion to an extremely amiable one. It was also full of longing and comfort, and even extreme relief. "What is your name?" The voice was still gentle. It resembled a spring breeze that had caressed a willow branch. But, the fragrance of flowers was still lingering in the wind. It was similar to a mother's whisper, or loved one's consolation. Huang Shulu. Huang Shulu's face had a pleased, relieved, and gentle smile on it. "What were you doing last night?" Jun Moxie asked gently. Some of the Dugu family's people were standing beside him. And, all of them had a look of extreme astonishment on their faces. There's such a terrible method in this world which can control a person's mind. A person will delightfully reveal his deepest secrets under the effect of this technique. This is unbelievable. Last night. Huang Shulu's gentle expression suddenly turned somewhat sinister, and somewhat pained. "I was at the Dugu family's residence last night. And, I heard that they were hosting their future son-in-law last night. Damn it. Oh. What does that have to do with you? And, what did you do about it?" Huang Shulu's expression became increasingly pained. "I should be the future son-in-law of the Dugu family. I've been longing for Dugu Xiaoyi for 6 long years. She has grown up. But, her sight hasn't matured to see the truth of men. So, she settled on an incomparably horrible and loathsome trash of a debauchee. But, how can I admit defeat to him? Moreover, our Huang family isn't very powerful. And, it's been bullied over and over again since long now. In fact, it would have been destroyed if it weren't for our status of being related to the Dugu family. But, my Huang family can live without any worries if everything goes right between me and Dugu Xiaoyi. After all, we can't get closer to the Dugu family with just my aunt. But, it would be different if I become Dugu Xiaoyi's husband. In fact, it can be considered more than a step closer." He chuckled twice with pride while speaking this. Everyone became quiet. He has longed for her for 6 years. She's only 16.5 years old right now. This means that he has been after Xiaoyi ever since she was 10 years old. That's too early. I had heard that the Dugu family had rejected a proposal from the imperial family. So, I quickly rushed over to look for her parents. Anyway, the Dugu family didn't seem very pleased with the Jun family's heir either. However, I, Huang Shulu, am also considered a bright youngster of my generation. And, our families are already related. So, thing could turn out bright as long as my aunt would sweetly persuade Xiaoyi's parents. But, I had never expected that they would refuse so plainly. Moreover, they even hosted their future son-in-law in front of me. Everyone grunted one after the other as they came to understand the matter. Dugu Zongheng had also been informed of the situation. So, he had also rushed over by now while bustling with energy. But, his face became purple with anger when he heard that youngster speak those words. So, he moved forward to slap him. Jun Moxie lightly shook his head, and waved his hand in order to indicate to the old man to not act recklessly or alarm his quarry. "Oh," hosted the future son-in-law. "So, what did you do?" Jun Moxie's voice became increasingly gentle. "What did I do? What could I do? He. I couldn't stand it. I could hear them drinking and shouting loudly. They were making so much noise that I couldn't even sleep. So, I quietly went to see what this legendary new son-in-law of the Dugu family looks like. Then, an extremely fat man came out staggering from the doorway by the time I reached there. He grabbed me, and told me to take him to the toilet. What kind of an insect did that fatty take me to be? He had drunk so much that he couldn't even open his eyes to see my elegant self. He was as blind as a bat. I asked him who he was. And, that fatty replied, Jun. Jun. This made me even angrier. It seemed to me like he was the future son-in-law. I had believed that the Dugu family was looking for a good son-in-law. But, he was an extremely obese thing. Compared to me? Nah. He couldn't even be compared to me. Damn it. Who could stand such an unbearable thing? So, you. I took him to the latrine and turned around. However, I suddenly thought that he could choke and die if I pushed him into that pit. He would at least become a huge joke even if he didn't choke or die. And, how could the Dugu family make him their son-in-law if that happened? Wouldn't my value also increase at that time? He sniggered maliciously, and his face got covered with an expression of malevolence. Everyone sighed. He's a typical vile character. So, I checked around to see that no one was there. Then, I assisted that hateful fatty by holding his arm to a bigger latrine pit. But, this latrine was very far, and that fatty was too heavy and unwieldy. In fact, I nearly died while bringing him here. Moreover, this fatty was extremely muddle-headed, and was vomiting everywhere. He even thanked me after he vomited over me. And, that was when I kicked him inside. It's a pity that he didn't die. Damn that fatty. Everyone had finally understood what was going on. This matter was supposed to have happened in secret. But, some guards came up to the latrine at that unfortunate timing. It was too late for me to hide. So, I shouted at them to come and help. I told them that the young master had fallen into the latrine pit. He put on an expression of annoyance as he said this. I realized that this fatty wasn't Jun Moxie when they came over. I figured that I had made a huge mistake this time. After all, that fatty wasn't Jun Moxie. But, he wasn't from a small family either. In fact, he was the heir to the Minister of Revenue. So, I couldn't let anyone know that it was my doing. After all, my whole Huang family would be in danger of being destroyed if someone found out. I wasted so much effort, but only to provoke such great trouble. Jun Moxie's hand struck this youngster resolutely, and he fainted as a result. Then, young Master Jun stood up and shook with laughter. The Dugu family genuinely has a lot of hidden talent. In fact, it even has such a young and promising young master for a relative. We two brothers were drinking at your household, but we didn't expect that we would be plotted against whilst being your guests. I don't know if this could be considered a deliberate assassination plan. This is genuinely unimaginable. The men of all three generations of the Dugu family became flushed with anger. They had been ashamed by the fact that such a thing had happened inside the Dugu household. Jun Moxie's voice hadn't been loud, but it had felt like a hot knife whilst being plunged into their innards. The young master's tone was dull, but his words were as sharp as knife. Moreover, they were full of truth. In fact, there was no exaggeration. This was undoubtedly an extremely humiliating matter for them. After all, that unimaginable event had happened at the Dugu household, and it would certainly destroy their reputation. One of their relatives had pushed a guest into a latrine pit in their own household. And, the fact that it could be called a deliberate murder attempt didn't make things better. Moreover, this particular guest was grandson to Tang family's Lord Tang Wanli. And, he was the son of the Minister of Revenue. He was the Tang family's future heir, and Tianxiang city's god of wealth. The Dugu family would be ridiculed throughout the Xian continent if the news of this spread out. Who would dare to come and drink at the Dugu household in the future? Guards! Come here. Take this brat for his execution, and feed his chopped meat to the dogs. Dugu Zongheng roared in fury. Send a letter to the Huang family. Tell them to give me an explanation for this. I will send an army if they don't satisfy me in this matter. Tell them that my armored horses will trample over the Golden East City. And, not a single member of the Huang family will be left alive. Let's see who dares to play games inside my house again. Old man Dugu was extremely angry. He was jumping and roaring, and his face was emotionally charged and indignant. Dugu Wudi was full of resentment. His facial muscles twitched, and his cheek muscles throbbed. He couldn't restrain his anger. After all, his daughter had finally found an ideal husband. In fact, Jun Moxie seemed like a giant amongst men at that point of time. Dugu Wudi was certainly reluctant to admit it, but he had accepted it inside his heart. It needn't be mentioned that my daughter had appeared in front of the city's gates with that big belly. So, who except Jun Moxie would dare to marry her? This entire matter had been sorted after much difficulty. I was drinking happily with my son-in-law last night. Moreover, Jun Moxie had even promised to treat my father's injury. This could be regarded as two happy events for my Dugu family. It was like adding more happiness to a good day. However, this nephew wanted to push my son-in-law into the latrine pit at such a critical moment. Dugu Wudi wiped his cold sweat. It's fortunate that he made a mistake and pushed Tang Yuan instead. Suppose he had genuinely pushed Jun Moxie. Dugu Wudi couldn't even imagine what would have happened in that case. One thing would have been for certain though. My little girl's mind would have become very troubled. And, there would have been no hope of healing of my old man's injuries for decades. Moreover, Jun Tian would have sent a huge army to attack us. After all, would that old man's temperament have allowed his grandson to suffer this shame? After all, it's acceptable if one's kin dies. However, one can never stand their kin being insulted. The two families would have become irreconcilable enemies, and the situation would have devolved into a very nasty one. The father and son were roaring, and the courtyard was in utter chaos. That's when a group of women rushed over. "Why are you two going wild so early in the morning?" It was old lady Dugu who had asked this. "I'm not only going wild today, I'm also going to kill." Dugu Zongheng jumped and cursed. "What about it?" The old lady glared wide-eyed. She was about to get angry when a delicate and pretty woman dressed in luxurious clothes rushed from behind her. She had a panic-stricken look on her face. "Lu. Child. What happened? Why are you lying on the ground?" She called out for a long time, but he remained unconscious. So, she couldn't help but cry out in alarm, "What is the matter, my husband? What's the matter? Ask your nephew. Your Huang family imparts very good education to its youngsters. I never expected that your Huang family would have such deep thinking. That's good scheming, very good scheming." Dugu Wudi came to the point despite being enraged. His face was cold as he cursed. Jun Moxie realized that this household was getting very noisy with their personal business. And, he felt that it was extremely unbearable. Moreover, he was still an outsider. So, he started to move away. However, he had taken only 2 steps when he suddenly stopped and turned around. He then pointed at Huang Shulu. "This man is a relative of the Dugu family. So, I won't do it myself. But, he must die. There's no room for discussion in this matter. This Jun Moxie is ready to explain things to the Huang family if they have any objections in accepting this verdict. In fact, I can give them an explanation anytime and anywhere. He shouldn't have entrapped my brother. I don't care what wrongs he has done before. Nor do I care about how honest or good he has been in the past. He can't escape death for this. Who dares humiliate my brother? No one. Also, I don't know how Fatty will take revenge against him. I can't guess how he'll plot against the Huang family. But, I will lend him my unconditional support." His voice was awe-inspiring, cold, and grim. His sounded like a supreme monarch who had declared the verdict for execution. No one saw that invisible energy as it silently flowed from his pointing finger, and made its way into Huang Shulu's head. He had effectively ensured that this youngster wouldn't see another day even if the Dugu family decided to make some secret plans. There was no quarter at all. I won't leave my enemy with any hope of getting back to their feet. And, my brother's enemy is my enemy. Jun Moxie walked forward in a cold and detached manner after he had finished speaking. And, everyone couldn't help but give way wherever he went. "Stop." The second lady's face was cold as she stood up. "Young Master Jun, you're Xiao Yi's future husband. So, you're not an outsider anymore. May I ask what offense my nephew has committed against you that you must consign him to death like this? Shouldn't I get an explanation? Jun Moxie didn't turn back as he replied in a dull manner, what offense did he commit against me? Please ask General Dugu. However, I can happily tell you that the Huang family would have been annihilated before sunset if it weren't for their relations with the Dugu family. In fact, not a single soul would have been spared. Jun Moxie put his hands behind his back, and grimly concluded, so, you should rejoice. After that, Jun Moxie ignored her and walked away. It doesn't matter who you are. You must never mess with my brother. But, you will pay the price if you mess with him. And, an unimaginable price at that. The second lady was about to say something further when General Dugu came up, and gave her a slap. He then cursed, you still dare to nag, you hag. The Dugu family's reputation has been ruined because of a hag like you. And, let's not even talk about the reason you married me at that time. It wasn't a simple one, was it? The second lady was also a bright person. She had inferred the entire situation after she had looked at the scene. And, General Dugu's slap had ended her resistance in its entirety. Young Master Jun Moxie. I beg you. Please forgive my nephew, the second lady cried and shouted. However, she couldn't think of any reasons to justify her plea for leniency at this time. After all, what were her qualifications or backing worth while facing a bigwig like Jun Moxie? The second lady thought for a long while before she finally remembered a family legend. She then recklessly shouted, Young Master Jun. Young Master Jun. My Huang family has an ancestor in the boundless ocean of blood. Boundless ocean of blood. Jun Moxie stopped in the distance. Then, he slowly spoke, nothing can be done if someone messes with my brother. In fact, it doesn't matter if their father is the king of heavens. He then left. You still haven't gotten lost to your room, you hag. You've lost the respect to stand here. Go to your room, shut yourself up, and ponder over your mistakes. Get lost. Dugu Wudi berated in a loud voice. But, he still felt for his second wife in his heart. That was why he had agreed for her nephew to stay there. That's why he had overlooked when she had bypassed him and had gone directly to his parents the last time. But, who could have endured such a chaotic and huge matter? Dugu Zongheng's face also became dark. He suddenly howled at his son, you brat, you're also a bastard. You can't even take care of your woman. She still weeps uncontrollably, what a scandal. Dugu how? Quickly take your mother to her room. You're still pestering here, you bastard Wudi. Why haven't you gone to check on Tang Yuan? The old man stamped his feet after he spoke those words. Dugu Wudi instantly came to his senses. After all, the key to this matter wasn't Jun Moxie, or the Dugu family. The key was Tang Yuan. Jun Moxie's first priority was Tang Yuan's reputation. And, he would consider the Dugu family second. After all, they were future in-laws now. So, this family would keep his matters a secret until they could sit and resolve them at a later date. However, Tang Yuan was the key. The Dugu family would be extremely lucky if this matter was covered up. But, they needed to ensure that this matter didn't become public in case it wasn't covered up in its entirety. After all, the consequences would be dire if this matter reached old man Tang's ears. Therefore, Dugu Wudi quickly complied, and hurriedly rushed after Jun Moxie to catch up with him. But, this matter had made this father and son duo realize something very clearly. The news of Jun Moxie killing Kong Ling Yang and Mei Gao Jie had reached them a while ago. And, old man Dugu Zongheng had then said, this Jun Moxie is vicious and merciless. He can kill without a thought once he has decided to do something. And, no man must ever mess with him, or his woman, or his family. It was clear that Jun Moxie's family and woman were his soft spots. And, one would have to face the wrath of the heavens if they ever dared to attack the dragon's soft spot. However, they had realized another thing after they had witnessed today's matter. No one must mess with his brother apart from his family and woman, especially the brother he had acknowledged. After all, he had created such a massive uproar at his future in-law's place for the sake of his brother even though he had drunk wine with them last night. In fact, it had seemed that he wouldn't leave the Dugu family with a shred of honor. However, it was a pity that this father and son duo had neglected another aspect. And, it was a very important aspect. It was possible that these two had grossly overestimated their family's influence. The young master had agreed to not pursue this matter any further. But, would the fatty also agree to do the same? Money could enslave demons, it could also act as God. In fact, money was omnipotent in many cases. Fatty Tang was the new god of wealth in Tianxiang City. And, how could this aspect be taken lightly? Old man Dugu looked at the 6 of his grandsons that remained there. He then gave a long sigh, and spoke in a low voice, I've invested most of my heart in this matter regarding Xiao Yi. This old man will be very relieved if Jun Moxie ever recognizes you kids as his brothers. Dugu Zongheng's voice had been very low when he had spoken those words. And, the 6 brothers hadn't been able to hear him properly. Therefore, they picked their ears, and looked sideways as they asked, What? Grandfather, what did you say? Nothing. Just chop up this brat, and feed him to the dogs. I feel annoyed when I look at him. Dugu Zongheng felt his interest somewhat waning. He couldn't even get angry after having witnessed the chaos Jun Moxie had wreaked. This is what a real man should be like. He doesn't even fear the heavens for his brother's sake. This is a real man. A real and loyal man. Dugu Zongheng recalled what Jun Moxie had said last, boundless ocean of blood. Nothing can be done if someone messes with my brother. In fact, it doesn't matter if their father is the king of heavens. He's an arrogant brat. But, he's a great brat in truth. How did I take him to a debauchee in the past? The old man shook his head, had I lost my mind? Grandfather, do we kill him for real? Dugu Jie bitterly raised his face and asked. He was the closest to Dugu Hao, and he was also comparatively well acquainted with his cousin. Consequently, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Kill him. And, do it quickly. Dugu Zongheng's eyes became fierce. He spoke up in a serious tone, this is a direct order. The 6 brothers quickly stood up at the same time. In fact, they stood as straight as a ramrod, we'll follow the order. Tang Yuan still hadn't woken up by the time Dugu Wudi arrived. His snores were still shaking the heavens. Jun Moxie saw General Dugu, and figured why he had come here. So, he said, Tang Yuan had a lot to drink. So, he may not be able to remember. That'd be the best. Dugu Wudi sighed. His face had somewhat reddened. He coughed and spoke, this entire incident was. Jun Moxie smiled in a strange manner. It seemed that he couldn't even imagine this uncouth fellow apologizing. So, he said, don't worry. I'll tell Tang Yuan to not speak of this incident outside even if he does remember about it. That's good. Dugu Wudi wiped his sweat. Then, he thought of something and asked, don't tell me that Tang Yuan doesn't even know what happened. Did you find it out yourself? Tang Yuan didn't look for you to complain about it. Brothers are precious to the heart. Would I be called a brother if I waited for my brother to come to me for help? Could I still be called a brother? Could I still be considered a brother? Jun Moxie smiled faintly, I was that brat's target. However, Tang Yuan was humiliated instead of me. He faced that absurd disaster while I remained unaffected. But, I can't be called his brother if remained indifferent to this incident. Jun Moxie smiled slightly, and looked at the sleeping face of Tang Yuan. Then, he turned his head, and gazed outside as he calmly said, my brother's problem is my problem. Dugu Wudi trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. Jun Moxie's words had reminded him of his revered elder brother Jun Wuhui and second brother Jun Wumeng. He remembered how these brothers used to go outside the city to roam. These brothers were robust and in the prime of their lives at that time. Jun Moxie had once stood at the top of a hill, and had looked at the distant sea of clouds. The affairs of the world became faint to them as he patted his shoulder and said, "You are my brother, Wu Di, like Wu Meng and Wu Yi. All of you are my precious brothers." Dugu Wu Di still remembered what Jun Moxie had said. He had stood at the top of the hill while proudly facing the boundless earth and the ocean of clouds. However, his tranquil voice had brimmed with deep emotions of brotherhood. Jun Moxie had obviously made a vow that he would even fight the heavens for his brother's sake. Brothers. It's a sacred term. Dugu Wu Di would remember those words throughout his life. However, Jun Moxie had spoken those words with the same tranquil tone and resolute attitude of Jun Wuhui's. The expression on his face, and the manner in which he had spoken them was also the same. There was no difference. In fact, he even looked like Jun Moxie from the side. Even the expression in his eyes was the same. Brothers. My brother's problem is my problem. You are my brother, Wu Di, like Wu Meng and Wu Yi. All of you are my precious brothers. These words by Jun Moxie would echo in his heart forever. Jun Moxie acted recklessly for his brother's sake. He didn't even care about provoking a huge monster like our Dugu family. But, what have I done for my brother? What did I do when I knew that my brother had died? When he had died wrongly after being entrapped? Dugu Wu Di's throat started to choke. He couldn't even breathe. A strong fit of emotion was rising within him. He coughed with difficulty, and suddenly ran out while covering his mouth. He had even covered his eyes. He had rushed out blind. He didn't say anything. He had nothing to say. He returned to his room, and looked at the private memorial tablet he had set up in Jun Wuhui's memory. Dugu Wu Di continued to look at the ice-cold tablet for a very long time. His fingers trembled as he said in a quivering voice, "Elder brother. Elder brother. I miss you, this little brother can't." Tears started to flow from his eyes. He then lay on the ground, and burst out crying. It was time for the midday meal when Tang Yuan woke up. Tang Yuan opened his eyes wide, and crawled up to stand. He then roared, "Damn you motherfu curs. I'm your grandpa. You brats have got some guts to be messing with Grandpa Tang. Wait and see what Grandpa Tang does." He had started to curse on one hand. But, he had clutched his head and groaned on the other. His hangover was extremely painful. Even his big skull was finding it hard to endure. Pop, the fragrant alcoholic smell of excellent wine assailed his nose. He then heard Jun Moxie's voice, "You're awake. Drink this cup of wine. It will sober you up." Tang Yuan retched as he raised his teary eyes, "Third young master. Please don't mess with me. Your brother is a respected senior now. Go and wash your face. Come and speak to me after you've become sober. I have to tell you something." Jun Moxie looked at him. "And, you're indeed growing up." Tang Yuan sniggered mischievously. He then disappeared outside like a wisp of smoke. He asked a maid to bring water so that he could wash his face. However, Tang Yuan refused the reasonably cool water, the warm water, and the lukewarm water. Instead, he dipped his big skull into ice-cold water. He lifted his head out of the water after a long time. He then shook his head, and water sprayed everywhere. Then, he took a towel, and carefully wiped his head. After that, he waved for the maid to leave. Tang Yuan looked at Jun Moxie and grinned, "I was very drunk last night, third young master." "Ah, that you were. You had a lot to drink." Jun Moxie nodded. "Does your head still hurt?" "There's no pain, but I can't remember what happened last night. Some issue was at the tip of my tongue. And, it was a very important matter. But, why can't I remember it?" Tang Yuan tilted his head. He had a vexed expression on his face. "It mustn't have been a big deal if you don't even remember it," Jun Moxie sighed and nodded in silence. Jun Moxie wouldn't have worried if Tang Yuan had tried to get to the bottom of the matter after waking up. However, he had said that he couldn't remember anything. Jun Moxie had understood his indication. This guy is indicating that we can't have that conversation even if he remembers the matter. He's not willing to mention it, at least, not at this time. After all, the young master knew that Fatty Tang wouldn't consider this event to be a trivial one either. However, it would be very awkward if they spoke about it right now. After all, this time, this place, and their current company were inappropriate to discuss this matter. Fatty wasn't trying to preserve his own reputation alone, he was also trying to save Jun Moxie's honor. After all, this had happened in the Dugu family's house. And Jun Moxie was nearly certain to be the future son-in-law of that family. This incident wasn't directly related to the Dugu family's actions. However, Tang Yuan still couldn't reveal it for the sake of his brother. Well, it would be inappropriate to do so for the time being at least. Tang Yuan's face seemed merry as he smirked and said, "It's a bit late already. So, I should quickly return to work. After all, I need to inform those fat sheep to come loaded with silver and gold coins for the auction." "Ha ha. We'll make it big profit this time again, third young master." "Humph. It would be better if you don't stuff your pockets under the table." Jun Moxie gave him a harsh look. Tang Yuan yelled back since he felt wronged, "But, third young master. I'm such a kind and honest person. I'm genuinely a good kind of guy." The two men laughed loudly as they walked out of the room. Tang Yuan and Jun Moxie had seemed very relaxed when they said goodbye to the Dugu family. They didn't even mention about getting drunk the last night. This was rather opposite of what the tense Dugu Zongheng had expected. They saw a corpse in front of the gate. It was covered in white cloth, and was being carried in. Tang Yuan's pupils contracted when he saw this. He had an extremely profound look on his face as he turned to look at Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie looked at Tang Yuan with an expression of astonishment. And, he suddenly felt that his friend had grown up a lot. He has matured over the last few months. This brother of mine is finally capable of being my brother. They didn't speak a word the entire journey. However, Tang Yuan called out to Jun Moxie when the two young men were entering the aristocratic hall. There wasn't a trace of smile on the usually smiley face of Tang Yuan. Instead, there was rarely seen expression of seriousness. And, his eyes seemed to have a sharp and incisive splendor to it. "Third young master, was that man's death your doing?" "Yes. It was me." Jun Moxie didn't turn his head. He didn't want to see Tang Yuan's expression. "That brat is dead. You have my full support no matter what you want to do." "Yes. He's dead. But, this matter isn't over yet." Tang Yuan had seemingly gnashed his teeth while speaking. "Who was he?" "He was from the Golden East City's Huang family," Jun Moxie replied in a dull tone. Then, a thought came to his mind, the Huang family is finished. Tang Yuan's personality wouldn't allow him to stop unless he had carried out satisfactory revenge since he knew where his enemy's home was. He simply wouldn't stop unless he was satisfied with the result. Tang Yuan's influence and net worth could ensure that his power and control would make the Huang family look insignificant. In fact, he could even shake up a powerful family in the Tianxiang city. After all, money could enslave demons. In fact, it could even act as God. Thus, many difficult matters become easy if one has accumulated a terrifying amount of money. The previous night's incident had been extremely humiliating for Tang Yuan. He was a young master of the Tang family. He was the future successor of the great Tang family. He was the second master of the aristocratic hall, and the newly proclaimed God of Wealth of Tianxiang City. However, he had been pushed into a latrine pit. No one with those four identities could ever bear such humiliation, even if he was drunk on wine. He couldn't take it lying under any circumstances. And, only blood was capable of washing away such humiliation. Huang Shulu was dead. So, it was impossible for Tang Yuan to vent his anger at him. However, he still wanted to take revenge. Therefore, the Huang family of the Golden East City was bound to face a tragedy. After all, it had become the object on which Tang Yuan would take out his revenge for the humiliation he had suffered. Jun Moxie could imagine how fierce Tang Yuan's revenge would be. In fact, the sight of it would be so appalling that even the heavens would be shy from it. After all, some innocents would also get caught in the midst of it. However, Jun Moxie wouldn't prevent Tang Yuan from taking his revenge. After all, Tang Yuan would never be able to raise his head if he didn't do this. He would always feel ashamed as long as the name of the Golden East City's Huang family continued to exist. This was merely a psychological issue. But, it would spread darkness in his heart. And, that darkness would plague him in every aspect of life. Golden East City's Huang family. That is a very big family. Tang Yuan sneered as these disdainful words of destruction exited his mouth. I'll make them very happy. I'll tell them to wait for Grandpa Tang. Then, he turned his head, and spoke extremely slowly. I need to use the aristocratic hall's strength, third young master. Jun Moxie didn't hesitate. He readily promised, everything doesn't need to go through me. The strength and manpower of the aristocratic hall is at your disposal from now on. And, that includes the entire 900 million in silver. Moreover, you only need to speak to me if the aristocratic hall's manpower isn't enough. And, I will do my best to help you. Jun Moxie gave him a profound look. It doesn't matter what you want to do. Remember, nothing is out of bounds. Tang Yuan paused for a long while. He then inhaled loudly from his nose, and said, You Fu *King, You Fu *King, hee hee. I only wish to borrow a little manpower from the aristocratic hall. I'll use my own methods to settle this. I'll be very unsatisfied if I entirely rely on your strength, third young master. But, I'm certain that my current strength is enough to solve many problems. Tang Yuan's words had undergone a drastic change. He had mumbled the first half, and had even chopped somewhat. Moreover, his diction had been unclear. But, the second half was spoken very fluently and clearly. It symbolized that Fatty had smoothly managed to control his emotions in this brief moment. The two men stood opposite each other for a moment. Then, Tang Yuan suddenly asked, My actions may give rise to a lot of public anger. It may also give rise to some very serious consequences. So, why don't you try to persuade me on this? I'll listen as long as you say it. What should I say? You genuinely want to hear what I have to speak. And, will you be happy even if you listen to me? So, why should I make my brother unhappy for outsiders? Jun Moxie spoke slowly, I've said that I'll deem your actions right, no matter what you do. This may give rise to a strong opponent. But, we'll face them together. If we die because of it, so be it. What's the worst that can happen? This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. It's a society where a clenched fist is the ultimate argument. So, we can say nothing if we die in case we're weaker than the opponent. But, why should we submit to humiliation if our strength is greater than them? Anyway, who the Fu *K thinks so much and so far into the future? Did I take the public's approval before I dealt with that matter a few days ago? Were the consequences very trivial? But, why can't my brother do it if I can? Tang Yuan remained silent for a long while. He then solemnly patted Jun Moxie's shoulder, You're a good brother. Suddenly, a strange splendor enveloped Fatty's round and plump face. He then grabbed Jun Moxie's hand, and sniggered in a mischievous manner, Come and take a look at my wife's face. Jun Moxie shrugged his shoulders. That sudden change in Tang Yuan's complexion had somewhat baffled him. So, he forced a smile, and followed him inside. Jun Moxie saw Sun Xiaomei's back, and felt alarmed upon noticing the extremity of the change. She was still tall, but her previously solid and thick frame had disappeared. It had been replaced by an incomparably graceful figure. It seemed that she possessed the charm and grace even the companions of the gods couldn't match. Such was the temperament she possessed. She could leave a man with an impulse to commit a sin. Jun Moxie gasped in surprise. It had only been 3 months. But, the change that she had undergone had scaled the difference between the heaven and the earth. Moreover, such changes were apparent in both, the husband, and the wife. The sharp increase in Fatty Tang's weight was a huge miracle. And, Sun Xiaomei seemed like she had been born anew. She had transformed into a beauty from the shape of a big and bulky man. "Hi beautiful!" Jun Moxie called as he walked past. Jun Moxie. Sun Xiaomei was surprised when she heard Jun Moxie's voice. So, she turned around, but only to hear Jun Moxie's blood-curdling scream. He spoke up in an extremely pained tone, "How could this be? Ah. I wanted to commit a crime when I looked at her from behind. But, I suddenly find it reasonable to defend myself after I've seen her face. It's too frightening." Tang Yuan also wanted to cry, but didn't have tears. He said, "She can make anyone lose their wits if you look at her from behind. But, she can scare away 1,000,000 men once she turns to face you. Are you convinced now, Third Master Jun?" Sun Xiaomei's face was covered in acne and pus. The scores of pimples and warts had spread over her face like a forest. It didn't look like a woman's face anymore. In fact, it didn't look like a person's face. Only the black and white of her eyes could be seen on her face. However, they were glaring fiercely at Tang Yuan, and it seemed as if they were on the verge of shooting flames.